Good evening and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the second round of Liberty Cup 2020. I am Brandon Fogel and I am joined by Siobhan Nolan and Adam Silverman. Siobhan and Adam, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi,
Brandon.
Siobhan and Adam, you were both on our first round coverage, and which just feels like it ended 30 seconds ago, but here we go back into the fray. Quick reintroduction. Siobhan, tell us about yourself.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Siobhan Nolan. I'm from the Bay Area, California. I've been playing diplomacy since I was about 13 years old, so way more than half of my life. And I'm also the current president of the NADF.
And Adam, tell us about yourself.
Yeah. Hi, Adam Silverman. I've been playing diplomacy maybe just a couple years longer than Siobhan, and when I'm not getting stabbed by Siobhan on diplomacy boards, I'm also from the Bay Area of California, and have been very involved for many years in tournaments and whatnot through there.
Yeah, you guys both run the loose association that exists in the Bay Area, which goes by Badassers. Is that right? Bay Area Diplomacy Association.
Badass. That's correct.
Okay. And how long have you guys been? Do you remember when the first time you played against each other was?
Yes, I do. It was in 2002. Well, I mean, I moved to the Bay Area in 2002, and I think Siobhan's one of the first people who I met. I had met Eddie Brisson on the East Coast prior to moving to California, and I think I met Siobhan probably very shortly thereafter because Siobhan was heavily involved in that through Eddie, I think, right?
Yeah, Eddie was the one who taught me the game. I was wandering around a game convention, and they needed a seventh player, and he just sort of said, "You're learning this game now," and here I am all those years later.
Adam, do you remember what happened on the board?
No, I'm sure Siobhan stabbed me, though.
That sounds about right.
And probably top the board. Well, I met both of you guys at the 2016 World Championship in Chicago. That was my first tournament, and Adam made the top board there, and Siobhan and I made friends. So that was a nice time. And then since then, I've gotten to know Adam, seen you guys both at lots of tournaments, and I've had a really good time hanging out with you and getting to know you. And I've really enjoyed you guys on these game day live streams. So with that, let us check. We've got 9 boards coming at you, and we are going to cover every round of every phase of each one. And hopefully we'll finish before dawn. It will be before dawn somewhere. With that, let us jump in to board number 1, which is, I did it again. Didn't quite finish the transition, but we did it anyway. All right, board 1, Austria is Mehmet Alpazlan. Apologies, Mehmet. Hopefully I've gotten your first name at least close to accurate. Mehmet is Turkish but lives in New York City. Tim Richardson is from Virginia, and Tim is a longtime face-to-face player. All three of us have played with him many times and shared a drink with Tim many times. I think that's something that Tim has done with just about everyone in the hobby. France is Ben Kelman, coming to us from a new version of Pennsylvania with one with only one N.
Yet another.
We've got many types of Pennsylvania on the broadcast today. Germany is Robert Cantelmo out of New York, who was a longtime face-to-face player. I have never met him. He's been out of the hobby since I joined, but Siobhan, you know him well, correct?
Yeah, I know him fairly well. I met him at 2015 Masters Tournament in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Great guy. He stopped playing for a number of years to finish up his grad school, and then his wife had a baby, so that took over, and now he's back.
Welcome back, Robert. Looking forward to seeing how the return to form goes for you. In Italy, we have someone that we have long suspected was former independent presidential candidate John Anderson. I think someone on the last broadcast pointed out that John Anderson had died at some point, maybe about 10 years ago. I think we've since confirmed that this is the resurrected body of former presidential candidate John Anderson.
Zombie.
So, yes, but he topped his board in round 1, so it's a very effective zombie.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it goes. Speaking of zombies, in Russia, we have Andrew Goff coming to us from Australia. Andrew may not be a zombie, but he has made plenty of zombies out of his opponents. We shall see whether that happens again today. Was not able to work his magic in round 1, we should point out. I think it's the first time that I've covered Andrew Goff where he did not top the board, which was interesting. In Turkey, we have Seren Kwak, who is in Washington, and I thought she was in the UK. She was on a broadcast a couple months ago, and really is a brand new player. In round one, we saw her arrange a really well-crafted split center board top as France with Russia. So now she's on the opposite corner. We'll see how that goes. All right, enough chit chat. Let us go to the board.
This is just a great mix of players. Several people who topped their boards in round one. Andrew Goff, who's obviously going to be looking for a big score because he didn't have one in round one. Tim Richardson, who's a great player. So this should be a lot of fun.
All right. We have divided up the board between East and West. And Siobhan, you are taking the West this time, and Adam, the East, correct?
Sure.
Perfect.
All right. Siobhan, we will start with you in the West. Tell us what you see.
Immediately jumping out to me is the atypical English opening. Chris Martin would be very, very proud. He argues that the English player should always go to the channel. So well done, Tim Richardson. We'll see how that works out for you. It's not as bad as it could normally be for France, except Munich also went to Burgundy. So France has some concerns.
Along with this little guy right here.
Germany are working together. Rob Cantelmo and Tim Richardson did both live in DC together for quite a while, so probably know each other pretty well. And also in the West, Italy is, oh, poor France. And Kelman, what did you do to them?
Yeah, not the ideal start for France. What do you make of the fact that Liverpool went to Yorkshire instead of Wales?
I don't hate it. It just means that he wants to also convoy to Norway. Well, no, because now he can convoy over the North Sea and support with the English Channel. I don't love it.
All right, we'll see how it works out. Adam, take us around the East.
Yeah, I think a lot of standard stuff with respect to Galicia bouncing. Austria does the normal thing. Italy does the normal thing except for the Piedmont move, which Siobhan just talked about. I think the thing you immediately notice is that nobody went to the Black Sea, but Sev and Smyrna went to Armenia. You have to believe that that was an arranged bounce. It's sort of an unusual way for Turkey and Russia to do it, but actually it's sort of less wasteful of moves for both of them in a lot of ways, because that Smyrna army isn't necessarily going to go anywhere anyway. So I like it for Turkey. Gets the fleet out really fast. It's a very safe move for him. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, and with Andrew Goff in Russia, I mean, it's guaranteed that there is some longer term plan in effect here.
Yeah.
All right, so we look forward to seeing how this one evolves.
Coming from Andrew Goff, though, who always says that everyone should always go to black without exception, this is a little odd.
Did he say that? Okay.
Yes.
Must have hit it off really well with Saren right away in the negotiations.
There we go.
Too bad we won't get the post-game interview, but that's how it goes. Fall of 1901, and let's stay in the East with Adam.
Okay, so after all of that, Turkey moves to the Black Sea. So clearly not as trusting as I'm sure Andrew had hoped that she would be, but probably a solid move. Knowing the competition you're up against, make sure you keep your neighbors honest. Doesn't necessarily mean there's not an RT, but it means that, hey, I'm not going to let Goffi dictate everything that happens in this alliance. So we'll see where that goes. Austria does all the normal stuff. Of note is that there's no bounce in Galicia. Austria covers Trieste, while Russia moves up to Livonia.
And Siobhan, take us around the West.
Well, France had some choices to make about what to cover and what not to cover. Nothing that they could have done about Marseille. England does, in fact, convoy over the North Sea and support with the English Channel. We will see today if that is where the English army goes to die. And we've got a bounce in Sweden, which, when it's Andrew Goff, makes perfect sense to me.
I'll just say I don't like the French moves. I really don't like the self-bounce in Brest. I'd rather take the center and risk losing Mao. If you want to cover Brest, I've got no issue with covering Brest from Picardy. Worst case scenario, you can't build a fleet. Okay, you put an army down. You deal with it. But this is to me, just not the best you can do in this situation.
I absolutely agree.
It's a tragic set of orders for France. I mean, if they had any hope of turning England to their favor, it's likely gone, because they're of little use to England. They can't really help fight against Germany. Whereas if they had done what you said, Adam, they could have plopped down an army in Paris and would have been a fine partner, a junior partner, but fine. All right, let's see how the builds went then. We don't need to guess what France is going to build, but England puts down a fleet in London, which is interesting. Could have made an argument for Liverpool there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see around the board. We've got 2 armies from Germany. So
England's got to be loving that.
Yeah, now you really wish you had that fleet in Liverpool, I would think. Around the rest of the board, we got armies in Austria and Russia and Italy, which got the build, puts down a second army or third army in Rome rather than 2 fleets, which is probably what you might have expected there. And then Turkey did not. The follow-up to Khan was the surprising thing. So interesting to see what Turkey's longer-term plan is here. And let's not wait too long to find out. Spring 1902. Let's go back to the West with Siobhan.
All right. So he realized that he wanted that fleet elsewhere and is moving it over to Wales. Maybe would have been happy to have been in Irish Sea right now, or at least a bounce in NAO. Italy continues the westward, just steamrolling into Gascony, Western Med, Piedmont again. Germany gets nowhere in there. I wonder how long Germany will hold out before they get frustrated that England and Italy are getting all the spoils here.
My God, let's go to the East because my goodness.
Yeah.
Adam, help us out.
Well, I mean, this certainly looks like, some people are a little bit nervous about Mr. Goff, and clearly Andrew knew this was coming, right? You can tell by his withdrawal from Livonia to Moscow, and the move to Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, interesting choice by the Turks to convoy to Armenia. I guess it's good. I mean, with the destruction of Romania, she's got a play on Sev, but with the withdrawal of the Russian units, it's not a guarantee. But it's a solid alliance move if the plan is to work with the Austrian, and it's set up for a nice Austria-Turkish alliance, at least in the early game. We'll see whether that's something that can be maintained, especially with such a savvy player as Andrew in Russia, who's going to be pushing really hard to break it up. Italy looks like he's going mainly to the west. It's sort of interesting, though, that the fleet really goes to Ionian rather than Tyrrhenian. That's clearly a sensible defensive move, but I personally would have rather see that second fleet instead of the army in Rome, so that it would be a sufficient commitment to the attack on France.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard not to be impressed with Saren's sort of overall flexibility. I think this was one of the things we saw in her first round game, but especially here. I mean, you could look at these moves that she's done as sort of seesawing back and forth, but she's got a very clear tactical advantage here, or at least a good tactical position, I should say. It's not clear that she's going to get Sevastopol here or anything like that, at least not this year. But this is she's not stuck yet. Now, if Austria and Italy work together, then she's going to have a problem. Okay, let's move on to the fall of 1902, and we'll stay in the East with Adam.
Yeah, and Austria and Turkey make the right moves here.
Yeah,
I mean they make the right moves, and Austria takes Sev, Turkey follows in. They both get a build. This is just great play. I mean, they cut Ukraine, which obviously in this case was the mover, but this, I believe, was virtually this was unstoppable. This was the right set of orders. So good job by Austria and Turkey for figuring the tactics out. Ionian and Aegean basically brace each other. Greece decides not to get involved in that, which makes sense. I don't think if you're Austria, you've got no reason to be supporting Turkey forward at this point, and you certainly have no reason to be supporting Italy against Turkey. So these are all very sensible moves here.
It's a very savvy hold, and this might actually reflect a three-way alliance that has been negotiated between all three of them. And it's surprisingly stable, actually, right? Like, this is a setup that could last indefinitely. It's a waste of 3 units on the backside, but it keeps them together.
I have a hard time seeing this being stable for Austria. I think if Austria decides to stick with it, Austria is really at a big risk for getting squeezed. We've seen this time and time again where Austria ends up in between, on the front lines, of an alliance between other powers, because Austria ultimately has nowhere else to go other than towards Warsaw, Moscow, Munich. And once they're up there, there's no units behind for Italy and Italy and Turkey to do what they want with those centers. So we'll see if it goes in that direction, but I wouldn't be totally surprised to see Austria make a more aggressive play at some point sooner than later.
All right, Siobhan, take us around the west. Oops, go back here. Take us around the west.
So England continues on to take Brest, while Italy takes Spain. Germany takes Belgium from behind England, but I would be surprised if that were not arranged, because at the same time, Germany is pushing east and quickly. So what I'm curious to see is what Ben plans to do with that fleet that is now in the Norwegian Sea.
This reminds me of the Royale last weekend when Chris Kelly sent his fleet. I was Russia. Chris Kelly sent his fleet into the Barents and ended up in St. Pete for a really...
That wasn't frustrating at all, was it?
No, and I'm sure Chris Kelly is in the comments section. So Chris, tell us all about it, because I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm asking you to because you're going to do it anyway. So
now it can seem like it was your idea.
Exactly. All right, let's check out some builds. Winter 1902, we find a slightly surprising fleet build from Turkey. This suggests that all is not well on the southern front. Italy's fleet build also suggests that there is tension, at least between I and T.
And Austria is just trying to be like...
Yeah. Real big question here will be what Austria wants to do about it or not do about it.
Yeah.
In the north, we've got a German army build. No surprise, but it keeps the EG very copacetic from G's perspective, from E's perspective, I should say. England really had no choice, I think. Fleet build in Eddie was the only choice, and France keeps Norwegian. So, all right, let's stay in the west here. Siobhan, you are up on spring 1903. What stands out to you?
All right, Norwegian goes to Clyde, always a good place to be. The other two fleets move out, but we still have to contend with that issue. Germany takes Paris. We've got an Italian who's moving back a little, who is very anxious about the Austrian, possibly with good reason given, well, I'll leave that to Adam, but still moving to Tyrrhenian Sea. Depending on how well England and Italy work together, we'll see how long France holds out in Portugal.
All right, Adam, take us around the east.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was saying last turn. I think this is a savvy play by Austria. Austria really realizes that they need to make a decision sooner rather than later if they want to be not the odd man out in this alliance. And they've made their decision, and it looks like they're going to be working with the Turks. And I think that makes sense. There's probably a little bit of fear factor with respect to Andrew in Russia and wanting to not bust up the work with Turkey until he's completely contained. And there's also just this aspect of, well, how much is Italy really helping us? They've really screwed up the West by taking Marseille and Spain. And so at this point, we can let that resolve itself to some extent by making a play. Of course, I could be completely wrong, and Austria goes to Munich or something like that now. So we'll see. But
this is a slightly epic fall of 03 coming up for this board. Yeah, this is a moment of truth.
I think so. I mean, I'm expecting Austria to take Venice, but I could be completely off the mark. I don't know what's being negotiated here. So
Austria takes Venice and supports Turkey into Ionian.
That's what I see.
That's what happens if the AT is really what it seems. Interesting question is how long Goff can hold out up here. There's no pressure on him from the north, so until Austria gets an army up into Silesia, it seems like he can hold out indefinitely.
Yeah, and that's smart. And that's smart play by England. There's no reason to let the South resolve itself faster.
All right, let us move to. Did we do the West yet? We have not. Or did we?
No, I did the West.
You did. Okay, great. Let's move on to the fall, 1903. And Adam, what happened? Ooh.
Okay. All right. Well, there it is. I mean, it moved as I expected. But thanks to the German getting involved and a good guess on their part, the Germans supported the Italians up through Tyrolia. That was a bold move on the part of the Italians. Frankly, I'm kind of surprised that the Austrians did it in this direction, because you maybe want to leave Trieste open for the build. On the other hand, they might have been looking at it and saying, well, maybe Munich will cut Tyrolia if I do it the other way.
Yeah,
and
it's a straight 50-50 guess.
Yeah, and of course, instead of cutting it, Munich supported Venice up. So, that's okay. This happens sometime. I mean, you've got the Germans moving down to Bohemia as well with that, which is really just, very interesting play. The Germans are definitely playing in both theaters, which I guess to some extent you like. To some extent, it's a risk in being spread out. But look at the middle of the board. Nobody's there.
Mm-hmm. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the West.
I mean, let's start with the Germans. It's superb play by Rob here. The opportunity was there for him, and he took it, and it seems to be working out. It looks like he's coming to the aid of the Russians, when at first I thought he was coming to attack the Russians. So we'll see how that works out for Goffey. I will say, I think this is in France. We have what I think is the fastest elimination we've had today.
Yep. Of any country, yeah.
Yeah, Ben Kelman, you did good. There was kind of nothing you could do.
This is what is known as a learning experience.
Wear more deodorant next time. Oh wait, you're not in the same place. So that happens.
It goes back to 01. It really does.
In spring of 01. Every single, as I was going around, it's like, oh, that person's attacking. Oh, that. Yeah. Oh, that.
You got to cover one of these, especially if you don't know. It's very risky to not cover English, Burgundy, or Piedmont. So, all right.
Just one thing I'll point out that has big implications on the East is the fact that the English supported Italy into Portugal. So Italy's going to build now. Yep. So look at what that does, right? I mean, now Italy's going to put something down in Naples, maybe an army, maybe a fleet, I don't know. But now that the balance is completely off.
And you have to wonder how long the T and the AT is going to tolerate the stagnation. Mm-hmm. So it'll be fascinating to see what magic Goffey can work to break through this, and whether he can somehow make his way back on top. Let's see. They are in the fall of 04, so we're going to leave this board here after 1903 and move on to board number 2, which means we get a little bit of pizzazz again.
Woohoo.
And here we are, board number 2 in Austria. We have Calvin Coolbury in Texas. In England, we have George Linkert coming to us from Minnesota. France is Mike Walsh coming to us from my home state of Maryland. Go Terps. And Germany, we have Gary Sturley out of the UK. Italy, we have Peter Cook from New York. Russia, we have Kirk Vaughn from Tennessee. And in Turkey, we have Ethan Haluza Delay. And of these names, I recognize George Linkert and Mike Walsh from previous games and tournaments, but I don't actually know their play style. And the rest of them, I don't know anything about. Do you guys have any familiarity with these players?
This is a very new group to me. I don't know if they're mostly email players but this is great. We saw several of these these players in the first round play very well, and so I'm guessing a lot of these players are new to each other as well, which will certainly make an interesting dynamic as they open negotiations, having no idea of each other's play styles either.
And with that, sorry, Siobhan.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that us face-to-face players get very used to seeing the same faces over and over and over again, that it's rare that we see a board like this. We're just like, I have no idea how these people work together.
Yeah, and even George and Mike we know from online play, from the virtual face-to-face. All right, let's dive in here onto board number 2. We'll start in the West with Siobhan. Tell us what you see.
Well, currently I still see the list of players.
Because I didn't click the button.
It looks like this France is going to fare a little better than the one from our previous board, so that's something. But a whole lot of fairly standard stuff. England opens to North and Norwegian and Yorkshire. You get a bounce in Burgundy, possibly a range, possibly not, who knows. And Italy seems to be going very standard.
Yeah, it's a bit snoozy, but after last game's death march from France,
jeez,
a little relieving. Adam, take us around the East.
Well, let's look at Austria. I mean, this is just not something you see very often, and there's a reason you don't see it very often. And let's see how it plays out. But I mean, we bounced Galicia. That may or may not be arranged, but we elected to move to Romania instead of Serbia. So we've angered the Russians by doing that. And we did that while we're bouncing Galicia, so we didn't even get to put that army into Budapest or Trieste. So we have no play on Serbia other than moving out of Romania, except that can now be bounced by the Turks. The Italians have a lot of incentive to maybe be thinking about Greece now, since the only thing to stop it is that army in Bulgaria. So this is just going to be a mess for Austria, but we'll see. I mean, maybe there's a way to work through it.
All right, let's see what happens. Staying in the east. I'm sorry, Adam. Take us. Tell us how it turned out here.
Okay, and once again, showing that not being privy to negotiations, we sometimes completely fail in what we say. Clearly, the Austrians felt like they had a strong ally in the Turks, and the Turks came through, and Serbia goes untouched. I still don't like Trieste and Venice continuing to try to swap places. That's not going to work. It's not going to happen anytime soon. But this is not horrible for Austria. They'll put down an army in Budapest. That fleet trapped in Trieste is a waste. And it's, can you work with both the Italians and the Turks? I doubt it in the long run. So we'll see.
I mean, landing the army on the in Greece by convoy. This was a bold risk, right? Even if he was confident based on negotiations. Okay, back to the west then, Siobhan. What do you see?
England, as expected, takes Belgium since they were the only one who had play on it, gets 2 builds. Germany takes the usuals, lets Russia into Sweden, which I would too. I wouldn't want to see Russia fall too quickly. And France takes Burgundy. So they actually wanted to be there.
All right, let's see how the builds look. Winter 1901, we have 2 fleet. We've seen a lot of England's get Belgium today. Maybe it's a new trend in the hobby, but this nets England 2 fleet builds, which are pointed to the east. France puts down a fleet in Brest, always interesting, along with the army. This is relatively neutral, but potentially anti-English. And in Turkey, we've got 2 armies again. It is the day of the Turkish army. And armies. Predictable armies in Budapest. Moscow, I don't think Russia had. That was a rebuild. I don't think Russia had much choice there. Yeah. And Italian fleet. Okay, let us stay in the west with...
I just want to, just before you jump into the spring, I mean, I think this is really interesting because, this opens some options for Russia, right? Because Russia can now say, okay, you took Sev, go into Rum, I'll support you into Rum, go into Serbia, and we are off to the races here, right? You piffed my fleet in Sev, so that's no longer a threat. Let's do this. And, I'm curious to see if that's how this plays out.
I mean, I think that argument would be stronger if Turkey had put down at least 1 fleet here.
I would want at least Fleet Smyrna for that.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
This is this looks like a very tough sell. And I mean, again, there's a lot of diplomatic work to do now here with Eastern Med, with this underbelly just being very soft and tender. Yep. So, all right, let's move ahead. Siobhan, we'll start with you in the west. And here is spring of 1902. Tell me what stands out.
Okay. England goes to the Channel, but France doesn't, which is interesting because everything else seems to be moving north. The support to Picardy, I'm not sure I see.
It's curious, isn't it?
Yeah. Meanwhile, England convoys away from Belgium to go to Denmark.
With support from
Kiel goes to Helgoland. Did England just piss everyone off? And
not Russia.
Yeah,
Russia's his friend. That's true.
For now.
We'll see how long that lasts.
But now England has 2 units on Sweden, plus a fleet in Norwegian. I mean, the move to the Channel is, potentially worrying, but
yeah.
At least it's not in the Belgian graveyard. Yeah, this army.
I mean, we'll see if Germany and France can decide who gets Belgium.
Yeah. Okay, that's the west. Back in the east, Adam, what do you see?
Yeah, this is interesting, right? You have the Russians now supporting the Austrians into Sev. That's kind of interesting. Clearly not what the Turks had in mind, because the Turks were supporting Romania to hold. And so, I'm not quite sure what to make of that. The Austrian sends the other 2 units south. Certainly looks like an AI, and whether that means we kill Turkey or we take on both Turkey and Russia at once, I guess we're going to have to see.
All right, let's take a peek ahead. We'll stay in the east. Fall of 1902. Adam, how did this turn out? Wow.
It looks like we kill Turkey, and we do so pretty rapidly and effectively. But look at this. I mean, now the Turks support the Russians into Sev. Yeah, the Turks were actually a little bit off the page, because they were actually trying to support Galicia into Romania, which would have been absolutely killer to Austria had the Russians actually done that.
This is a bizarre move, isn't it? Galicia to Silesia here.
It seems a little premature to be doing that, right? When you're not even sure you don't have all your home centers. You're not completely sure you're going to get it back. It's a lot of faith on the Turks supporting you down, right? I mean, look at this. Turkey is using half of their units to support the Russians into other dots. That's how upset the Turks were about the apparent Austrian stab last turn. So
yeah, this is a really tragic miscommunication here, or misplay. I mean, Turkey could have supported himself into Rome and just taken a chance between Khan and Smyrna. But so be it. This is
this could have been worse, right? I mean, Galicia could have taken a pot shot at Vienna or Budapest instead of and the Turks supporting Ukraine down.
Yeah,
right. I mean, that could have been three dots.
Yep. Notice, by the way, that Serbia is still unclaimed at the end of 1902. Yep. Very unusual. Siobhan, take us around the west.
England supported the French army into Belgium from Gascony, and that is the most amazing thing I've seen in a long time.
England convoys,
right? Not supported. So it looks like E and F have patched up whatever differences they might have had. The leaving of Belgium was probably arranged so that it could be the French army could be convoyed and supported in. And Russia seems to be helping at least England on this, so the move to Silesia doesn't surprise me that much. So we'll see.
I just want to ask, on what planet does France make that move? Why don't you move Burgundy to Belgium, support it from Picardy, and just ask the English to support that and follow Gascony up to Burgundy? This makes no sense from France.
But it's so much more fun.
It's more fun, but it's just idiotic, right? Why do you make that move?
Are you saying that fun is idiotic?
Yeah,
it's 2020. There are no rules anymore, Adam. Just get on the train.
Just relax and have a beer. All right, here we go. This is how the builds turned out, and France did not build. They
had
5 units on the board. They lost something.
No, they
just took Belgium. They should be +1. They waived, or they NMR.
Oh, it must have NMR.
Elsewhere, we've got a fascinating army build in Rome. This might be in the Army Liverpool category. It is not a unit that really is useful in any way, at least not immediately. Germany picks his own poison, while Turkey decides to try to stay with Russia. So this, if the RT could have been much more efficient here, it was not. All right, let us do another year here. Spring of 1903. Where did we end up there? Was that in the east or the west? I can't remember.
In the west.
All right, let's go back to the west. Siobhan, take us through spring of 1903.
All right, so we get some more movement in and around the North Sea, but nobody's really taken anything. Just some positioning of fleets, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, pretty good positioning though, right? For England to get into Helgoland inside of North.
It's good positioning. The more I look at it, the more I think that the French intentionally waived that build, because what do you really need another army for? You don't want to peeve off Italy, and keeping that in pocket is always good.
Yeah, it's lots of strategic flexibility now and tactical flexibility, both all in one wave. All right, take us around the east.
This does illustrate the limitations of an English army in Denmark, though. Really, what you really want to be doing is having a fleet there to give you a little bit more flexibility and play on the Baltic. But I'm sure that they'll get the army down into Kiel at some point, and we'll see where that goes.
That's hard. I mean, yeah, go ahead. All right, take us around the east, Adam.
Yeah, I'll move into the east now. Okay, so now Russia has Turkey has completely thrown in with Russia at this point, which is probably the right thing for Turkey to be doing, right? Because Turkey's not going to get out of the box by throwing their lot in with anybody else. It's interesting to see that it actually looks like the Italians are not being overly helpful to the Austrians. It's hard to know if they're working together, and Italy was supposed to move unsupported into Bulgaria or something, but obviously that was no help to Austria. Will Serbia get taken this year? Let us wait and find out in the fall.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out in the fall with what happens in Greece, whether Austria. I mean, Italy did not convoy to Albania, did not move Rome to Venice, so there's lots of possibilities. But now Italy has two armies that are just simply.
Thanks for pointing that out. I don't get it. I mean, if you're attacking Austria, convoy to Albania and move to Venice. If you're not attacking Austria, convoy to Apulia and move up to. I mean, why are you in Rome in the first place?
Do something with these units. All right, let's move ahead to the fall, 1903, and in the east, talk us through it, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, if this was the plan, I mean, I guess they could have convoyed to Bulgaria in the first place, right, and just had the units and armies in Bulgaria to begin with, but instead elects to put the fleet into Greece and convoy into Albania now. I guess there's a subterfuge element there, and it looks like perhaps it worked because the Austrians were supporting the Italians. So that was what Italy was going for, and it worked, and now Italy has the jump there. A whole lot of nothing elsewhere other than the Turks backing the fleet off the Black Sea.
All right, take us around the west, Siobhan.
France has committed the fleets, and I think rightly so, made a drop into the Med. Italy has fully committed the other direction, and if not now, when, especially with such a good friend in England. That friend in England has taken 2 Russian dots, Sweden and St. Pete, loses Denmark for the effort, but and they take Holland off the German.
Yeah, it's an interesting and kind of weird set of moves for England in the sense that even if they had gotten Sweden, then even if they had dislodged Sweden, it would have retreated to Norway. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I kind of wonder if some of this might have been arranged. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, England gets to build 2 at the end of it because despite only going up 1, they did have a PIF.
Yeah, so they can pivot now to France if they want.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they still have really nice position here. They'll get back Denmark anytime they want.
Yeah.
So, all right, let us check out some builds. And here they are. England pops down an army and fleet Edinburgh. So this is clearly not anti-French. The question is what exactly they'll go after. But with Russia not getting a build, St. Petersburg is not going to be in danger anytime soon.
I would have liked to see 2 armies there. You convoy one off, and you still have one on England to protect if France does something. This is a lot more limiting. You got your 1 army destroyed in Denmark. You need those armies.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. I don't know. I'm not setting up for. I wouldn't be thinking solo at this point. And the armies are. People like to talk about you need armies, but if you all you care about is topping the board, you can do that with only fleets. So as long as you can get those armies into play right away, and it kind of looks like you probably could. But now you get the army into play, and you get the fleet in the Norwegian Sea, where it can potentially help protect Norway if you want. Anyway, let's move on to. Actually, should we? Yeah, they're almost through Fall of 5. Let's go through 1904 here, and let us start in the east with Adam. Take us through it.
Okay, Turkey is just trying to come out directly through Bulgaria. That doesn't work. And the Italians continue to make their play. They're working very efficiently with the Russians who cut Budapest and help them into Serbia. So very effective attack right there by Italy and Russia. And this is going to be a tough position for Austria to be able to do anything. And they should be down to 2, I think, this year.
Normally, you would see Turkey like being a problem by being ignored like this, but they're getting Italy and Russia are getting away with it. So it's
I think Turkey can afford to have this kind of position right now. I think the problem, I mean, I think what you're seeing from Italy, you're probably liking right now that Italy has put 2 fleets into Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea. Otherwise, I'd be really nervous, honestly, because your chances of getting out of the box in that kind of position could be very difficult. But the fact that Italy's turned around, maybe you got a shot. But really, maybe what you want to be doing is either going up to the Black Sea, or if you're working with Russia, going up to the Aegean.
You got to pick a direction and get your other units in play. Okay, let's take us around the West, where there is some activity. Siobhan.
There is quite a bit of activity. George in England has trusted the Frenchmen for one season too long. The hold in London is a little regrettable now, because at least if it were in Yorkshire, you could go to Liverpool. But yeah, that's... Italy comes back to the West to protect against what turns out to be the French fake-out. And nicely done, Mike.
There's really no reason not to move this army. Yeah,
it's so unbelievably trusting of George, and there's no reason to move to Yorkshire would ever be contestable with an ally.
We'll see if France lives to regret, or ends up regretting turning on England before having secured either a solid place in Germany or a defensive front against Italy. Let's stay in the West for fall, and oh goodness.
So we wind up with a convoy to Liverpool, which is
glorious. Great play. Yep. Glorious.
Yeah. London tries to convoy to Denmark, while Denmark tries to go to Kiel with support from Holland, which is interesting.
Denmark's, Holland supports Denmark to Kiel.
So, okay. It's mildly confusing, but I'll take it. And the Russian is just kind of there.
All right. Adam, take us around the East.
Yeah, I mean, Austria is trying to make the best of their situation, which there's not much to be made of it. They get into Serbia but lose Budapest and Trieste. Like I said, it was going to be very hard for them to not be down to 2 after this turn, and that's playing out. The Turks make the Turks and the Italians bounce in the Aegean. No surprises there. If you're Italy, you certainly don't want Turkey advancing. Maybe you're okay having him bottled up, but really what you want to convince Turkey to do is turn on Russia, so that you can have free reign in that area.
Yeah, it's interesting. Bulgaria could have gone to Serbia, which would have bounced Budapest and blown up the unit, so that Austria actually would still have had to by retreating to Albania.
Yeah, clearly not the trust between Italy and Turkey, right? Because Turkey could either go to Aegean or could go to Bulgaria, as they did.
I presume that Turkey didn't want, or Italy didn't want to let Turkey have the chance of getting a build.
Yep.
Speaking of builds, let's see how those turned out. We've got another French fleet in the water. France is managing to be fighting both Germany and England and getting away with it. This is not something you see a whole lot. We have another army Rome.
All right, we have a new Ariel.
It's almost justified here, though, right? I mean, because now you can go up to Tyrolia and follow Venice. I think last time it was kind of weird because Venice was open, but I think there's maybe a rationale here. Maybe you don't need the extra fleet. You're not going to go full hog against Turkey yet. So I'm okay with it in this position.
But I think what it does is it commits you to fighting Russia more likely than not in the near future. This is saying that you want land centers, and currently those are either held by Russia or will soon be held by Russia.
But you might figure that's going to happen anyway, and so I might as well get in the best position.
Prepared for it. Yeah. All right. So let's leave this game after winter of 1904. We will return to this in the next go round through these games. That means that it's time for a new game, new board. This will be board number 3. And that means time for this. All right, board number 3 for Liberty Cup. In Austria, we have Kartik Konath. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. In England, we have Jaron Berman out of Colorado. In France, we have Craig Mayer from Montana, who both of us know well. I think both of us were at the Big Sky Con that he ran last summer.
All three of us were there, yeah.
Yeah, all three of us were there, and that was a good time. That was a really good time. And Craig is improving as a player. Let's see how he does in this game. In Germany, we have David Maletsky, who likes to teach while playing. In Italy, we have Christian Klein, who is the resident scorpion of the Windy City Weasels Club, a longtime player and a longtime fly in the eye of many people, shall we say. I speak from personal experience. Christian is the winner of one of the virtual face-to-face tournaments, the first one that was run in the lockdown period, and that was DixieCon back in May. In Russia, we have former world champ Doc Binder. And in Turkey, we have Ariel Mendez Pinate, who is a badasser.
Yep, he's from San Francisco.
Relatively new player, but he's made a big impression. Very friendly guy, and improving as a tactician. Yep.
Absolutely. Once he gets over that whole Army Liverpool thing, we'll be good. I have to say that this board looks like hell on earth.
Yeah, I mean, with Christian and Doc in the East, I'm not sure I'd want to be Ariel.
I'm not sure I would either. And then Dave Maletsky, who can just be such a wild card in the middle of the board, is...
Yeah. Let us see how things work in 1901 spring. Let us start in the East this time with what appears to be the center of the action. Adam, take us through the East.
Yep. I think that these are very standard openings. Bounce in Galicia, bounce in the Black Sea, hold in Venice, Apulia, Ionian, Italy setting up to potentially do a Lepanto, and not aggravating anyone with the Venice unit. I think the only thing that obviously would stand out to people is the move of Smyrna to Syria, which is a unusual move, but not an unheard of move. It solves the problem of giving Turkey the option of moving the Ankara fleet out to Constantinople and leaving Smyrna open for a build in the fall. Of course, this can also be accomplished by just holding in Syria or holding in Smyrna or moving Smyrna to Ankara in the fall. But this is another way to do that, and still gives some play on Armenia if you wanted to do that for some reason.
All right, Siobhan, take us around the West.
I am supremely bored. Wake me up when someone does something interesting. It's very typical from England, very typical from Germany. The French moves, you don't see a move to Burgundy, but that's probably all about the negotiation that he had with Dave Maletsky and just decided to leave it open.
I'm a little disappointed that there was not a bounce in Piedmont if both of these guys were going to be holding. It's always fun to see a bounce in Piedmont.
Yeah.
All right, let's stay in the West for fall of 1901. And Siobhan, take us through it.
I enjoy the convoy to Portugal. That's a little different. It keeps your fleet in Mao, and then you can convoy it back to Bray. You can pull things back to Mar. We do see a move to Piedmont this time, so that's at least interesting. And a full northern move by the English players.
All right, Adam, take us around the East.
Just one comment about the convoy to Portugal. That to me looks super anti-English, isn't it? To keep that fleet in Mao so that you can support yourself to the channel or go directly to the Irish Sea. So I'd be watching for that. Of course, the Piedmont move might impact that. Looking at the East, this is pretty boring. There's no surprises. Syria moves to Armenia, but Ankara went to Constantinople. So it's really it's really difficult to see that as an aggressive move. So very standard.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in the builds, and keep in mind that these players can negotiate during the build phases. So if we see Fleet Ankh, then obviously we know how that turned out. If we see Fleet Smyrna, we also know how that turned out. Quick note about this fleet Mid-Atlantic: this could be pivoted to the south very easily as well. So this still gives what it does is it gives France strategic flexibility regarding England or Italy. It takes away strategic flexibility against Germany, though, because it will take a full year to get this Army Portugal back into relevance.
Mm-hmm.
With that said, let us have a look at the builds. And what we have are from France, Fleet Brest and Army Marseille. We've got a fleet in London. These are all relatively non-committal, although Fleet Brest, we could have seen Fleet Marseille and we didn't. So that certainly despite the fact that Italy may have poked the bear by moving to Piedmont, it at least did not result in too much of a roar. Germany's Germany got 3 builds. That was worth pointing out, and puts down Fleet Kiel, which is the most ambiguous that he could have done. But there's also the potential for a Western triple here. I would have been more convinced of it had we seen a Fleet Marseille here, but this still could be a bit of a fake out. So if we see Fleet Mid-Atlantic down to West or North Africa, then obviously we know what's up. But the rest of this is all consonant with the Western triple. England's moves and Germany's builds. Okay, and in the East, nothing surprising there. So let us go to spring of 1902, and let's stay with the unsurprising East and see if anything unexpected happens. Adam Silverman, did anything unexpected happen?
Well, I think, you're starting to see the alliances playing themselves out. It's a clear AIR. It doesn't spell good news for the Turks here. So, you see them, making those moves effectively. It's worth noting that Italy pulled back to Venice just as a precautionary move. Didn't see any play against France, which is very sensible. So, this is going to be a tough spot for Turkey, and they'll have to negotiate their way out of it.
All right. Yet I feel like we have had this sort of conversation several times, Siobhan. Tell us how that Western triple is going.
That Western triple is going great for France. But so it seems that Germany and England at least thought it might still be on, but France had other plans. I would be entirely unsurprised to see that army in Portugal wind up in Liverpool in the fall. We've got sort of a safety bounce in Burgundy. So, go, Craig, go. I will also say in the comments, someone pointed out that there is no negotiation during builds at this tournament.
Oh, is that right? Okay, so I had bad intel. Thank you for pointing that out. I think so. You might wonder why this fleet didn't go to English Channel if it's an anti-French move, and you nailed the really obvious answer, which is that there's a direct line into Liverpool, and this is probably why Craig left it holding, even though it could easily convoy from Spain just as easily. This I think is a bit of a mic drop kind of move, isn't it? Like I am so confident that you're not going to be moving to Wales and blocking this. I'm not even going to move this army.
Don't even need to move it.
All right. So that is East and West for spring of 1902. Let's look at fall of 1902. Let's stay in the West. Siobhan.
And indeed, Portugal goes to Liverpool. Gascony just hangs out. England comes back a little too late and at the cost of losing Norway to the Russian. But he looks like he might be getting some help from the German, who's pulling a little bit west. But Craig just had the drop, and whatever lies he put in Jaren's ear worked.
Let us, Adam, tell us how good of a turn this was for Doc Bender.
Well, Doc is definitely playing up to type and being extraordinarily aggressive here. He lets the Austrians take their dot in Bulgaria while just walking through into Budapest. And that's the thing to do, apparently. He takes the Black Sea. The Italians take Constantinople by convoying with... how did that work? Did they have support?
In Constantinople?
Bulgaria supported it.
Yeah, Bulgaria supported it.
Bulgaria is supporting it in. Okay. So they got the Austrians to support them into Constantinople, but now, Italy's getting a build. Austria is not getting a build, and Sev is opened for a build. So, this is a great master play by Doc.
Let's congratulate these players for getting the set of orders correct. This is often something that just misfires. But you had to get the two fleets, had to get the convoy, and then especially the army had to get the support the right unit here. All right, let's talk about this for a second, because so your Doc Bender, you have you have turned what looked like a pretty weak position into a less weak position. There is a huge curiosity here, though, which is Army Galicia. I think without Army Galicia, you'd be feeling a lot better about things. But as far as the strategic position goes, who is your ally if you're Doc Bender?
There are people who are willing to ally with Doc Bender. I kid.
It's got to be Italy, right?
It has to be.
I mean, Italy's got to be your number one ally. I think you're still trying to figure out, can I get a little bit more out of Austria or Turkey before I stab the hell out of them again? But I mean, that's just a question of how are they deploying me now, and are they so thoroughly fed up with the crap I'm pulling that there's nothing more to be done. But Germany is Dave Miletsky. David is. He's there to cause some trouble and to balance the board, which means that he's certainly not there to help Doc, right? No. I mean, his goal is.
What do you build if you're Doc, Siobhan?
He's up 2-1.
Just one.
Just one.
He lost Sweden, so. Adam, you want to go first?
I think it's got to be Army Sev.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens. Yep, Army Sev. And around the rest of the board, we've got another fleet in Brest. Probably not too much of a surprise. Army Kiel is interesting. A fleet would have definitely signaled anti-England, but this is probably anti-French. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it can't really be.
Absolutely anti-French.
This makes the move to Galicia even more surprising. I kind of wonder if that move to Galicia was part of an order set that represented an older strategic plan of his, and after he shifted strategic plans, did not fix that last sort of dangling order. Elsewhere, we have Fleet Naples. Actually, I think I might have thought we'd get an Army Venice here. So this signals that Italy wants to finish up Turkey. Mm-hmm. So, okay, let us move forward here. Spring of 1903, and let's stay in the East with Adam. What do you see?
Okay, well, we would have had a guess in Turkey, except that the Russians, as I said, are working with the Italians. So there's no longer a guess. They just destroy that unit in Smyrna, and it's actually not it shouldn't be a PIF. It's it should have Syria or Eastern Med to retreat to, but it looks like he elected just to remove it. Kind of a hopeless position, I guess, and decided to throw it in, I guess, but could have taken the retreat and tried to do something from there in the fall. Interestingly enough, I completely misjudged German's intentions in Galicia. He supported the army in Budapest. Entirely not what I would have expected in that position. So again, great turn, Doc. You've secured your ally in Italy. You've managed to secure your position in Romania. The Austrian didn't really even do anything aggressively against you. So I'm happy if I'm Russia.
And Siobhan, take us around the West.
We see another beautiful convoy into Liverpool. Craig can guarantee Eddie, while not losing Liverpool, can make a play for London. The English convoy the German to Yorkshire. It'll be interesting to see if the German remains friendly with the English player, but with all the other units moving away from France, I'm thinking maybe France just says, hey, I'll support you into London. And that would just take care of the English problem. Germany's going to get stalled a little bit in the north against Doc in Russia. But, yeah, that's about all she wrote.
Yeah, it's a curious set of moves here for Dave. Not sure what, unless he gets help from the English here, they can't do anything against, he doesn't have enough units to do anything against Norway. Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
All right, let us look in fall of 1903. We'll stay in the West here.
Just a quick comment about the French position. Can you show the position?
No, because the orders already been shown.
I'm just wondering, do you want to have two armies in England if you're France? I mean, I understand the tactical reasons for that, but is that a position you really want to have here?
I mean, if Germany is not going to go ahead, Siobhan.
I was just going to say, where else are they going to go? If you're not really fighting Germany, Italy is so far in the east.
Yeah.
It's all about whether you can keep Germany on side.
But it's also an issue later in the game. Once you take England out, you've got 2 armies stuck in England.
Yeah.
That's true.
You've got to get them off there if you want to get them into play. And
this is a fascinating turn here coming up for Germany. This is a moment of truth, I think, for Germany to divulge what he wants to see happen in the East versus between England and France.
Mm-hmm.
So let's find out. And Siobhan, tell us.
And Dave takes Edinburgh while, okay, we just set up to finish London and probably take Eddie back from the German next year. So Craig has decided, hey, this gets him off my side. England remains on 1, which is mildly problematic. But do I see right that English Channel supported Wales to London?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, in case there was a bounce.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Germany continues to shift units in Scandinavia, which is fine. And another bounce in Burgundy. How boring.
I should say, even if you thought there was going to be a self bounce here, I think you'd still rather support Irish Sea into the whale. Minor tactical point. Adam, take us around the East.
Yeah, I just want to comment something on the East that's maybe should be having an impact in the West, and that's the fact of how carefully the Germans and the Russians seem to be coordinating their moves. And if I'm France and I just gave Germany a build and have 2 of my armies in England, and England is now down to 1 dot, maybe I'm thinking, I don't know. This is a little concerning to me. So, it's very clear that army in Galicia is just helping Doc out. Much to the contrary of what I thought when it first ended up there. Not a lot happens, but the Russians do take Ankara, freeing themselves up for a build. They did not move out of St. Petersburg, so they can't get another unit up there, but they can put something in Warsaw to continue the play down south.
Fascinating. This is fascinating play by Dave Maletsky here.
Yeah.
And Doug likes to talk a lot about various German possibilities. It'd be interesting to hear what he thinks about a stray German unit and just hanging out in Galicia doing foreign service work.
Unsurprisingly, he says he loves it.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to love this, right? Like it's doing work for Dave, even though it's not producing units. It's doing work and it's positioned in such a delicious place for something that might happen in the future. And Dave is getting a build here. Let's look at the builds, and then I'm going to ask you guys whose position you like best in this game. We have an army in Kiel, interesting, and then we have some disbands. We've got 2 more armies coming down in Italy and 1 in Naples.
Convoy.
Fascinating. Very, very fascinating. It must be destined for Albania. Yeah, and why not? You put 2 on Trieste, put 2 on Albania, and Austria can't do both, except with Russia help. Okay, then given that this is the board situation, who do you guys like? Who has the best position here? And Adam, let's start with you.
I love the German position here. He's got no enemies. He doesn't have the most obvious expansion routes because of that, and he's going to have to make some decisions at some point. But I mean, so many possibilities. He's got play in the East. He's got a wide open France in the West, if that's the way he wants to go. He's got possibilities against Russia if that's where he wants to go. I really like the position.
Siobhan?
Dave's done a great job.
I agree completely with everything Adam said. For me, it's a little bit closer to a tie between Germany and Russia. The Italian has some really interesting options, but I don't think has the best overall path forward in this game.
It's interesting. You don't normally see GRs this successful, but it's nice to have a demonstration of how successful they can be, at least through 1903. Guys, with that, let us bring our first pass through our first games to a close. Siobhan, we are going to let you go and see you back for games 7 through 9. And awesome. I'm about to step off as well. Well, first we'll let you go, Siobhan. See you in a bit. Oop, there. Oh, double sneak attack. All right, let's bring on Doug Moore to the stream. Doug, welcome to the stream. You need to unmute yourself. I can't unmute you.
already done. Thanks for bringing me up, Brandon. I gotta say, like, I was watching this board. I'm in love with what Dave Malitsky is doing in this board. I want to just take this position on right now.
I mean, it's not sad to you that he's not in Silesia. He's only in Galicia.
No, you go to Silesia, and then when the opportunity to go to Galicia presents itself, you go there. You just have so much opportunity there, and he's doing nasty things. And it's great.
As great as Silesia is in the Doug Moore Book of Diplomacy, it's a
Galicia's even better.
Galicia's a stepping stone to bigger and better things, and Galicia is one of those. Okay. Next, we're going to bring on Brian Prevel, who is going to take over the hosting duties for me for the next 4 games, and then I will come back for games 8 and 9. Welcome to the stream, Brian Prevel.
Thank you.
And Brian, so I'm just going to hand over the mic to you. I'm going to move Adam in and out so that Brian is on top. And Brian, the stream is yours.
All right. Well, guys, we'll go ahead and get right into it, beginning with round 2, board 4. Doug, why don't you take the west, and Adam, you take the east?
Sure.
All right. So we'll begin with spring 1901. Before we do that, let's bring up the players. In Austria, we have Liam Stokes from British Columbia, Canada. England's Natty Schaefer from Utah, and also having one of the best names in diplomacy. France is Daniel Ogrechuk from Kansas. Germany, Max Gurinas from Illinois. Italy is Maxim Popov in Iowa, who I believe had a very good result in an earlier round. Russia is Michael Lutfi from Florida. And Turkey, we have Daniel Ravinsky from Minnesota. Anything stand out to you about the players on this board?
I saw. Go ahead, Adam. I'm sorry.
No, I mean a lot of new names to me. Michael Lotfi is a former Bay Area player. I used to play a lot of face-to-face. He's a solid player, formerly from the Bay Area. And Maxime, we've seen has done very well in some virtual tournaments. The other players are new to me, and we've seen them on the first board a little bit, and great to see him again. Doug?
Yeah, a lot of new names, and that's exciting to see. I saw some of these players in the first round play some really good games. So, that's pretty exciting. A lot of people that probably don't know each other creates what can be a really fun game.
All right, well, let's get right to the moves, see how they start. Spring 1901, why don't you break down for the West, Doug?
I've been seeing a lot of like Marseille holds, and I don't love Marseille holding, but, this is certainly going to be okay. Germany opened with its most common opening, as did England. France with a slightly non-standard opening is fine. It's not going to hurt him. He has play on Belgium. There's 3 different powers that are going to be discussing Belgium. Meanwhile, everyone could pick up their other typical neutrals. And you didn't see Russia go to the north. So not a lot of knowledge of what's happening here. We're just going to have to see how the West unspools.
Yeah, lots of wait and see, it looks like. Adam, how about the East?
Yeah, so here we see an unusual Austrian opening, and I want to point out that we saw something like this in a previous game, but this is actually a much stronger version of what we saw in the previous game. In the previous game, we saw Budapest go to Romania, but that was accompanied by a standoff between Trieste and Venice and a bounce in Galicia. Here, what you have is you have no bounce in Galicia, presumably arranged, and so that army is at least going down to Trieste, so it has play on Serbia. The fleet still has play on Greece, and so this is definitely leaves a lot more options open for Austria. I'm not sure I love the opening because it does potentially unnecessarily cause some strife with Russia, who obviously is interested in that Romania dot, but at least it gives you play on all of the Balkan centers. I think the other openings, the bounce in the black and the other moves are fairly standard. It's interesting to see Warsaw hold rather than going to Livonia or sending Warsaw to Ukraine and Moscow north or something like that, but it's a reasonable conservative play.
Yeah, sometimes the non-move tells as much about the board as the move itself.
Yep.
All right, well, moving on to the fall. Doug.
Well, we got a French support for the English fleet into Belgium, which isn't, the best thing for England. You'd rather have that army there. So if you're France and, okay, I'll put your fleet there. That's not too bad. Otherwise, France gets there too. I always want to hone in on what happens with Denmark and Sweden. Germany followed the, what I think is the right play in this is there's no reason for you to be bouncing Russia here and making an enemy. So let them have it. But otherwise, we still really don't know what's going on here. Nobody's really shown their hands. So, we're still going to have to do a little bit of wait and see. Nobody really should be too upset at what's going on here. Could be a Western triple too.
And Adam, how about the East?
I think what stands out more than anything else is that nobody went to Greece. And in this position, it's just really hard to fathom why that happened, right? If you're Austria, why would you not go there? Well, maybe you wouldn't go there if you promised it to Turkey or you promised it to Italy. So why did Turkey not go there, and why did Italy not go there? We're not privy to the discussions, but it's just really hard to fathom how this ended up happening, other than a massive miscommunication between somebody down there. Austria does hold on to Romania and take Serbia, thanks to the help from the Turkish. So whether this is the beginnings of an AT alliance or not, we'll have to wait and see. Russia goes into Galicia, so it certainly seems like that may be at least the inevitable product of this. The other thing worth pointing out is the Italian move from Tyrolia to Bohemia. Again, just getting up there in the middle of the board, giving himself options, lots of things you can do from that position. So I like it.
All right. So this is the position at the end of 1901. Doug, what would you expect to see from builds?
Well, I think now starts to be the moment of truth with regard to England, France, and Germany. England has two builds, could put, Fleet London, Fleet Liverpool, and try and drop on France. If I'm France in this position, I'm definitely putting a fleet in Brest. So then I'm going to expect a fleet in London, most likely. We're just going to have to see. If I'm Germany, I'm putting a fleet in Kiel and an army in Munich.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What stands out to me is just the British, the English fleet being so out of position. It's going to be interesting to see how the board responds to that. On the east side, Adam builds.
I think Fleet Smyrna is the only one that's an absolute given, and Austria has two builds. I would guess Vienna and Budapest, but Trieste is possible, but I think it's less likely. Russia is only building one. I would guess Army Moscow to give him the most options, but St. Petersburg is certainly possible if he wants to make a play in the north.
Well, we'll find out.
There we go.
Army work.
Fleet in the south for France. That this is really saying a lot. Two German armies. I'm calling Western Triple right now.
Yep.
Yeah, Daniel said in the survey that went out, his favorite alliance is the Western Triple. So it looks like he's got an opportunity to try and play for that.
You got to not like the no fleet in the North Sea, though, for Western Triple. That's really going to hurt their momentum, not being able to get one of those armies up into Scandinavia, right, until at least the fall. So that's kind of problematic. But also the failure of Russia to build in Moscow. I mean, if Russia had built in Moscow instead of Warsaw, you could immediately send the army up. Now England's got a free walk-up.
Yeah, this is where, if you're doing a Western Triple, why are you putting that? Why are you splashing a fleet in Belgium? Right. You want to convoy that army there so it's still in the north, so that you can immediately convoy it to Norway, rather than just have it sitting down there, or just bypass the unit and go as fast as you can. You can always pick up Belgium later.
We'll start in the east for this turn. Adam?
Sure. Well, Turkey and Russia continue to bounce the Black Sea. Not super efficient use of units right there, especially now that Russia potentially has some attacking power onto Romania and fails to take it. So I don't really like that. Turkey gets the fleet out into the Aegean. Nobody in Greece yet. Italy's not contesting it, but Italy does convoy back home. So, yeah, interesting to see. Bohemia is back in Tyrolia as well. It's hard to say exactly what the structure here is. It certainly looks like it looked earlier like it might have been an AT against Russia. this is really hard to say, right? I mean, it could go a lot of ways. I think there's negotiating going on, and there's people who are just not on the same page yet.
Yeah, the one that stood out to me was Tunis and Tiroli, the Italian moves, both moving both units back home. I feel like there's something going on with that.
Yeah, I don't feel like you need to convoy from Tunis to Naples. It doesn't really do anything for you at this point. You want to go to Apulia, I can see it. Otherwise, just stay in Tunis until you can convoy to Tuscany, because it's.
Did he go to Apulia? It's hard to tell where the arrow's pointing.
Can you point out where he did go? Because he went to Apulia. Okay,
yeah, I think that Apulia makes sense. Yeah,
yeah. I pull that back. It just looks like he's going to Naples. Yeah, thanks for that.
Cool. Doug, how about the West?
This is a Western triple. This is very classic. You know, it's a little slower than I might like, but yeah, this is a Western triple. I don't really know why France has an extra army. He should have put 2 fleets down if he's doing a Western triple. So they're a little underpowered, I think, in a couple places. And we'll see if it catches them. Italy's moving that way to stop them, which is the right thing to do. You know, but look, Germany moved west or east to Prussia and Silesia. You've got just a whole host of problems for the East, and they've got to rally and stop this right now, and find out who can stab whom, or who's willing to stab whom, like, straight away.
Yeah. So one thing that stood out to me was Norway going to Sweden instead of slipping into St. Pete unopposed. Any thoughts on why that might have been done?
I like that. I want to get my army up there. I don't want a fleet stuck up there and then like having to do all the shenanigans to replace it. Germany's willing to put me into Sweden right now. That's great. Then I can support Germany to the Baltic Sea. You know, I can do all the things that need to happen to help Germany move as quickly as can. This is actually the best thing for England. The weakness that he had right here is he didn't have an army convoyable, which is what's going to slow them down a little bit. But look, Russia didn't move anything to the north, so it's not like there's really anything there to punish England's slow play. So,
all right, moving on. We'll stay in the west, Doug.
You know, we've got a convoy to Norway. Nothing shocking there. We've got a supported attack on Warsaw. Good job by Russia. Sorry, Adam, moving into your realm there.
No, you're good. You're good.
But yeah, I mean, this is the Western triple. You know, we can call out like special moves or anything like that, but there's not a lot of commentary that needs to happen around this. We have all three of those working together. There's a clear planned exchange of dots with Germany and England and Belgium as England takes Sweden. So Germany's going to put another army on the board, presumably. You've got England going over the top with armies, with another one poised to convoy over there, but still at home in case France decides to swing back. And that's really important. This English position, it's slow, but everybody, like when you're playing England, keep an army in Yorkshire, folks. It just defends against, you know, any kind of shenanigans by France. And so we've seen a lot of England's make that mistake today. And I just think that's really important. You know, Italy's doing good defense, stymieing France. I think that France is at a disadvantage here, and, you know, might run into some problems. I wouldn't be shocked in the fall, next turn or next year, if France didn't get Belgium to put another fleet on the board.
Adam, do you see anything in the East to show that they're responding to the triple?
Well, you know, Turkey did put Italy into Greece to get Italy a build, right? Which is really at the front. So Turkey is definitely thinking slow down the triple. But, you know, if I'm Turkey, I'm also like, triple's okay. I'm Turkey. I'm in the corner. I can bust out later. I get kicked out of Bulgaria. That kind of sucks. But ultimately, like, unless I'm getting, you know, there's not going to be that much pressure on me if the West is coming through. So I can afford going down to 3 for a few turns. So no problem there. It certainly looks like Russia and Austria arranged that particular set of moves. But, you know, I think Austria is probably going to be in some danger as a result of this. They did move to Bohemia and leave Vienna and Trieste open for the build. So, you know, they could be helpful to a temporary Eastern 4-way alliance, but I just don't see that being stable. I think Austria is going to get the bad end of it, but we'll see.
I like the defense from Maxim with the bounce of Tyrolia to Piedmont.
Absolutely.
If that had gone through, that would have been brutal for the East.
Yep.
I want to say here, I actually really would have liked to have seen the convoy can you go back real quick? Yeah. So
Convoy to Greece.
You don't need to get into the West Med. Convoy to Tuscany in this position so that you can get your army into the boot. Then you're dropping down to Marseille. Then you've got Italy into a world of hurt. I think this was a mistake here.
Yeah. All right, moving on. We'll skip the predictions. Let's find out how they build. Doug, anything stand out in the West?
Italy's got another fleet. Germany put that army down as we discussed. No, nothing really surprising.
Yep, that's about it. All right. Adam, let's do the East.
Okay, so certainly stands out that the Austrians are very quick to kick the Italians out of Greece. The Italians walked out anyway, but the Austrians felt the need to support themselves. But they're not doing anything aggressive. So again, it does look like that's probably an arranged situation. The flip side is, if you're Austria, do you necessarily want Italy pulling in this position? And I'm not sure about that. The Italians do get into Piedmont because the French decide to convoy to North Africa. I'll let Doug comment on that. I don't personally like it, but I'll leave that to Doug. Otherwise, these are coordinated moves between all four Eastern powers, except for perhaps Ukraine going to Sev, which is sort of a cover your butt type of move, just in case.
Yeah, in that position, Adam, I really want Ukraine to go to Moscow so that I want to slow England down and make myself relevant. Rather than go to Sev. That doesn't really help me. I understand the paranoia, but everybo's got to be working here to split the Western Triple, and so you got to do your best to slow it down to get them to turn. The rest of this is a Western Triple, as we discussed. I don't like England wasting two moves here to go to Albania. You might get into St. Petersburg. You might as well try it. And it would have worked in this instance. There's no reason not to have done that. I guess you assume it's not going to work, but give it a whirl. It might go through. Otherwise, I see what is pretty clearly the planned exchange with Belgium. They're using that as a filter between the three of them to make sure that they've got the units where they need them. The move by Italy to Piedmont is strong and is going to cause France a bit of problem. And again, I'm with Adam. I don't like convoying here to North Africa. It puts your unit in a place where it's not going to do a lot of good. You're not in position to get Tunis. There's not really a reason to pull it down there at this point.
And why, if you're coordinating, are you supporting yourself to Belgium rather than moving down to Burgundy to Marseille? You're costing yourself several units of tempo by doing that as well.
Yeah, again, you should be convoying to Tuscany or pushing to Piedmont or doing something along those lines, rather than putting your army and stranding it in North Africa. I think France is really vulnerable to a stab right now.
All right, well, let's find out. Doug, you want to start in the West?
Well, convoying straight back to Marseille, okay. England pokes at Denmark. That's a little interesting. Germany looks like they turn against France. So it looks like we have the end of the Western Triple here coming on, and England is probably the power that's best positioned amongst them. And in this instance, I really like the fact that England left that army at home for maximum flexibility. So a strong set of orders from England.
Well, I know I love the Western Triple when I play England, and this is exactly why. Adam, what's going on in the East?
Well, I think things are shaking down a little bit. The Russians are clearly going anti-Turkey, getting into the Black Sea, trying for Armenia, and not following Warsaw into Galicia, which I guess is understandable with the German units in Silesia and Prussia. But on the other hand, if you're not going to support Warsaw, you don't necessarily have to stay there, because if Germany wants it, they're going to take it. But I think that the failure to move to Galicia is more of an alliance move, sending a message to Austria saying, hey, I might have an army in Romania, but I'm actually in with you to finish off the Turks. So I think that's notable. I think it's also notable that the Italians supported the Austrians from Greece into Aegean, which results in Italy keeping Greece and not having to disband.
Yeah, likewise in the north, England put the fleet up in Barents Sea for Russia, which I think is a significant concession to Russia and a clear indication that England has no intent to continue the Western Triple either.
Yeah, agreed. So, all right. So here's our position at the end of 1903. Any predictions on builds? This was a
Fleet Liverpool.
Yeah, Fleet Liverpool.
Probably London, though, in reality. But yeah, I think Liverpool would be great.
Well, let's find out. There's Fleet London. So we got a French build in Paris, and those are the only changes, correct? Oh, we've got a disband in Silesia.
Boy, if I'm England, actually, I'm not attacking France. That signal from France is really nice. France is way out of the way. Germany's pretty vulnerable. I think I'm dropping on Germany as England. England's in a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a Russian fleet in the Baltic, which is also really going to be helpful down there.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's stay in the West. Doug?
Well, England's going with the route of I'm attacking everyone.
Okay.
I'm going to mess with you both. Look, England's going to take Denmark. Germany is going to take Belgium. I like the PIF in Belgium. That's pretty strong, and that's going to hurt France. So yeah, I mean, the Western Triple is broken down now. It looks like an EG against France. Let's see if France can hold out, and no help from Italy on that EG.
Yeah, and Natty Schaefer said his favorite alliance is the EG. So it's interesting to see that come through.
Is that an EG though? I mean, the Denmark thing maybe was agreed upon, but I don't know.
Maybe hard to know, but it certainly looks like it. I mean, if you wanted to hurt Germany,
you'd be in Helgoland.
You could be convoying into Holland. You could be supporting that attack into Denmark. There's a lot of things that you could be doing, but you would not be going to the Channel and Wales.
All right, Adam, what's going on in the East? They've got a little pressure removed from them.
Yeah, and Italy seems to have taken advantage of that in spades, right? Really total change of direction for Italy. It now looks like this was a move intended to go against the Austrians. I don't know why else you would be in the Adriatic, but perhaps it was seen by the Austrians who moved Vienna to Tyrolean with support, and so there's not really a super strong attack here on either parts, and I think this is going to end up costing them both some tempo. Nonetheless, the Russians and the Austrians seem to be on the same page, and I think Russia may be the one to profit the most from this.
Yeah, there's a giant vacuum in the Balkans. It'll be interesting to see who fills that space.
Yep.
All right. We'll stay in the East. Adam, kick us off.
Okay. So, it's interesting in that position. I might have expected the Austrians to make a supported play on Greece, but instead they keep doing what they were doing against the Turks. And this may turn out to be a mistake, because now you've got a Italian army in Albania convoyed through the Adriatic. So, still a tough nut to crack, but maybe you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive against the guy who seems to be attacking you there. Turkey is basically broken into at this stage. Again, I think that Russia is likely to get most of the spoils as a result.
I really like Maxim's play again. That convoy to Albania was really smart. I think the easy, obvious thing would have been to try for Trieste, but he's got a really nice setup here.
Yep.
All right, Doug, how are we doing in the West?
It looks like we have a misorder from Wales to Belgium because Germany walks out to Holland, and doesn't he moves Wales to Picardy. But I think is the convoy to Belgium. It just looks like there's a misorder.
He convoyed Wales to Picardy, and he tried to move to Belgium.
Yeah, and he tried to move to Belgium. The interesting thing here is Germany walked out of that dot, and that's French still. So Germany is pulling one, and that means it looks like France is holding the same or building one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. France is built. Which can be a fleet in Brest, and that can stymie England pretty well. So Germany pulling one to give France a fleet build, that could be fun. But I think it makes Germany a pretty big target, particularly since the vacuum you talked about in the Balkans is because all those armies are in Germany. So I think Germany's days are just generally numbered because it's really hard to sort of unpack that once those armies get in there. You got supported attacks coming from Russia and England and possibly France. We'll see.
All right. Well, this will be the position at the end of 1904. We'll go ahead and pause on this game. Whose position do you like at this point in the game? Adam.
I think England's in a pretty good spot right now. He's established a good alliance with the Russians in spite of taking St. Petersburg in the north. He seems to be working with the Germans while the Russians are working against the Germans, which is pretty effective and leaves him some free ability to try to make some gains against France. That all being said, that if Germany's not committed to the attack on France, France is going to be really hard to crack.
Doug, how about you?
I think Italy's also got a great position. England, of course, does, but that Italian position is in really good shape with France all the way, committed against England, lots of different powers fighting each other in the East. There's a lot of opportunity, not a lot of enemies that can effectively attack him. So, I think I like that Italian position a lot.
Yeah, I love that Italian position. I think it's going to be really interesting. And that's very interesting because normally in a Western triple, Italy can tend to struggle because they have to hold that line. So not only has Maxim held the line, but then has already turned it into potential for some good position. It'll be a fun one to watch. All right, well, let's move on to our next board, Barbara Giddings. We'll go ahead and bring up the players. Give me a second to pull them up here. Sorry. Here we go. All right, on this board, we have Timothy Crosby in Austria from Florida, Tommy Anderson from Massachusetts in England. Corey Nuslund is GMing in this game, and so she must be filling a board from Illinois. She's one of my fellow Windy City Weasels. Actually just came off a very solid win, won our championship game at the Royale last weekend. Germany's Gavin Atkinson from Australia. Italy is Sergei Sergin. Russia from New Hampshire. Russia is Jason Massbaum, a longtime hobby player, well known in the face-to-face community. Turkey is Nate Ellis. Unfortunately, I did not get Nate's location, so if anybody knows in chat, if they want to post that, I'd be interested in knowing. Adam or Doug, anything you want to say about this board and these players?
I watched Sergey play some really strong play last game. I'd be interested to see how that goes. Corey is a strong player. I know Jason can be a very strong player. So, you've got some strong players on this board. There's a lot of people I'm not familiar with here as well, and that always is fun to watch.
Adam?
Tommy, Corey, and Jason are all strong players. I don't know the others, but it'll be fun to watch.
All right, well, let's find out. For this game, we'll go ahead and reverse. Adam, we'll have you in the west, and Doug, you can take the east. We'll begin in the west with Adam.
Okay, there's our first channel bounce that I've seen this tournament so far. So that's always a pleasure to see, unless you're playing one of those two powers. Clearly, England thought he was getting it because he moved to Wales. So this is not what you want, but this happens. It's limiting for France. You can see that France will get Spain, and actually France should get Belgium based on Germany making this crazy Eastern opening to Prussia and Silesia. We'll see how that works out.
Wow, that's all I can say about this movie.
Yeah, that's quite unusual. This is not boring like many that we've seen. The Silesia Prussia thing I haven't seen in some time. It'll be interesting to see how Russia reacts to that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Doug, how about the East?
I think we've got a lot of standard openings right here. A bounce in the Black Sea, a bounce in Galicia, walking down to Ukraine. Italy opens up in a fairly standard position to Serbia and Albania, no Romania shenanigans. And pretty much pretty conservative standard openings, lots of options, nobody really revealing their hands. Presumably you've got arranged bounces in Galicia and the Black Sea. I think that the thing that's going to drive the East at this point is, Germany going to Silesia and Prussia. You have to assume a bounce in Sweden. Do you want Russia to get Romania and be able to defend against Germany? Is this a Western triple? So in my mind, I think that move could shake up anything that had been arranged already.
Yeah. All right. Moving on, we'll stay in the East. Doug, go ahead.
Walking to Prussia to Livonia and going back home to Munich, not a lot of trust there for France. I mean, I think he just pulled off and wasted a lot of moves. So I'm not sure about that. But it doesn't matter because Austria and Turkey are saying niet to Russia.
All right. In the West, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Doug said, the thing that really stands out is the German moves. Goes to Sweden. Russia obviously predicts that Germany's going to Sweden and goes down to Baltic. So this is going to create a not very pleasant position for Germany come the next year. Russia might not be building, but Germany's only building one, which means he's going to be so focused on covering his home centers from that fleet in the Baltic that he's really going to have so little flexibility on what to do. The EF is what wins from this position.
Did Sergei misorder down there? Because he did not end up, it looks like, in Tunis. So he supported.
Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. That's just really.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it is not good. It is not good. You've got Turkey building 2 here.
Yeah. I would say that Sergei is lucky that France is not going to be building 2, or no, they are building 2. So they're probably going to I'd put a fleet in Marseille at this point and go.
I mean, you almost feel like you have to, because you could see 2 Turkish fleets coming in straight away. Ooh. Yeah, that's a costly misorder.
All right. So we'll, at the end of this turn, what do we expect for builds? We just talked about France. Doug, in the West, or I'm sorry, in the East.
If I'm Turkey, I'm putting 2 fleets down. Go, go, go. No reason not to. No reason to dissemble or try and disguise things. I don't need an army. And if I'm working with Austria, Austria wants me to build fleets. So I'm putting 2 fleets down right now. And that's, and Austria obviously should be putting 2 armies down. And I'd be building in Trieste and Vienna as well.
Yeah. Adam in the West.
It's interesting that England opted to go Wales to London rather than Wales to Yorkshire, which basically covers up the London for potential fleet build. So it's got to be Fleet Eddie. I mean, there's not really a lot of other choices. I think he still probably needs one more fleet on the board to give him some flexibility.
Do you think that might have been arranged?
It's certainly possible. I mean, it certainly does send maybe the message to France when you see Germany make a cockamamie opening like that, and you want to just make sure that you're getting on the same page. Nonetheless, I mean, I think France is likely to build Fleet Brest Army Paris here, but I guess we'll see.
All right.
Oh, there you go. All right.
All right. Well, let's start in the West. Adam, go ahead.
Well, if it was sending a signal to France, I guess the signal got across, right? So, I mean, if you're England, this is great. This is exactly the build you probably want to see from France, and that's fine. France can pick up Spain using Portugal and has three armies there to go, whole hog against Germany, which is what I think we'll see now. And then, the German fleet Kiel, I think it may be less flexible in this position than an army, but there weren't a lot of good choices here. I probably would have opted for the army for more flexibility, though.
Right, and in the East, Doug.
Well, I think Italy got a second lease on life here, given that, and I think that's the most significant thing. I'm glad to see those two Turkish fleets. I think that's the right build for Turkey here. Turkey's getting out of the box, which we haven't seen a lot of in these games. So, I'm doing everything I can to focus on how do I get out of the box. And I don't love the two army builds where they were. I would rather see one in Trieste and put that pressure on Italy and get Italy out of this game, rather than let them lurk around, if I'm Austria.
All right. Stay in the East, Doug.
This is what I'm saying. I mean, okay, why don't you just build in Trieste if you're just going to move there? You just wasted the whole turn. And I get, you can send a message that way, but at a certain point, you play the board as it is, not the way you say the messages. And it was clear what was likely to happen here. So I just think that was a waste of a build. You could be sitting, you're less likely to get, the jump on Italy this way. I don't know. That's frustrating.
Can I just play counterpoint to that for a
Sure.
second? Because if there's a build in Trieste and Vienna, if Italy suspects this, he's not going to convoy to Tunis, and he's going to have two armies back there protecting Venice, right? So I think that that's the only benefit. Now, if you're a savvy diplomat and you build an army Trieste and can convince Italy that it's all good, I just built there, that's fine. But I think that that's the only advantage here. I mean, I get your point about tempo, and
I hear you on that, and you're not wrong based on the moves, but Italy should not be under any circumstances convoying out of
that is for sure. That is for sure.
He should be supporting Tuscany to Venice, and then he can hold in the Ionian because he can go capture it in the fall. So you use the Ionian as a diplomatic lever to make a friend with Austria, to support Austria into the Aegean Sea. Don't convoy.
So, Doug, how do you feel about the Livonian or German army from Livonia and Moscow?
Hey, that's pretty fun, actually. The thing with this is he's going to keep it. Russia supported himself to Galicia out of Warsaw, so he's going to keep it and doesn't really pay the price. And it looks like Russia and England aren't really able to coordinate against Germany effectively. England is coming, but not in the way that's probably helpful to Russia. And so Germany's bad opening is really punishing Russia here, and England and France are gaining thereby.
So I was looking at this convoy order. Convoyed army Livonia to Denmark. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I'm assuming that Jason must have thought that was going to happen. That's why Moscow was open. All right. Adam in the West.
Well, the Austrians and Turks bounce in Aegean. and the Austrians are going after the Italians. I think we talked about that already. But he's still got to worry about the Russians who just supported themselves down into Galicia. So it's a big mess there. There's a lot of people doing it, a lot of different things. I'm sure there's a lot of negotiation with people trying to sort it out, and I think it remains to be seen what the alliance structure ends up actually being there.
All right. We'll stay in the West. Adam?
Oh, sorry, the East, right?
You've got the West right now.
I'm doing the West. Okay. So, so you want me to? Okay, I'll switch over to the West. So, right. So we see the Germans actually move up to St. Petersburg, which is maybe throwing a bone to the Russians actually to make sure England doesn't slide in. So that's kind of an interesting balancing play that Germany makes there. In fact, Russia might have asked them to do that in exchange for something. I can't really tell what the Baltic Sea is doing. Is it going to Kiel with the support of the English? Yeah, and I think that's a sensible play for the English here. If you're not getting the dot, why not give the Russians a little help so they're not disbanding in the south, so they can keep mixing things up in that part of the board. Elsewhere, bounce in Munich, French go to Ruhr. This is just bad news for Germany, and I think we can trace this back to that Spring 01 opening. It can be fun to try these kind of cockamamie things, but there's a reason you don't see those types of things very often, is because this is often what the outcome of it is.
All right, and Doug, anything stand out to you in the East?
Well, as predicted, Austria takes Venice, and Italy's position is irretrievable at this point without substantial help, simply because the dislodgement in the Ionian Sea followed by the pull means that Italy does not, has a rebuild, but has a unit stranded in Tunis and is never really likely to get that out there. I think the correct play here is to, I get the idea. It's good to be able to build, but if you put an army in Rome here, Turkey's going right past you. So I don't like that pull. I like the game that Turkey's playing here. I think this is pretty smart. There's no need to antagonize Russia needlessly. Focus on your gains, get your fleets out, get yourself out of the box, be patient, play smart and strong, and you will be well rewarded. And look, Nate is now in the Ionian Sea. This is a great position for Fall 02.
Yeah, he's in Ionian and in Black in 1902. Yeah. That's a dream position.
This is a fantastic dream start. Really, really great place.
Cool. All right. Well, at the end of 1902, this is what the board looks like. Adam, what do you expect in the West?
So I'm trying to just do a count. Is anyone building? France is building. I mean, France probably wants to have another fleet. I don't know that they need another army, but there's a diplomatic price to be paid, I guess, for building Fleet Brest. They could waive for right now and, save it up. But I don't think they need it immediately, given what's going on. But on the other hand, you want to get something south before Turkey gets everything through. So I would probably build Fleet Brest. The English are at, 5 and 4 units. So the English are going to build... it's a tough call here. I think, optimally you want to get an army up north, so probably an army in Eddie or London. And then then I think the Germans will stay even thanks to St. Petersburg.
Doug, in the East.
It looks like Germany has a build.
Do they have 5? Oh, I counted wrong. They took Denmark. Yeah. Yeah, so they can put an army in Munich, yeah. Yeah,
they can put an army in Munich, and they can slow things down quite a bit.
Yep.
I think that, with Russia taking Kiel, that keeps him even. So that's not terrible. Otherwise, what do you build as Italy? I mean, it doesn't matter. You're in such trouble. I would probably put a fleet in Naples, and use Tuscany to cover Rome and try and draw defense as best I could. if I'm Turkey at this point, the temptation is to put another army down. Wait, Turkey doesn't have a build. Never mind. Yeah.
Turkey does not need a build.
No, Turkey should win.
So I guess if you're Russia, what are you doing with Kiel?
Sell it to the highest bidder.
And likewise for Italy, assuming I'm not done, like I'm not throwing in the towel, is there anyone you think you could be useful to?
I mean, Austria is pretty committed to this attack, and I think Turkey's pretty committed to this attack. What I want to see is Mid-Atlantic come to West Med, which then creates a battle around the boot and gives me some relevance. If France doesn't come south, I think that, Austria, Turkey just eat Italy relatively quickly.
All right, well, let's find out. We'll stay in the West, and Adam, if you'll take this one.
Okay, so indeed we saw that fleet breast, and it's coming south, just like we just discussed, which makes perfect sense. No reason for the French to break away from the English. It's working well. There's opportunities down south for them to take advantage of. France forces Munich as Munich forces Kiel. I'm trying to see what is Holland supporting the attack on Kiel. I can't tell exactly what it's doing there. It's supporting Kiel to hold, but Kiel moved to Berlin for some reason. So really, Russia just blew it there. Could have held Kiel, but doesn't. And I'm trying to see in the north. It looks like there's a whole lot of nothing. People attacking each other. Norway going to St. Petersburg, and St. Petersburg going to Norway. So there's basically just a standoff in Scandinavia. So Germans mounting the best defense they possibly can, given the circumstances. So, good for them for sticking with it in a tough position.
Yeah, it's pretty good defense from the Germans.
Yeah, really good.
All right, Doug, in the East?
Well, if you take a look, the vacuum in the South has drawn France in, which is the correct play here. And I like the fact that Turkey advanced to the Tyrrhenian Sea, and the Austrian is following. Rather, don't get yourself spread out and open up so that the Austrian can come back to your home centers. So that's pretty good play. They're moving the attack on Russia at this point. Russia does not have a lot of opportunity here, does not have any diplomatic friends. So I think, Russia's days are pretty numbered here. There's a little bit of a lack of coordination here in the Balkans. It looks like Serbia supported Romania to hold. Not a big deal, but that kind of miscoordination can hurt you in the long run. So, maybe that's purposeful. There's not much you could have done here as Austria. I don't know that I like going to Apulia here, because there's nothing for Naples to do but to go to Apulia. So, maybe you support yourself to Piedmont instead, Tiroli to Piedmont, supported by Venice. I think that might be a stronger play, so that you can sort of seal off the boot and wait for reinforcements. Instead, you've got France in there. Yeah, so that may have been a strategic error for the long term.
Yeah. All right. Staying in the East, Doug, you want to continue on?
We got a big mess over there. A whole lot of nothing in Italy. That's a whole lot of red lines. Turkey looks like Turkey thought they had help into Tunis, and it didn't materialize. France and Italy and Austria, not a lot happening otherwise down there. So good guesses, but none of them worked out. I think the key thing here is the take of Romania. Mm-hmm. It's not the end of the world for Turkey. You could still work potentially with Austria. It's going to make it a lot harder, but with the unit pift, you could just say, well, let's let bygones be bygones here. So I don't hate it. I do notice in the north that Germany retreated to Moscow, which is just absolutely devastating to have that happen. You're fighting your best battle, and to lose a home center based on a retreat is just like head desk.
All right. Well, and continuing on that theme, Adam, you want to speak about what's going on in the West?
Well, not a lot happened, right? I mean, France continues their move south, made the wise decision to go to the south coast of Spain rather than chaining into Western Med, which would have failed. So, upping the position there, supporting Munich to make sure they hold it. So they got a build coming, and a lot of standoff. Oh, actually, it's not standoffs. I see that as Doug pointed out, we get a fleet into St. Petersburg. The army doesn't make it to Norway. But England does get a build coming. So again, the EF continues to roll. The RG is not looking so good.
All right. We'll just to catch up on some time. We'll just blow through these builds real quick. We've got a fleet, English fleet in London. We've got a French fleet in Brest. We've got 2 Russian disbands, both of their fleets, one in Baltic, one in Sev. Austria built in Budapest. And that looks like everything. Doug, did anything stand out to you on this?
Well, the loss of the fleets for Russia, really pins you in, but it's the right play. You've got 2 units and 2 home centers that are relatively close together. You got to use those units in concert. So I like that disband. I kind of question a little bit what the utility of that army in Budapest is if you're Austria, because eventually you're going to lose Venice. And so you've got a lot of units not doing a lot in the same place. So, I'm a little concerned that you irritated Turkey to build in Budapest for no good reason when you got a French army in Munich.
All right. Adam, anything stand out to you?
No, I think Doug covered it. I think we'll see what happens with those English and French fleets. I think that those are the sensible builds, though, and I don't expect to see any shenanigans.
All right, well, let's find out. Adam, take us through the West.
Yeah, and indeed, the EF continue to roll. England opts to go down to Helgoland and gets bounced out of the North Sea. So a good play by Germany there, But again, this is just a position that is not sustainable, not holdable. They destroy Kiel. Berlin is going to go in the fall unless the Austrians decide to help out. So, really just a tough position. The Russian, I don't want to go to the east. In the south, France continues to advance their fleets. I guess they're positioning to try to take the Tyrrhenian Sea, not expecting the Turks to walk out of it. And in the northern part of Italy, still a whole lot of nothing.
Right. I did think it was interesting the Tyrrhenian Sea moved to Ionian. We clearly saw some activity going on between Austria and Turkey. Doug, you want to speak about that?
Yeah, first thing is, I do like the move to Sevastopol. I think that's good, but Austria is going in a lot of different directions, and I really believe with Austria here, a lot of conservation of force is important. You're trying to dig Turkey out of the box here when Turkey's got 2 fleets on the board or 3 fleets on the board. That's just not liable to happen. So who is your enemy, and where are you concentrating your force? Are you fighting France? Are you fighting Turkey? Because you've got 1 fleet against Turkey's 2. You're not digging Turkey out. So you might as well, deal with that. So I'm a little worried about what's going to happen with Austria here. And I think that Quarry in France has just a fantastic position. A lot of static, basically not happening. Turkey doing a good job, defend as best as you can. I like Russia retaking Moscow, send a message, you haven't had a friend all game long, and Germany shattered your game. Punish Germany as much as you can. I would do the same thing.
Yep. Adam, go ahead.
Did we hit the West already, I think?
We did. Yeah.
Yep. So let's reveal. Thank you. Adam, go ahead.
Okay, so now, now we're in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Now we got that convoy to Tuscany going. And we've got a cut on Tyrol. Well, actually, I think Tyrolia didn't even support Venice. So, and we've got Italy retaking Venice. So great turn for Corey. I think that could not have gone better for her. She has just got a really advanced position down there. She's got a good alliance going with England. England is not really in a position to do anything against her because the Germans are continuing to stymie them. I don't really understand why Norway didn't support London into the North Sea. It looks like they supported St. Petersburg. I mean, if is that right? Yeah. I mean, frankly, if Germany's going to work with the Russians to take St. Petersburg, Sweden's going to cut Norway anyway. So that seems like an odd way to do it. But nonetheless, England took Kiel, but is now going to have another build, and they have two of their centers occupied. I mean, why are you still in Edinburgh? Why is that not moving to Yorkshire? So at least you can get units out. So just not efficient use of units, but it's good job by the EF, and particularly for Corey here. She's really got a great advanced position.
All right, and Doug on the east.
Well, the first thing that draws my attention is Turkey slid into Naples. So basically transferring Venice as a Austrian dot to Turkey. That's really going to be important going forward. They need to start getting things into Italy if they're going to have any hope of slowing France down in the south. In the meantime, we also saw Romania flip up to Galicia and Serbia go up to Trieste. Lost that army in Venice, but that's not the end of the world. Italy's not building, still, has a sunbather down there in Tunis, not, really going to do a whole lot hanging on the beaches of North Africa. So, hanging out in Silesia is good at this point. Let's see what Austria can build out of this, because they made nice with Turkey, and that's what needed to happen this turn.
Yeah, clearly it looks like they're recognizing the threat and deciding attacking each other at this time is not the right play.
Yeah, I'm with Adam, though. Corey's got a really, really strong position in the south.
But is this ultimately just a field day for Turkey? I mean, you got Austria pushing up the front of the lines, and ultimately Turkey is going to be getting, slow builds behind and really just going to be able to do something later on in the game as long as they play patiently.
Yeah, I think that the wise Turkey is helpful to Austria here and plays their role until it's time to grab things.
That's right.
Because France and England are dangerously close to crushing your stalemate line. Mm-hmm. You definitely don't want that to happen. So no need to hurry at this point if you're Turkey. Be patient.
Yep.
So clearly, I've heard a vote for the French and Turkish positions. How do you feel about England's chances here? Either of you?
Yeah, I think England's got a good position. I think France is appreciably stronger right now, but I think that could change. I mean, there definitely is some growth for England. Certainly Denmark and Sweden are sitting there that should go, in the not too distant future, right? And somebody will get Berlin. It might end up being England. The question is, does England decide to take the jump on France at some point, mm-hmm. or does France take the jump on England, or does this just kind of roll to somewhere where they're both very large and one of them is topping or they're equal on the top?
All right. Well, we will come back to this game soon and find out what happens. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to round 2, board 6. All right. And for this game, we have Zachary Moore in Austria, DBN's own Zachary Moore. He's one of the producers of the show. Alex Maslow in England. Alex is very well known to the diplomacy face-to-face hobby. We have the hobby's worst face-to-face player, John Jameson in France. Germany has Dave Roberts. Italy has Matthew Krill. Russia has Hal Schild. And Turkey has Christian Brown. Adam, anything jump out to you?
A number of very, very high quality players on this board: Zach Moore, Alex Maslow, Matt Krill, and John, when he plays seriously, can be a formidable opponent, in those rare occasions when that happens. So,
I just think that this game has the potential for some real shenanigans and chaos with Maslow and John Jameson in England and France. Zachary is definitely a player to watch in this. And I'll just say Matthew Krill is a really strong alliance player. And, when you see which alliance that Matthew is taking, like that's probably going to be it. He really holds tight to those. So this, I'm just looking forward to shenanigans in the West.
I cannot wait to see England and France, what happens there. I can see them both just doing some really fun stuff or just going at it. Either way, it'll be entertaining. All right, so for this game, we'll go ahead and have Adam in the West and Doug in the East. So Adam, take us off in the West.
Sure. We need to get the map graphic up.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I mean, wake me up when something interesting happens. This is standard stuff. It's all okay. It's standard because it works and it's non-committal and it lets it lets you get your opening dots without committing to anything. So I don't have any problem with it, but it's certainly not interesting. Nobody goes to Burgundy. Nobody goes to the English Channel. Everybody's got their play on. Belgium and Holland. So let's see who gets Belgium in the fall.
All right, and in the East?
Well, we've got quite a bit more fun here. Italy going to Tyrolia and Apulia is interesting. That's not unreasonably an unreasonable move. It can be interpreted a lot of different ways, but I like that move for Italy here. Certainly not enough to wig Austria out. I would say most importantly is with the bounce in Warsaw and Vienna and Galicia and the direct move to Romania with Turkey taking the Black Sea, Russia is straight away behind the 8 ball, and Turkey is in a pretty strong position to start this game.
Do you think there's any chance that Chris is going to convoy that army over and try and pop the Russian fleet?
Good. I mean, I don't know why I would do anything other than Bull to Rum, Smyrna or Armenia to Sev, supported by Black Sea. I think a lot of times, I've said this a couple times, sometimes less is more, and doing something that looks really smart can, not really advance your position. Sometimes just doing the smart, safe, steady play is the right thing.
All right, let's find out. Doug, will stay with you in the East.
There it is.
Well, I mean, I did, Serbia to Bulgaria supported by Romania. That's a good play for Russia. That's nicely done. So let's call that like a nice tactical play. We got a bounce in Munich and a convoy over to Tunis. So, I would say the most interesting thing is the disband by Turkey, allowing Turkey to build 2 units rather than retreat that army. So I would expect you're going to see 2 Turkish fleets.
Adam in the West?
Yeah, actually, quite a few things stand out to me unusual. Doug pointed out the bounce in Munich, but what's interesting to me is that Ruhr went to Holland and Kiel bounced Munich rather than the other way around, which again is maybe a less flexible move because it's more limiting in terms of builds and in terms of what you can do from that position rather than keeping the unit in Ruhr. The French. Well, it's John Jameson, so maybe this shouldn't come as a surprise that he decided to go to Paris. I guess there must be some rationale for going there. Maybe it's the wine and the cheese or something like that. The other thing that's really unusual is that we see the fleet in the North Sea going to Belgium as opposed to a convoy to Belgium. There's been a lot of conversations on various broadcasts like this that Belgium is where English armies go to die, and maybe we're avoiding that. But on the other hand, leaving the North Sea open has its own risks associated with it. And if there's a specific plan as to why you're in Belgium, that's great. And if there's not, it's maybe not the place you want to fleet either. So let's see. Germany. I guess I should also say Germany bounces Sweden. Interesting.
All right. Moving on to builds, we have a British fleet, English fleet in Liverpool, and a fleet in London. We have a French fleet in Brest, an army in Marseille, Italian fleet in Naples. We've got a Turkish fleet in Constantinople and an army in Smyrna. 2 Austrian armies, 2 German armies, and that's it. Adam, anything stand out to you?
Well, I mean, obviously, when you see the 2 English fleet builds like that, that's sending a pretty strong message for which way England is going. And you know, what I'm expecting is that London will go out to the north and Belgium will go into the English Channel while Holland takes over in Belgium, and they do that whole kind of shift in that direction. But I guess we'll see. Otherwise, nope. Germany put the 2 armies down, which means he's going French too. So you know, France probably doesn't have a lot to be happy about. But on the other hand, Italy's not involved right now, and you know, this is not an undefensible position at all.
All right. And Doug, anything in the East stand out?
Well, you know, Austria has Serbia to build, and I think is a bit in the driver's seat here. But you know, if I'm Italy, you know, I'm having the conversation like, okay, what am I getting out of this? What am I getting out of this? You know, I don't love the fleet in Khan and an army in Smyrna. I think it limits your flexibility because you're likely to get bounced in the Aegean, and you want to have the ability to tap Bulgaria if you need to. You might be able to persuade Russia to get on board, say, hey, look, you got me. It was a bad play. I'm walking out of Sev because he can't hold it. So, you know, I think that if you want that army, and it's debatable whether you should, it needed to be in Khan, not in Smyrna.
All right. So staying in the East, Doug, go ahead.
All right. Well, they popped the fleet. I wonder if that was arranged, because that feels a little bit arranged. He moved to the Black Sea, negating his support. The hold in Khan, you know, I'm not sure you needed to do that. Feels a little bit like Turkey got lucky here. But, you know, most importantly, you have a firm AI. And remember I said in the beginning that Matt Krill is going to be a strong alliance player, and he's going to find his partner. And he clearly has. Look, they're already in Tyrolean Bohemia. You know, he's going to the East Med. You know, the AI is on here.
All right, Adam in the West.
Yeah, and just to add to that, this is the kind of play you want from an AI, right? Where you're making an influence on both sides of the board, because that Tyrolean Bohemia position is going to make a massive difference on what happens in the West, right? So sort of what I suggested might happen happened. The Belgium did go to the English Channel, and Holland followed up, but Germany made a little bit more of a mixed move, going to Silesia, Ruhr, and not going to Burgundy. Which shows a little bit maybe of a lack of commitment to supporting that. But he did put the English in Norway, so there's that. The North Sea remains empty, thanks to the way the English made their moves. France supports themselves into the mid-Atlantic, which again seems like a wasted order for Brest that could have just gone to the English Channel, wouldn't have made a difference here, but there was no particular reason to support that move. So it does look more like an EG against France, but it's not clear that Germany's completely committed to this, so we'll see. Also, noting that Liverpool went to the North Atlantic, not the Irish, which does give more flexibility for England to shift in the other direction if they decide that, hey, maybe this is not going to work out.
You know, Adam, I think you touched on something that I want to expand on just briefly, which is that support in Brest to the Mid-Atlantic. I don't think you really care whether or not you get into Burgundy here. I actually think you want to be going to Burgundy and Picardy and use that unit in Brest to support Paris to Picardy instead. I think that gives you a slightly better position.
Yep.
Let's find out how that influences things. Adam, let's stay in the West.
Okay, so you know, England is going all out, right? They're leaving the North Sea open in spite of the German unit in Denmark. They're coming down to the English Channel, going up to the Irish Sea. This is, you know, all out against the French. I really want the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And what does France do? They go to Ruhr for some reason. This is just a very a strange decision by France. I think, I mean, Germany certainly can't do anything to help. Can't do anything to help the French against England, but they can certainly try to at least, do something friendly to them. And what do? They cut the support for Munich so that to try to help the Italians in Austria. I mean, maybe it's the right play if you're convinced that Germany's coming, but it's not clear that that's necessarily what's happening yet.
All right, and Doug in the East.
I think that the interesting thing here for me is the success of the convoy from Tunis to Smyrna. That gets in immediately. That's going to really clobber Turkey's position for the long term, even though Turkey is making some gains here. And with that shift north, I like what Zach has done here, putting himself into Budapest and Serbia. So, he's got play on Romania. And, and from an initial glance here, it looks like, why are you going to Galicia? This is a really strong move. First of all, it prevents Germany from sliding down there and mucking with you. Secondly, it gives you, opportunities on Warsaw and Romania for the long term. And having Italy hanging out in Tyrolia does the same thing, because you're not taking Munich. You just want to sort of irritate Germany a little bit and slow things down and, have an impact on what's going on with others. So I like this Austrian-Italian set of orders. I think Chris did a good job here taking Sev. Not much that Russia can do at this point, but you got to make a game of it, right? You got to try something.
We saw in an earlier game how much fun having that German army in Galicia can be. So a little good defense there by Zach in Austria.
Is the Turkey-Russian fight though really helping anybody except Austria and Italy? I mean, is this bettering Turkey's position? I mean, I guess Turkey's getting some builds out of it potentially, but would Turkey be better off trying to find a way to work with the Russians, or is that just not going to happen at this point, or just not productive at this stage?
Doug, you want to take that one?
Just try and go fast. That's, I mean.
Oh, sorry. we'll go fast. We'll find out. I guess we'll find out.
Let's just, I think the alliance structures are pretty clear here.
Yeah. All right. So we've got starting in the West, looks like we've got a German army in Berlin. We've got a fleet in Naples, Austrian army in Vienna, and those are the only changes I'm seeing. We'll keep going. Doug, I'll let you take the East.
This is, there's not a lot here that you would not expect. I think that, again, we have a strong AI. They're playing it correctly. Russia's going to get Sev back, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. What's dictating this board at this point is the strong AI alliance, and they're being effective. They might get a bounce in Bohemia. It doesn't matter. They're stymieing Germany, and they're locking Germany up while they're presenting themselves for the opportunity to get the bulk of the gains in the East. And already we have Italy shifting west. I mean, this is a pretty strong alliance. They're going to depend on each other, and it's going to drive the rest of this game.
Yeah. And Alex, how about the West? Are they acting in a way they're going to be able to respond to this?
It doesn't look like it. I mean, the English are slow going against the French. The French take the English Channel while the English get into the mid-Atlantic. So, I guess there's a free walk to Portugal from this position. But in the long run, Italy's going to make some of those gains in Marseille and Spain if they're able to turn around really quickly, which is what's looking like it will be the case here. So I think I definitely give the edge to the AI right now over the EG.
All right. Staying in the West, Adam.
Yeah. So England retakes the English Channel, takes the free walk into Portugal. Now we're starting to see a little bit more aggression. Germany supporting themselves into Burgundy. I don't like the Berlin hold. I guess I can understand it because of the concern about Russia going into the Baltic as they did. But it might have been nicer to see a more aggressive move with that unity of the Prussia, or even back west to fill in some of the gaps there. And I think that's all. Yeah.
All right. Doug, how's the East?
Well, Turkey's toast. So we have our first elimination in the game. Made a swing at Sevastopol to stay in, but the support from Romania means that AI continues to drive. They achieved Bohemia. They took Ankara. Again, they're in the driver's seat. You've got Italy and Austria probably plopping armies down. Italy can put an army in Venice, and you'll get an army in Budapest. They're really in the driver's seat here. And then, France and England are not reacting quickly enough here.
All right. So at the end of winter of 03, this is our board position. Go ahead and run through the builds. We've got a English fleet in Eddy, a Russian army in St. Pete, an Austrian army in Vienna and Budapest, a fleet in Naples. We've got Good Game Chris Brown, and then it looks like a French disband in Marseille. Adam, what stands out to you with these builds?
Yeah, I think nothing terribly surprising. France, by removing Marseille, is saying, "Okay, England, you want to do this. I'm going to leave. I'm going to defend against you, and Italy is going to do what they want to do." And I think that's the right message you want to send here.
Yep. And Doug?
I don't love the fleet in Naples. The two armies are fine. I guess Matt can go Tyrolia to Piedmont, and Austria can replace it. But you're putting an awful lot of trust in Austria at that point. I think I'd rather have an army on the board right now.
Yeah, I don't hate it, but it's definitely creating an invitation that doesn't necessarily need to be there at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, no alliance is unshakable. They're really working well together, but that might be just one too many. I'd be a little uncomfortable with that, particularly since Austria is poised to get Sevastopol this year.
All right. So, Doug, I'll let you lead off in the East.
We see, the firm alliance continue. Austria walks into Warsaw from Galicia, and it looks like Russia's thrown in with the Eastern powers. So now you have, an air alliance for what it's worth. So that actually adds an exciting dynamic to the rest of this game. Italy walks into Marseille. The West is toast. This game is going to quickly resolve here.
Yeah, it'll be really
strong AI.
Yeah. All right, Adam. West.
Yeah, you got to hand it to France. I mean, this is exactly the moves that make sense, right? You're looking to punish England here, and if that's your goal, that's what you're doing, right? You piff them out of Portugal, you support Italy into the Mid-Atlantic, let them walk into Marseille. I mean, this is how you punish England for doing what they did.
I'd love to see this shift from Russia. I'm really curious to see how patient the AI is going to be. But that's going to just crush the West.
Well, I mean, Munich isn't going to hold, right? Because they're going to get into position to take Munich very, very, very soon. And Germany is continuing to push into France, and France is going to have no compunctions about cutting whatever supports they can on the other side of the board. So.
Yeah, it'd be awesome to hear the diplomacy that got Hal to make this move. Is Russia, however it happened, this is the right play, I think, for him, and it really just rocks the West. Boy, they've got their work cut out for them in the West here.
Yeah. All right. So Doug, I'll let you lead off with this one.
Okay, again, in the East, we have the alliance continuing on here. They're going to let Russia build, which is fascinating. They walked out of Warsaw to piff the German unit there. They've got Germany pinned in here. They probably could have taken Munich if they really wanted it to. I'm not sure why they didn't do that. But otherwise, in the South, it's just, Italy is just rolling. You get the Mid-Atlantic, you get Spain, you're poised to take Marseille again. Whoa, boy, France is punishing England and doing a good job of it.
All right. So this was where we will end this one. Position in 1904. Doug, who do you like?
I mean, I don't like any one power necessarily. I like AI. I probably like Italy a little bit more right now, just because of how far west those fleets are. Versus, Austria can run into a bit of a grind in terms of grabbing those armies. That said, I like the Austrian position as well.
All right, and Adam?
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. It's if they stick together for a while, they're going to wreak some havoc on this board.
All right. So let's pull up Game 7, Caroline Lacoon.
I think that Siobhan is coming on for Game 7, and I'm popping off, so I will see everybody in a little while.
Awesome. Thanks, Adam, for joining us, and welcome back, Siobhan.
Hi, good to be here.
All right. Siobhan, I'm excited about this game. On this board, we've got Rich Lumberger from New York, David Miller from Maryland, Wes Ketchum from Illinois. He's a Windy City Weasel. Chris McKinney from Massachusetts, Ed Sullivan from Texas, Hook'em Horns, Sam Feldman, also from Texas, and Nicolas Sahuguet from Canada. Siobhan, I know you've played with a few of these. What's the scoop on this set of players?
The ones I'm most familiar with are David Miller, very solid player. Excited to see what he can do, and obviously Nicolas Sahuguet, former world champion. A number of the other names I've seen in previous streams and virtual tournaments, but Richard Lowenberg and Chris McKinney, I believe, are brand new to me.
Okay. Doug?
Yeah, similar to Siobhan. I mean, Nicolas is a sublime player. He's fantastic. David is incredibly strong. I've seen him, just absolutely run boards. So, I'll be interested to see how that plays out with them, in the Witches.
Yeah, David is definitely a player who could win this one. And Wes Ketchum he's a new player for our league. He's been tearing it up. He's been really hot lately. And then obviously we've got Nicolas as a world champion. He's one of the best patient players I've ever seen. So looking forward. All right, let's go. Siobhan, why don't you take the West? Doug, why don't you take the East?
Sounds good.
Siobhan, you're up.
I need to see the board.
Oh. Keep doing that. There we go.
Oh, well, that's all terribly boring. I mean, okay, I guess bounce in Piedmont. That's something we haven't seen today. Paris gets into Burgundy, but I mean, on the face of it, there's nothing terribly exciting. The bounce in Piedmont was almost certainly arranged. There's nothing following it up. Paris going to Burgundy, I'm not terribly worried about that as Germany, but it does give me the guess of whether I try for Belgium or protect Munich.
All right. Doug, anything in the East?
Pretty clearly, we've got some arranged bounces here. This whole board is a lot of, very safe, standard, strong openings. Let's wait and see what happens. Not a lot of commitment without knowing how the negotiations are going. That's just the way it plays out sometimes. And, hey, good job. This is the most boring opening I think we've had all day.
Well, let's find out what happens. Doug, starting the East.
Well, that's interesting. Russia sacrifices the Black Sea to get the play on Romania. We get a bounce in Trieste. That's fascinating. Don't know if that was planned or not. And Russia followed to Galicia. So, even though Turkey went to Romania, you could see an RT form out of this. I could easily see that. So, AI potentially fighting. It's intriguing to see how this plays out.
I know that the bounce in Trieste like that is something I used to see back, 10, 15, maybe even 20 years ago when I was playing on the Judges. It was a very common arrangement. I haven't seen it in a while, though. Siobhan, the West.
The West is fairly boring still. I mean, France picks up Iberia and supports the English player into Belgium. The German didn't even try for it, chose instead to cover Munich. That's always the guess, and if you don't really know the player on the other side, maybe that's the safer move.
All right. So we'll run through the builds real quick. We've got a English fleet in Eddie, an army in London. France built an army in Paris and a fleet in Marseille. Italy built fleet Naples. Turkey built fleet Smyrna. Austria built 2 armies in Trieste and Budapest. Russia built 2 armies in Warsaw and Moscow.
Lots of armies.
Germany built armies in Kiel and Berlin. Anything stand out to you, Siobhan?
I think the lack of a German fleet build is interesting. I don't usually see that in No. 1. But other than that, everything is fairly standard. France isn't worried about tipping his hand with Fleet Marseille, which tells me that E and F have a good relationship, possibly with Germany on side.
Yeah. Doug?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a really army-heavy build. You know, is England here? You probably want that army, and so that's good to have. A strong signal that you're going north and not messing that way. So I like that build in that situation. You know, this could very well be some kind of Western triple coming east. We'll just have to wait and see. Nothing in the east is terribly surprising or really shows people tipping their hands. I actually, in this instance, I want to give Sam Feldman here, you know, some props. I think building in Moscow is better. Just gives you the additional tactical flexibility because you're just not sure what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
When in doubt, build Army Moscow. All right, Doug, I'll let you start this one.
Okay. Well, Russia did go north and lost Sweden immediately, which, you know, looks very strongly Western triple-ish, or at least EG in the north. The south, Turkey holds, gets into the Aegean Sea. Is that a support for? Okay, yes, thought it was going in there, and we get Italy making a play on Austria. That's fascinating.
Yeah. All right, Siobhan.
There seems to be a little bit of breakdown in communication in the West surrounding who gets to keep Belgium. Germany moves to Ruhr while Paris moves to Picardy. Are they both going to try and support themselves in? Do they have an agreement about who takes it from England? Does England survive because they can't agree?
Yeah, that is definitely interesting. Let's see what happens from that. Siobhan.
Looks like France takes it while England walks into Holland and Holland walks out to go to Kiel. Germany made a number of interesting choices that didn't work out this turn. Loses Holland, loses Berlin, loses Munich. Ouch. Loses Denmark. Is the only dot Germany keeps Kiel? Oh, and Warsaw, I suppose, but I'll let Doug take that in a minute. That's brutal. Oh, Chris.
Yeah, it's going to have aftershocks throughout the board for sure.
Yeah.
Doug.
Well, at the same time that Germany gets absolutely eviscerated, so really does Austria. You know, look at the support into Serbia by Turkey, as well as the support into Greece. Oof, 2 Italian builds with help from Turkey. I mean, I said Nikolai is sublime, and this is classic him. He's like buying a friend. I like it. You know, and it's frustrating as Russia in this situation when, you know, you're trading Berlin for Warsaw, but hey, Russia's got to do what Russia's got to do.
And I've seen Nicola play pretty patiently before. Do you feel like he's at a disadvantage here, though? With like, is he behind on the tempo game? Is that worth it?
No, I think he should be patient because the absolute just devastation in Germany is going to create a fracas. And if he can sit back and, you know, push Italy, it's like, look, I'm working with you. You know, I just gave you 2 dots. You need to use those to go west. You know, remember, he probably did that because Marseille and Spain were there. What if those had gone to Lyon and West Met, right? You know, he's probably saying like, no, I've got to help you be strong in the West. And I think that calculation still holds to this point.
All right. So builds for 1902. We've got a army and fleet for England. We've got Fleet Brest, Army Paris, Army in Rome, Fleet Naples.
One of each all around, yeah.
Yep. And disbands galore for Germany. All right. Anything stand out to you, Siobhan?
I really feel for Chris McKinney that EF is gonna roll.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of the board responds. Siobhan, why don't you lead us off in the spring?
As expected, David Miller is convoying Eddie over to Norway, getting in Barents. We'll see a play on St. Pete very soon. Germany is doing what he can to recoup what he can and deciding that E and F can just take whatever they want, and he's going to punish the dotty stab from Russia, which, then again, he went from Warsaw, so how much can he really fault the Russian for what happened there? And the French fleets get into position, and Tyrolia, Munich, Burgundy, everything moves.
So a lot of arrows in the west. So the first thing here is, France is dropping into Tyrolia in a pretty quick fashion. And they haven't resolved Austria yet. That's a little rough for the AT alliance here, or the IT alliance, excuse me. And here we have Galicia sliding into Warsaw, which there goes Germany, kaboom. Some bouncing in the Balkans, but they're getting the position that they need. They've got their fleets basically in position to go west. Nicola is in a really good long-term position here, in my opinion. And frankly, Ed is playing pretty well and has some opportunities to continue.
All right. Continuing in the east, Doug.
Well, I love this. They just put Russia into Budapest. That's fantastic.
Very nice.
At the same time that they cut Moscow to give it to England in the north. That's just mean, guys. That's just mean. So Austria holds Warsaw, but ends up losing Budapest. As sort of predicted, Tyrolia is now de facto Austrian peace to slow down Italy. I think that it's not terrible that Italy lost the Tyrrhenian Sea. It's not ideal, but you had to cover Tunis in that situation. So, it is what it is.
All right, Siobhan.
I just want to say that in the West, this game is moving very, very quickly. David Miller, if my counting is correct, will be on 11 at the end of this turn, and has made a little bit of a pivot, nabbing Belgium from the French while also dropping into the Channel and denying them Berlin, which probably was promised to them because that's where the French moved, and it's brutal. Well done, David.
Is that a stab?
I think it's absolutely a stab. Yeah. Take Belgium, go into the English. France moved to Berlin like they were expecting to get in, and instead the English supported themselves in.
Yeah,
and got 4 dots.
Yeah,
and France can't build here, and so there's immediate convoys into Brest, or you can go to MAO. I mean, wow, David, nice.
Wait, France even has to pull here, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Losing Belgium. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is nasty.
I love it. It's so good.
It's going to take everything at this point for IT to stop David from soloing, because France is going to fall really, really fast.
This is like 1903. David is on 11.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, it's awesome if you're David. Nicely done.
Yeah. If you're anyone else on this board, it's upsetting. But
yeah,
this is probably the best stab I've seen so far today. This is gorgeous.
I love it.
Yeah. This is well executed. I know we're spending a lot of time talking about it, but it deserves talking about.
Yeah, love to see it.
All right, well, let's see what happens from this.
Wow.
2 fleets and an army from England.
With a convoy into Brest with no stop.
Oof. We've
Goodness.
got a disband of Tyrolia as expected. Fleet Naples is the build. Army Con, and Austria's down to 1. All right.
2. Vienna and Galicia.
Oh, yes. I see it. All right. So, Doug, we're going to go ahead and begin with you in the East.
I get why Russia went to Armenia. Hopefully that's to blow that fleet up, except it doesn't look like that happened. Is there potentially a misorder there happening? It looks like Nicola tried to convoy maybe. Yeah, he wrote support. So it looks like that was supposed to be a planned move. And we got a misorder here from Nicola, and that's not good. He does not need misorders down here. And he similarly had a misorder in his last game, so it's probably the interface, wreaking havoc on him. Otherwise, France in the south moves away, and Italy pushes up. They don't really have a lot of need for Austria or Russia, one of the two. But, when you have a David Miller solo shot here, you probably want to leave them alone and fling them to the front lines and try and slow them down.
Siobhan, can David do it?
There are some minor tactical errors here. He loses Kiel. The more I look at it, the more I think that maybe taking Berlin with the fleet was the wrong move. He could have convoyed from Sweden last year and had 2 armies down there. He's got the walk into Brest, but he has to support it, which means he can't make a play on Mao. So there's some tempo loss here, and everyone else, except for Turkey, who's dotting Italy for Tunis, seems to be on board with getting to the line.
I have to think that this is planned by Turkey and Italy.
Yeah.
He went behind him to the Ionian Sea.
That's true.
This is them working together, and I would expect in the fall that they take Budapest and Sev. He's in Sev. There's no reason for that Russian army to be sitting there in Budapest.
Yeah, but I mean, Italy and Austria are getting to the line. It's
all right.
Okay, yeah.
So we'll go ahead, Siobhan, let you take the fall.
Yeah, as expected, David fails to retake Kiel. I am not shocked at all. France is offering support to the Eastern powers and not a ton else moves. France does some fleet realignment, which is going to make it really hard for David to get any further into MAO. And he loses... No, he keeps his pocket build. So at least there's that. Another army. You need another army.
Yep. All right, Doug.
The East, everybody's working together at this point. They blew up that Russian army in Budapest as I thought they would do. Moving to Warsaw, those 2 units can then slow or stop David while they wait for the rest of the units to get up there. I love the supported convoy. Like he probably was like punching the keyboard to make sure he got it right. And Russia is compliant, basically saying like, yeah, my fleet is gone. You don't have to worry about that. Just keep me around in Moscow because you need that army there.
Yep.
They don't really need that army there, but you gotta Russia here. The South is just push as fast as you can to the west. Yep.
All right. Well, this is where we're going to leave it. We are going to go ahead and bring Brandon back in. He's going to take our hosting duties.
What's
Brandon,
up, y'all?
welcome back.
Hey, Brian. Thanks. Great work. And Brian, I'll let you go. We'll see you back again on the stream later when these games come back around.
All right. Look forward to it. Thanks.
All right. How are you? Oh, Siobhan, I'm going to pull you out and then put you back in so that I'm on top because that's where
Because you are the most important one here.
I control the stream.
I can drop you and add you too, right?
Yeah, I know. It's all for show. I thank you for going along with the charade to make me feel better about myself. With that, shall we move on to game number 8?
Let's do it.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding.
Oh, this is so snazzy. I like it.
All right, game number 8, which is named after Crystal B. Faust. Don't know who that is. Probably should have done the homework, but didn't. In Austria, we have Jonathan Frank from my home state of Maryland. Go Terps. In England, we have John Camacho from Florida. France is Morgante Pell, who is from Vermont. Morgante is an Italian name. I was curious about it, so I went and asked him. And he grew up in the U.S., but his family is of Italian origin. And Morgante Pell is the champion name of this tournament. How about you guys?
Yeah, best name we've seen all day.
Yeah, Natty Fraser or something like that was I think a close second.
Close runner-up, but Morgante, like this is straight out of like an Ursula Le Guin novel.
Yeah, Morgante. It's also a very smooth Chianti. In Germany, we have Stephen Hogue out of Kentucky. Stephen is a relatively new face-to-facer, but one that has made a big impression very quickly. Italy is Chris Nicholson out of Colorado, a former badasser that has played with Eddie Brisson. I just chatted with him a little while ago. Back in 2007 is when he said he went to whipping. Russia, Jeff Dwornicki out of Oregon. And in Turkey, we have Evan Hegerud out of Alberta, Canada. And with that, do you guys have anything else to say about any of these players?
I don't know them super well, but some of them have been on the streams before. I don't remember Chris Nicholson from his badass days, but I was also like 18 years old. So that was a long time ago.
All right, let us move on to some moves. And Siobhan, you were in the West for me in my first go around. Why don't we switch you over to the East now?
Sure.
All right, and Doug, we'll put you in the West. And
Sounds good.
All right, Siobhan, tell us what you see in the East.
Russia and Turkey are very boring. The Austrian is boring. And the Italian, very optimistically thinks he's going to get into Trieste. So well done to Jonathan Frank for sniffing that one out.
Yeah, this is not Trieste to Venice isn't so boring, is it?
No, it's not so boring. It's a perfect defense not leaving Trieste open for that. And I wonder if the Italian just said, you should give me Trieste in 01. And Jonathan's just like, no.
Or maybe didn't say that, but in a really bad way.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Doug, tell us about the West.
What draws your eye immediately is that bounce in the channel.
Juicy.
Yeah, that's really interesting. England's a little lucky that Russia didn't go north. So, England's still going to get Norway, but probably removes the opportunity for Belgium. So, we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that bounce is always interesting to see. And, I hate when that happens. I love when I get there. I hate when I bounce there.
Yeah, it's the first bounce in the channel we've seen today. Yeah.
I think we saw one John Jameson and Alec Maslow, which is not shocking.
Yeah, I mean, it's Jameson and Maslow. Come on.
It's practically obligatory in that case. Who does it hurt more, in your opinion, Doug?
I think this hurts England a little bit more. France is so eminently defensible that picking up 1 in 01 is fine. I just don't want to be stuck like that as England. So, normally you could defend if France goes there because you have your army in Yorkshire. So I'd rather have that position than a bounce.
Yeah, and especially with the German apparent friendly and no army in Piedmont.
Mm-hmm.
One less to worry about. Okay, let's move on to fall of 1901. We'll stay in the West with Doug. Show us around.
All right, we got another bounce.
Lots of trust there.
No, you will not go there. I'm not sure why Germany supported into Holland. That doesn't make any sense to me. So supported Russia into Sweden. So that's all fine. But the support there, that tells me that you might have an FG here heading out for a Sea Lion. So I'd be paying attention to what Dwornicki builds in the north up there. Otherwise France gets 2 builds, can't build in Brest, so that might slow it down. Do you put 1 fleet in Marseille and wave if you're doing a Sea Lion? I might.
What about 2 fleets from Germany? Possibility?
I'm not sure that you need 2 fleets at this point. You definitely want another one, but putting 2 down, invites people into the vacuum where your armies ought to be.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of 2 army builds from Germany today. Kind of been one of the themes of the tournament, but no 2 fleets. All right, Siobhan, what happens in the East?
As a result of the Italian-Austrian fight, Turkey winds up with Greece in 01. Well done on that, Evan. Austria's trying to make peace with Italy, but Italy's like, nope, I want Trieste. Going to march those armies up. So that's unfortunate for Jonathan Frank. I wonder what broke down in the negotiation that resulted in this.
And Turkey getting the 2 armies into the Balkans.
Yep, you don't see that very often as Turkey, and it's a fantastic opportunity when you can get it. And I'm curious to see who he plows into or props up.
Yeah, it's an oddly passive follow-up from Jonathan Frank in Austria, isn't it? Given the seemingly very prescient defensive moves in spring of 01.
Something fell apart in negotiation there. That's all I can guess.
All right, let's look at builds then. 01 builds look as follows. We'll start in the east. Turkey puts down a fleet and an army. Interesting. Definitely, you can see that waving that second build, actually. It's not clear exactly what the army's going to do other than try to get... It will definitely get to Khan. Wow, look at this. Turkey without any fleet in Ionian or Greece.
Aegean, Eastern Med, Constantinople.
Guaranteed entry.
Wait, so do we think RT here? Oh, yeah, with the St. Pete North Coast.
St. Pete North Coast. We've got a fleet South Coast, Marseille. That makes sense. We don't get 2 fleet builds from Germany, so Germany has a lot of strategic flexibility here. Well, and an army Rome.
Yeah.
Second time we've seen that today.
Yeah, I don't like that army Rome there. I want that fleet in Naples.
No.
All right, speed quiz. Who do you want to be on this board? Doug Moore.
I want to be Turkey.
Yes, all day, every day.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Spring of 1902. Let's start in the east with you, Siobhan. What jumps out at you?
There's a little bit of lack of communication between Turkey and Russia about what unit was moving to Serbia, which is unfortunate because that means Turkey does not get it this turn. Italy continues his march up into Bohemia and Tyrolia, but Rome goes to Tuscany. Which is it's a choice.
Yeah, indeed. Probably a misclick. Let's give a little bit of
with only one Italian fleet in the water, Turkey is going to roll through this. Some little Russia takes Norway. Norway goes to Finland. That was optimistic. And I will stop talking now because I'm getting into the West.
Yeah, by the way, it's worth pointing out that Vienna supports Tyrolia to Bohemia. So actually this may have been deliberate in order to put Austria at ease. But in that case, I mean, it should have been a fleet to begin with. It should have been
fleet Naples every time, especially Turkey building too.
All right, Doug, tell us what happens in the West.
Well, I like that England and France have moved away from each other because I don't think there's any need to continue this attack. If you want to do it, you can. But, France is in a fine position right now. They don't really have an enemy. They can kind of watch and see what happens. I see, this is not a bad play by England, except for the chain here. You want to be in the North Sea. That's fine. You actually just leave Norway open in this instance. And the move to Skagerrak from Germany is really painful in this instance. What you would expect is Kiel to Baltic supported by Denmark, and England goes to Skagerrak. Yeah. And then, England is in position to, ensure that Norway doesn't fall. Germany takes Sweden if you're working together. So, I think the sea lion could still be on here.
I mean, now there's the option of a sneak attack on North, right? If Germany and Russia decide to collaborate here. All right.
It probably pins London into supporting North Sea.
All right. Let's see if John gets defensive or if Germany and Russia do anything surprising here. And we'll stay in the West. Doug, tell us what happens.
Convoy, Gascony to Portugal. That's going to telegraph. I mean, that's anti-English. I don't think you need to do that in this instance. I think I would have just walked up to the Irish Sea because England's not getting a build and can't do anything about it. If you're going after England as France, there's no percentage in this convoy. You get to build a new fleet, but so what? Move your fleets up there now. I would want to be in Mid-Atlantic and Irish right now. Germany takes Sweden, but Russia holds Norway. So England's in a bit of a pickle here.
All right, in the East, Siobhan.
There are some tactical errors by our Turkish friend here. There was no way you were into Serbia this turn. Just force your way into the Ionian. You can cut Albania next turn. That's just unfortunate. All that potential that we saw earlier this year. Meanwhile, those Italian armies just come up over and around the Austrian, which is a lot of fun to watch. Tuscany holds fine, but why build the army in the first place? I'm going to keep coming back to that, and I think that was a big, big error on the Italians' part.
Yeah, it's tough to see an Italian get into Galicia in the fall of 2002 and feel like they're not doing very well.
Yeah.
But there's no builds behind it to back it up. On the flip side, he's he should have lost Iona. Italy should be in a world of trouble here, and they're not.
The Turk failing to take Ionian is big here, and I hope they can recover from that.
All right, let's push ahead into the builds. Winter of 1902 builds. See Austria pulling Serbia, just picking how they're going to die at that point, and France surprises with an army build in Paris.
Yeah, I want to see a fleet there. You've got 3 armies on the board. Yeah, one's in Portugal. You need another fleet there.
Yeah.
To be going this channel.
Now, on the other hand, given that Germany popped an army down here in Kiel, this army in Paris could come in handy if this goes for Ruhr and there's a supported attack on Burgundy. Interesting potential for strategic chicanery in the West. And let's push ahead and see if it happens. Here we are, spring of 1903. Let's stay in the West. And Siobhan, tell us about it. I'm sorry, Doug, tell us about
it. France has gone south to the West Med, which is interesting, and convoyed to Gascony instead, maybe sniffing out a German change in mind or an accord with England, because, he went from a position of like dominance over England and gave it away. So I would be curious what made that decision happen. I would really want to be in the Irish Sea right now. There's just no reason not to have been up there. Convoying to Gascony, that's fine. But what are you doing? Are you just playing for time, kind of waiting and seeing? Because I think France is a little bit inviting attack and inviting Germany and England to get together against him.
Yeah, at this point, why if England can make friends with Germany, why wouldn't an EG form here against France? It seems like each of them have something to gain from that. Okay, into the East with Siobhan. Tell us about it.
The Turk has taken our advice, forced the Ionian, well done. Taken Serbia, well done. The Turk and the Russian really need to get together and on the same page, because there's just, maybe the Russian isn't friendly with the Turk. I don't know. Russia gets into the Barents, which is well done. I'm curious to see Sweden drop to Denmark. Is that friendly to the English player or not?
I think that's absolutely hostile to the English player.
Yeah, that's what I thought exactly. So we'll see Russia and Norwegian and Germany in North.
That's right.
And will we see Russia in Ankara, which can be taken unopposed? Let's find out right now. Siobhan, tell us about it.
Yep, there it is. Could not resist as the Turk convoys home to deal with that problem. I don't blame him necessarily, but ouch. We were wrong about Skagerrak and Denmark.
Yeah, England bought Germany's friendship here and said, you have Norway. But this isn't a bad play by Germany here. Nobody's fighting you. England's helping you into Norway. I think this is pretty good. One of the classic things to do is Germany is go north and try and secure Scandinavia, and then spread out whatever opportunity you have, whether that's into Russia or into England or France. And Stephen is doing that. This is pretty savvy, I think.
Mm-hmm.
What do we make of Italy taking Warsaw with 2 armies fully
in
separated?
1903,
half a continent away from his home area. All right, we'll just leave that floating in the air.
I don't know what I make of that.
Like so many well, I'll just leave that there.
I want to flag something here. Turkey's like walked out of the Ionian Sea. What is happening over there?
Well, it seems to me that this game, there's a theme in this game, which is missed opportunities. We've now seen England, we've seen Turkey, possibly Russia as well, although it's more salient with France. I'm sorry, I said England, I meant France. With France and Turkey, they both had opportunities to gain tempo and stick the knife in to one of their neighbors and basically gain a position that would be impregnable, or at least would be a launching pad for something more. And they both passed them up. They either because of tactics or lack of gumption, and it's coming back to haunt them in both cases. So, okay, let's check out builds here, and what we find is that the Russian fleet in Ankara goes away very quickly, and I assume that will be followed by another unit sometime very soon. And Germany plops down an army, and we have a second fleet Venice build that we've seen today.
It was the only place he could build, and he wanted a fleet because of that unfortunate army build last year.
Right. So now he's now has a fleet in Venice and an army in Rome. And an unprotected dot over here. Oh, and I'm sorry, 2 armies also in.
This is also just a lesson. The Russian player stabbed and wound up down 2 centers. If you're gonna stab, please come out at least even, if not up, because that hurts.
It's a -2 dot stab.
Yeah, exactly.
-1. All right, let's keep going here. Spring 1904. Siobhan, let's stay in the east with you.
Yeah, so it looks like Turkey is letting Russia borrow Ankara for the time being and reversing on last season's moves to go right back into Greece, pulling the fleet up to Albania. Russia takes Warsaw. Have they finally figured out their differences? That's, Venice had to go to Adriatic.
This is just the loss of tempo from going to Ionia and going back. Now trying to get in position to do it. You've convoyed one way, back the other way. Yeah. And if he had just let himself get displaced out of Ionia, he could have retreated to Tunis, have forward position, plus the...
Tunis, Adriatic, Apulia, so many interesting options.
All right, Doug, tell us about the West.
Well, I still, I still see Stephen doing some consolidation. He's moving his units around a little bit, bringing that army up into Sweden, where it has a little more flexibility to potentially go for St. Petersburg, to support Norway. I like what's happening there. And he pulled Ruhr back to Kiel, so if he wants to hit the North Sea, he can cover Denmark from a retreat. So, Stephen is giving himself maximum flexibility with Germany right now. And then in the south, Morgante made a move here and grabbed Tunis. Some might critique, like, why are you going to NAF? But it avoids the bounce if, the chain bounce. So, that's... I see what's happening there, and doesn't really have an enemy anywhere because Germany's moved away, England's moved away, so France is just kind of, I think Tunis is mine, and grabbing a dot. So taking advantage of the opportunities that present themselves. So good move here by Morgante.
All right, let's push ahead to fall 1904, and let's stay in the West with you, Doug.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, I think I called it last time here with the cover Denmark, take the North Sea. Looked like Russia and Germany bounced in Norway. Maybe that was planned, maybe not. I don't know. In the meantime, France is kind of just hanging out and it's like, hey, Germany, I'm going to be your buddy, but I'm not letting you in. Has a fleet build probably coming in Brest is my guess. And I like what Steven's doing with Silesia is like, oh, you think you're cool over here with your army in Silesia. Watch this. You're doing nothing.
Why not kick him out here? Why not support Berlin into Silesia?
I think entertainment value.
Okay. Just the tricky self-bounce on someone else.
It's for the commentators.
It's a double cut.
You're probably right. I would probably be, using Berlin to Silesia with support from Munich and kicking that out and possibly blowing it up or getting those units separated so that they're much weaker. Those 2 Italian armies are so separated from the main Italian force, that they become weak and vulnerable, and separating them out further would highlight that.
Yeah, and plus Italy's going down too. All right, enough time on that one. How about in the East, Siobhan?
In the east, Turkey is making some headway into Austria. The loss of the Albanian fleet is unfortunate, but recoverable. What stands out to me most is Norwegian supported St. Pete to Norway, and Russia cut the support.
And Turkey gets Budapest thanks to Russia's support.
Yeah.
So some really nice diplomatic patience on Evan's part here, to not get too angry about the taking of Ankara and see that Russia has more value as a future partner. So
let Ankara be Russian.
So nice recovery here by Evan. All right, let's move forward into the winter phase here. Build sees Turkey plop down 2 fleets. One was a rebuild. And Russia puts down an army in Moscow. France drops the fleet Brest, not a surprise. Anyone want to make an argument that France is not in the best position here going forward?
My argument would be that we have an RT on the other side, and if France can be a little bit patient, they can make some gains. I think that they need to redistribute their forces. Germany's not really a threat, and I would want to get some stuff down in the south, so that you have an opportunity to potentially set up convoys or use your fleets in concert with your armies, rather than sort of just keep so compact. He needs to unwind a little bit.
So Fleet Marseille would have been a preferable choice for you here.
Yeah, I think so.
Cover up Lyon so you can displace. I mean, he probably should have supported himself into Tyrrhenian Sea this past turn. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. He was in NAF, not in West.
I would have dropped Gascony to Spain, frankly,
Yep.
and then built in Marseille. I see why he's holding, and I get that he's just being a little too cautious right now. But still, the position is not bad. You don't have anyone attacking you, and France traditionally can benefit from an RT alliance, which is what I see in the East.
All right, let's push forward here. Let's stay in the East with you, Siobhan, and tell me what you see.
All right, the RT charges on, supporting the Russian armies forward as the Turk climbs up around the Balkans, gets the fleets out with no contest because there's no one there to do it. And the Austrian just moves out of Trieste ahead of them, which I find really interesting. So I'll be curious to see what sort of deal, if any, is happening there. Up in the north, put Germany into Norway. Meh. I mean,
right.
Sure.
Doug, take us through the West.
Well, the West is officially, a big, gigantic mess, a flaming pile of mess. Stephen's careful calculations have been completely ruined by France running in. This is where, not getting that Italian army out of there is making Stephen pay a little bit of a price. You could have dislodged that and given Italy a rebuild at home, where it would have been more effective against France. And now France is hanging out in Ruhr and Holland. Granted, you convoyed to London and it worked. But, I don't know that you necessarily will hold it, given that France is in the English Channel and, England moved Edinburgh to Yorkshire. So this is a pretty massive reversal for Germany this turn.
So it's what the fascinating set of things here, right? Denmark gets convoyed over to London while Helgoland supports Belgium into Holland, but Holland moves, presumably worried about Helgoland just going to kill himself. But this is did you call this a mess?
I called it a mess, a flaming pile of mess.
A flaming pile of mess. Good.
Trying to keep it PG rated here.
All right, let's push ahead here and stay with stay where the smoke is in the West. Tell us about it, Doug Moore.
Wait. You can't push in and dot and not follow this through. Morgante, you gotta follow this through.
No, apparently, Doug, you can push in and then not follow through.
I mean,
what do you want to see different here?
I want to see. I get the idea here. You got to cover Marseille. You're doing that from Lyon anyway. Don't burn a second unit on the hope of keeping it open. You just dotted Germany for Holland. Why are you doing a double support there? Move Holland to Kiel, supported by Ruhr, Burgundy to Munich, and launch the attack. Beg Italy for support somewhere. I mean, give him back Tunis. Like, you have all kinds of options. I don't want you to hold still. Ask England, like offer England again into London, and then all of a sudden Germany's in real trouble and you're in driver's seat. So I think this was just a little too cautious here. I don't know Morgante, but this could be a newer player to face-to-face diplomacy who, sometimes you've got to make these mistakes to grow and improve your game.
Yeah, he would have needed Helgeland to tap Denmark in order to take Kiel, but since England helped him into Holland and hitting north didn't do a whole lot anyway. Although maybe it's possible actually that England was expecting English Channel to support him into London.
Let me say one thing about Stephen here. He is a really good player and he's a very good diplomat. It's very possible that he just made a deal and said, that's fine, you take Holland, I've got London, you get a build, and you'll be able to walk up to Liverpool next year and make lemons out of lemonade. Let's not underestimate how strong of a player Stephen is here.
And I actually went to talk to this board and found out that I talked to Chris Nicholson. I was curious about Morgante's name, so I went to talk to him, and I happened to catch Chris Nicholson's ear, and he wanted me to talk. He wanted me to point out how excited he was about this particular supporting France.
The unwanted support is always really fun when you can pull it off, and I don't know if Morgante is new or not, but we have all learned that lesson at once in our diplomacy careers. We're like, I'm just going to self-bounce. It's going to be so smart, and then suddenly you're in a spot that you didn't want to be in.
Yeah.
And
Yep. The fleet. Now, if this had followed up to Lyon,
I was going to say that would have been beautiful.
all right.
Oh, wow, that would have been nasty.
All right, let's see what happens in the winter. We see another fleet from the French, this time in Brest. Germany is picking his descent, so is England. Whereas Turkey is just putting another fleet down. And, it's an interesting build here, right? Because an army would let him pull off a pretty successful stab and probably guarantee a board top.
That or a convoy to Apulia and get under the boot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could have sold it that way, in fact, actually, right? But it's still pretty good position from the Turk here, right?
Yeah, this is a great position. I mean, think of it this way. He's got Ankh behind the line, Romania behind the line, has play on Vienna, but at the same time has a pretty strong friend in Russia. And there's nothing that's going to stop Turkey at this point from getting into the boot. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And Russia is now fleet committed to the north with a fleet south coast. This, I think, is the first fleet south coast St. Pete we've seen today. It's the first one I've called.
It is the first one. We have not seen a lot of north coast fleet builds from Russia in general.
Yeah. Or St. Pete. Yep. Okay. Let's move on into spring of 1906, and I suspect the East will be simple. So, Doug, let's start with you.
I mean, I think this is what we would have expected France to do here. This is, the best set of orders that you probably have. Go grab Liverpool for the loss of Tunis, get those fleets down there, and do the best you can to sort of, drive those back. It's not a decisive defeat down there. You still have a lot of play because Turkey wants Italy. You lose Tunis, not the end of the world. Probably more important here is, if France can work with Germany again, that's a good thing for both of them. France needs to prop Germany up to slow down the RT.
What a delightful work, a diplomatic work, negotiation work on Turkey's part, right? To get Italy on side and help them advance. I mean, there's just from my perspective, there's no reason why Turkey shouldn't top this board at this point.
There's absolutely no reason. There was some waffling early in the game, but he's in a fantastic position. All those dots behind the line.
And it's largely diplomatic, right? This is so far what looks like a diplomatic victory.
Yeah, I will say, depending on how the North resolves, I mean, France still has a lot of growth opportunity if they can, sort of work fast enough to shove Russia in. But Germany needs to be a part of that. France needs those German fleets. All
right, Siobhan, have we? I'm sorry, Doug. What about Did I just, Doug? Did I have you call the East here?
I didn't really talk about the East. I only talked about the West.
No, there isn't a ton to talk about in the East. The only thing that's super interesting to me is that St. Pete held.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is a little confusing, but everything else is kind of as expected. Well done, Turkey, on getting into Tunis. I'm gonna guess we'll see something on the boot very soon.
All right, let's push ahead to fall, and here's what we got. Siobhan, take us away on the East.
Well, nothing on the boot yet, but it's coming very, very soon as Turkey continues to push just further and further closer to the Med. It's fantastic position. I'm still confused about St. Pete hold. Why build it at all if you don't want to use it? But
yeah, that makes
it
2 in a row makes it look deliberate, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Anything of interest in the West? Certainly looks like it.
Yeah. We pretty clearly, have an FG. They're scared of the RT and rightfully so, and they've pulled together. This is the instance where I like the standoff. Holland and Denmark bouncing there makes total sense. England doesn't have anything to do, so let's just make sure we don't let England splash that fleet in a dot. And then the Mid-Atlantic coming down to North Africa, I think is the right play in this instance. You've got to get those fleets down there. I'm still not hating on France's position here, that they've been patient. Now the goal is work with Germany, use your fleets in the north effectively to put Russia back in where they belong, which is, on land.
All right, let's look at the builds here. And thank you very much for playing, England. And for the rest, we have another German army. We've got a Russian army in Moscow and another Turkish fleet.
The army. Hey, the first time I could sort of understand. This time, there's no need for another Turkish fleet right now.
He could still take Ankara pretty easily.
Yeah, but
don't you want to walk to Aegean Sea and be able to convoy that to Apulia? I do. I really want to.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can convoy straight into Naples right now.
I'm itching to write that order.
Yeah.
So Greece to Aegean, you're saying, and then convoy this army Smyrna.
Yeah.
This would be army Smyrna. Okay. Can Turkey top this board? Turkey has to take either Italian or Russian dots to top this board. If he takes Italian, if he takes Italian, then he probably would end up losing Tunis. Presumably, you'd think Italy would go for some sort of revenge on that. Well, let me put it differently. Who do you guys like on this board? Who would you most want to be? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I still like the Turkish position, even without the army builds, but France is in a good place, depending on where they go from here.
And Doug?
Everybody's got a little bit of vulnerability here, is what I would say. Russia has extreme vulnerability in Romania and Ankara. Here's the thing. I think that Turkey does have a bit of an advantage in that they've got a corner position and they're extended out there. If they lose the Tyrrhenian Sea because they support Tunis, oops, I retreated to Rome. It's like, oh, bummer, So that's not even the end of the world if something like that happens. So, I think Turkey's got the best position. I think France, though, really is in a very safe spot, no real danger. And as long as they don't mess with Germany, they've got Russia pretty penned in, as long as they kind of keep moving correctly.
All right, I'm going to make a vote here. Budapest to Vienna with support from Trieste, Serbia to Romania, Smyrna to Khan to Ankh. That's
what should happen.
That would win this. That would top this board. Yeah.
That would top this board.
Easy.
I agree. And if you do the count, I mean, if you can get those 3 Italian dots as well, oof.
Even if you lose Tunis, you're still fine at that point.
I'll trade Tunis for Venice, Rome, and Naples
every day.
All right, let's see what happens. And wait.
Why support yourself to Romania?
Yeah, better if you don't want to take a swing at Vienna, better to go to Galicia. All right, Siobhan, talk us through it.
So some good calls by Brandon there, and the right time to turn. Russia appears to have sniffed it out and is pulling some armies back. I'm loving some additional fleet movement in the Med. Was not expecting that.
Yeah.
So got a friend in Italy, it looks like, for some reason, and just those dots are there anytime he wants them.
And in the West, Doug?
I'm not sure what happened with France. It looks like those are some some misorders because there's I guess this is the price of being in North Africa rather than Spain. You lost Lyon. It's not disastrous for France. Just fall back to the Mid-Atlantic and concede that you're not going to hold there, but you can certainly hold Spain and Mid-Atlantic. The move that we needed to see here was North Atlantic, Liverpool to North Atlantic, not the Irish Sea.
All right, let's move ahead into fall of 1907 and stay in the West with you, Doug.
I'll start a little bit in the South here, which is France retook Lyon, but that's basically because Turkey's stabbing. Otherwise, you've got Germany and France still working together. Not a lot is really happening here. Stephen, I think, has done a really good job diplomatically of turning France. It's not ideal that France is still sitting in Holland and Ruhr, though.
And Siobhan in the East, somewhat surprising turn of events.
So some suboptimal moves by Turkey here. You were never going to keep Romania. Don't bother trying to support it. Try and support an attack on Vienna instead. Takes Ankara, not shocking, and says, "My bad, France. I'm going the other way."
What about the retreat out of Romania here?
The retreat out of Romania.
Would you rather see that fall forward into Ukraine, or is the defensive position in Serbia better?
I mean, he's gonna build.
He's gonna build.
Let's
two.
see. They trade Ank and Rum. He picks up Naples, so he's building one.
No, he's building two. Rum was Russia.
Oh, Rum was always okay. He's building two. No, I pushed that forward into Ukraine.
And just dance on the backside as long as you.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree. I think if you take a look at, he'd be in Vienna, Galicia, Romania, and then all he's got to do is go Romania to Serbia, or drop the ball. I want a forward advance, but at the same time, I'm not in the Black Sea. I don't hate it.
I just think it's more fun.
Well, that's fair. It is definitely more fun. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I mean it's a cleaner defensive line this way, right? Put down two armies here, go to Armenia and Bulgaria,
For the love of all that is holy, we should not see Fleet Smyrna right now.
No need for that.
Please. Yes, thank you.
Thank goodness.
Thank you, Evan. Well done.
Nicely done.
And I mean, this is a cleaner way forward. Question for Evan is whether he has made too many enemies now.
No, he doesn't have to care at this point. He's got
to walk into the Black Sea. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, at some point, France has to do something else if France wants to top this board. You're sitting at 8. Turkey's growth potential is at this point Romania, Sevastopol. Can do. You're going to have some shenanigans in the south, and you've got to do some fighting, but. If you're France, you still have to grow at some point here if you want to top this board. Otherwise, you're going to cede that to Russia because Russia is the recipient of Turkish dots. So, if I think the pace of play will depend on what France does.
All right, let's move forward and see how many people collaborate to push Turkey out of these Balkan dots, and whether Turkey has a more creative set of solutions to that potential problem. Siobhan, talk us through what happens in the spring of 1908.
Oof, a whole lot of stuff happens in the spring, and everyone coordinates against Turkey. Italy supporting France in the Mediterranean Sea, Germany's dropping into Trieste, Russia takes Budapest, and the expected moves from the Turkish homeland. He made too many enemies, apparently.
Doug, talk us through the West. Has France done anything to increase his topping chances?
France is going to be sitting at 9 when they presumably retake Tunis, which should happen this year. They don't really have anything else that they can take. So, it's kind of an all-out commitment to get that one dot. Moving to Piedmont gives some play because, maybe Germany is willing to help you. Tyrolia could be helpful. You could be cutting Piedmont. You could try and get down on the boot and take the rest of Italy. So at this point, you're kind of committed to the boot. I've got to help Germany out here if I'm working with Germany, and I got to move Ruhr over to Belgium and just hang out there and just say like, okay, like we're not fighting anymore, right? I'm going to go sit these guys. Instead, you move Burgundy up to Belgium.
Yeah, France seems to have maintained possible attack capability against Germany, and Germany has a little bit of a problem here if he takes that seriously, which is that he needs to be able to open up a home center for a build, and can't guarantee that unless he's willing to take a chance on Kiel or Munich.
Right.
All right.
David Hood does point out the delayed Sunstorm opening in 1908.
Right. Oh, fantastic. Okay, let us see what happens. Well, nothing happens in the West, so
No, a lot of stuff happens in the it's the South now.
Yeah. Take the Italian boot, Doug. That's more or less the Western powers.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Germany and France take the opportunity to wipe Italy out. And Turkey loses Tunis, so Germany's building 2, France is building 1.
Italy lives.
Yeah, Italy stays in Rome. Yeah.
Italy's sitting in Rome and blew up the army, so it's a fleet. So I mean, and I like Berlin going to Silesia. I know, it's like not to be a broken record, but he's got to open up a home center. He could have had 2 home centers if France would let him. But France isn't giving Germany that opportunity, and that is going to eventually cost France because Germany at some point is going to punish France for this.
This is, so I was wrong last time. I was thinking there was an army in Burgundy, so actually there was no risk in moving Berlin out. Kiel was totally protected. Okay, in the east, Siobhan, talk us through it.
Not a ton happening, a lot of support, and 1 Black Arrow Armenia going to Sevastopol, which couldn't be stopped. So, how about it?
So Turkey is losing 2, picking up 1 in Sevastopol, also losing Tunis, so going down 3.
50 unit.
So we'll be pulling 1 more here. Oh no, because he lost 2 units, so actually he'll be even on the board.
Yes.
And we are looking at a new board leader a tied board leader in Germany and France.
All right.
And we got a French fleet in Brest, which is interesting, and another German army plus 1 in the bank, I believe. Yeah, because Germany picked up 2 down here.
Correct.
All right, let's keep going here, and we got let's see, 1 more year of this game. So let's go in the West. Doug, tell us about
it. France is, goes to the English Channel. That could be a defensive thing where now they're going to bounce in London. So I wouldn't panic about that. But more importantly, it, has destroyed the Italian unit and has taken Rome. Otherwise, Germany is setting up a line, looks relatively content to hang out and see how things go. But, that is conceding France the board top here.
Yeah. It's surprising that way. And I think if you're Germany, wouldn't you rather negotiate a bounce in the English Channel here than let the fleet in there?
Yeah, I agree with that. Because if you misorder or something happens, then France ends up in your spot and you go down another one. I would rather be bouncing right now in the Channel. Absolutely.
And now you've also got to worry about a convoy into Wales.
Right.
We'll see how greedy France gets. But if France has the board top wrapped up, which Germany appears to be content with.
Yeah, Germany seems to be conceding that possibility.
Siobhan, what about the East?
Turkey is making 1 last effort to tie for that board top, taking Romania from Russia. Some fleet restructuring, but should be fine. And Italy, it was nice knowing you. Good game.
And we do have in the fall Naples at risk, so if this will be interesting to see. I don't think France and Germany could work it out that Germany ends up in Rome here, unless they're willing to risk that Tyrrhenian Sea gets cut.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out.
Yep, they have a spare unit. North Africa can go to West Med, so it's really not a problem.
Well, yeah, they just can't guarantee. So if Tyrrhenian Sea, they can't guarantee that Rome ends up getting in.
Yep. Yeah.
But Turkey's been a little bit conservative with their moves, so let's see if they. Oh. They don't do either of them. And Germany loses. I'm sorry, I am doing your work for you. Siobhan, tell us about these.
Yeah, Germany loses Trieste. Turkey fails to hold on to Romania, which looks like they had to choose between supporting Sev or Rum with the Black Sea, I guess. So that was a coin flip. And yeah, that's about it.
And Doug, anything in the West of note?
We talked about the likely bounce in London. I mean, Germany really didn't have a choice; they needed to do that. I'm struck by the conservative nature here of France's play a little bit. You've got the board top wrapped up, but not like forever. Try and if you're going to do this, be more aggressive. So just holding in Belgium. Belgium's not under threat. You could go to the North Sea. Looks like Russia tried to support that. So I think this is a little passive in the face of like greater opportunity. North to Holland, actually.
Yeah, English slipping into the North Sea would have been pretty amazing.
That would have been amazing. I mean, maybe they all knew the draw vote was going to come after this.
Yeah. But also, I think France needs, if they're going to attack Germany, they really need 2 more units, an army and a fleet.
Sure. I would just rather see, that bounce in London, at the very least, just keep Germany honest. And frankly, if I'm Germany, I actually want that bounce.
Yep. You'd rather stay in North. Yeah. Okay. So then this is going to be how the game ends in spring of 1910. And it ends with a French victory. Congratulations to Morgante Pell. Not only the best name, but also the top of this board. What were you guys going to say?
I was going to say, nice job. I mean, I think we talked about it before. France, Morgante was patient, and it was, was rewarded for it.
Mm-hmm.
So real quick then, why didn't Turkey end up topping this board? We thought that a well-executed stab on Russia would guarantee the board top. Was it just not well-executed enough?
It was not well executed enough. There were some errors in movement, little tactical errors where it could have been improved, bad positioning. Then everyone around him decided to jump in and beat him back. He did well dealing with that, all things considered, but there was some waffling that I think slowed him down and just made suboptimal.
And Doug, any final thoughts on this board?
I think that this was an interesting board. There was a lot of movement back and forth, a lot of, switching of alliances, which we don't often see like that. So, I do think that there were some opportunities that folks missed. But at the same time, it's, I just want to say, without knowing how the diplomacy went, it is a little tough. That's trite for us to say, but it is important in this, given the number of alliance switches. Stephen, I think, did a really good job under threat to, recover what looked to be a really crappy position for a while.
Yeah, it was a nice, fun game with it was more dynamic than Carnage games sometimes are. Just a sort of more back and forth, more fluidity within the alliance structure. And all right, congratulations to Morgante. And let us move on to our next game, which is the last new one of the evening. This is board number 9. And board number 9's lineup is, well, first of all, board number 9 is named after Bayard Rustin. I've gotten some background from Bill now on some of these, the namesakes. And Bayard Rustin was an American leader in social movements for civil rights, socialism, nonviolence, and gay rights. Rustin worked with A. Philip Randolph on the March on Washington movement in 1941 to press for an end to racial discrimination in employment. Thank you for the background, Bill. Our board lineup looks like this. In Austria, we have Nick Amatangelo from Nebraska. In England, we have Douglas Rintoul from Pennsylvania. In France, we have Eber Condrell, a weasel from Illinois, a high schooler, as we mentioned before. In Germany, we have the tournament director, Bill Hackenbracht, playing from North Carolina. In Italy, we have Eric Silverman, the brother of our esteemed analyst, Adam, coming to us from Minnesota. And in Russia, we have Melinda Hawley, a longtime hobbyist, coming to us from Alabama. In Turkey, we have Randy Thompson playing from Canada. All right, let us go to the board. And I'm sorry, Siobhan, is there any of these guys that you want to make a comment about?
A number of them are longtime face-to-face hobby players. Eric Silverman, Adam's brother, obviously, Bill Hackenbracht, who is running this event, and Melinda Holly. Eber I only know through these streams, but I've seen some really promising things from him.
All right, let us go to the board, and we will have you break down the East right off the bat.
Let's do it. All right, there doesn't seem to be a ton very exciting in the East. The only thing of note that jumps out is Venice walks into Trieste. So over the next few seasons, I'll be curious to see if we think that was planned or not. Otherwise, Turkey fairly standard, Austria very standard, Russia very standard. So wake me up in another season.
I think this is the first time that we've seen a Venice get into Trieste, isn't it?
Succeeding getting into Trieste. This is the first one.
Yeah, surprising actually, because that's something that has become very common, at least in the Chicago hobby.
And we've seen it a lot on these streams.
Yeah, trading it for a strong AI, and we don't know. We know Eric is in the Minnesota club, plays a lot. We don't know much about Nick, but if we see Naples if we see Ionian go to the GNC here, then we definitely know that's the case. And that's one of my favorite ways to play an AI personally. Doug, welcome back, and we got the West for you. Tell us about it.
All right. England opens up pretty standard, goes to Yorkshire, North Norwegian, no conflict in the Channel, and Germany opens up with the most popular German opening. I would just point out that Marseille went to Burgundy. This is a smart opening. You want to make sure that no matter what happens, if you're not going to the Channel, that Germany can't get into Burgundy and that Italy's not in Piedmont. So, just securing the bases, making sure that you've got play on everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's move on to fall of 1901 and stay in the West with you, Doug.
We've got wow, love this. Burgundy walk to Munich with a convoy to Belgium. Let's get off on a fast foot here. England's in Belgium and France is in Burgundy. And Germany bounced in Sweden. So, Germany doesn't have any friends.
Lots of excitement over here in the West and also in the East. Siobhan, I think
East, yeah.
we have a little bit of historical background that you can give us on what happens here.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing from the comments that Trieste was absolutely planned, as apparently the Austria player loudly announced to the board in the group chat, at which point I believe that the Turk did absolutely the right thing and bounced the Italian out of Serbia, forcing him to remain in an Austrian home dot instead of being allowed to walk through. I think this is going to force RT to be stronger than ever. So nice try and lucky Italians to keep it.
So this is, but to be clear, these set of moves from Austria and Italy are the classic and original Chi Lepanto moves. And the reason why they are rarely done is because they are so easily countered in the exact way that Turkey has done it. And Austria just has no future at this point. Or if they do, it will be through
it's not a great one.
Through some really surprising and interesting diplomacy. So, all right, let us yes, we've talked about both. So let us move to the winter 1901. The builds find an army for Ankara in Turkey that is interesting, actually. You could have made an argument for, especially with no fleet in Ionian or Greece, could have made an argument for fleet Ankara here. And all right. Oh, I'm sorry, getting too far into analysis. We have an army and a fleet for Italy, army for France with the one build. Very interesting. So there was a wave here, then, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I don't hate that. You want to? Yeah? No, I don't hate that. You can't get enough armies into the center of the board right now, and you want to basically send a message to England like, yeah, we're working together. If you aren't working with me, then I'm putting a fleet down. Otherwise, we're going great. This is a good move by France here.
Okay, you like it too, Siobhan?
I think I do. Yeah.
All right, and France is Bill Hackenbracht, who is a very experienced and a very solid player,
but also somewhat distracted today.
Yeah, he's really pulling double duty here since he's running the tournament. So
yeah, exactly.
Thanks for stepping up, Bill, and playing as well.
All right, Doug, talk us through spring of 1902 moves in the West.
So first thing, France is grabbing Spain. Okay, that makes good sense. You can't defend Munich, so you're stopping and blowing up units. So this is a good move. It doesn't matter. You can't hold it, so you're just going to retreat. He gets into Ruhr, and then England is convoying over to Holland, and Germany is dead at this point. Germany is just utterly savaged.
And the retreat to Bohemia, only place to go, but also not a bad place to go if you're France.
No, that's fine. Your goal is to get back into Munich. So it's a fine place to go. Or maybe somebody gives you an offer and says, hey, I'll put you into Vienna. So I'm okay with it. It's the only place you can go. So you don't want to pull that unit.
Yeah. It's he can guarantee himself by going back to Munich, but he can also set up a really interesting forward position if he wants to. All right, Siobhan, tell us about the East.
Russia realigns to put the army in Romania. Italy and Austria scramble to take Serbia in 02, which it's a fine position, I suppose. The Italian armies are coming up around. Who is actually working with who here? I'm loving, even less, I'm loving that single fleet for Turkey here. But we'll see where it goes.
Got Russia on side though, so not getting punished yet.
You very much have Russia on side, but now we've got Austria and Italy and Greece and Ion who can go wherever they want or force you out or...
they're almost in the position that they should have been in after 01.
Yeah. Russia misorders to St. Pete.
Oh, North Coast. It doesn't hurt him though. Yeah.
It doesn't hurt her at all, and possibly better to be in Bothnia at the end of the day.
Yeah, you might be able to get Germany to support you into Sweden. You never know. I'm not sure why Germany went to Baltic. I don't know that was necessary. But, it is what it is.
Yeah.
All right, let's push forward here. Fall of 1902. Siobhan will stay with you in the East.
Yeah, let's do it. Who did Bulgaria support?
Bulgaria supported Trieste into
Serbia. Okay, that's an interesting shift. Russia takes some time to grab some dots for himself in Budapest. The Austrian unfortunately loses Greece and the possibility of Serbia, as the Italian sees an opportunity for a complete realignment to an IT.
This is fascinating, right? Turkey supports Italy into Serbia, and Italy supports Turkey into Greece.
You really can't trust these Silverman guys. And
I mean, look, if you're Italy and you're ever going to do this, help a Turkish fleet forward, when they can't build in Smyrna or Khan is probably the time to do it. Yeah. Okay. And what about the West, Doug?
With the assistance of the kind Russian, France gets back into Munich, and Germany loses Kiel and Holland and Denmark. That's called bad.
That hurts.
4-0 in 1 year, yeah?
Yeah, I mean...
4-1.
4-1. I mean...
Berlin.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I will say here is not much you can do, when Bill snuck into Munich, this was sort of settled. You probably, in that situation, it's a question: do you want to protect Munich? But at the same time, if you don't do that, you can't bounce Russia, because all you've done is antagonize Russia, and you want Russia to be your friend. So let Russia be your friend.
You're going back to fall of 01.
Yeah, I'm going back to fall of 01. Okay. I do like the support into Sweden, but you left Denmark wide open. It's like, it's not a good position. There's nothing that he could do at this point.
All right, let's push forward into builds here. And what we find are a lot of new blue units on the board, including Fleet Liverpool, which suggests a strategic realignment in the West. We see France getting a fleet down, but it is in a different place.
Possibly on the wrong coast, yeah.
Yeah, but it may not hurt him too much. We'll see. There's a lot of... it's not that easy for England to crack into France here. And then in the West... do you want to comment on that, Doug?
Yeah, I mean... It's not the ideal build, is what I would say for France, but it's fine. You're going to be in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and you can cover Brest with Paris. And England is still vulnerable in Kiel, Holland, and Belgium. You're going to and Norway. I'm not sure I want to pick this fight right now. I think I want to put armies and try and channel them into the center of the board. I think this is premature.
So Liverpool, you would rather see a wave or an army there?
Yeah, I would wave. And then, if I don't like what France does, I say, I can reverse the game on France and say, like, well, remember, I've got to build in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty of stuff to go after up here, right? Sweden, St. Pete. Maybe even talk your way into Berlin. Plus, this, it's the tournament director. Make friends with him. Okay, let us move ahead into, and we have the devastating fleet Ankh. Although this presages plus the cooperation between the two presages a possible attack on Russia here. Let's see if it happens. Siobhan.
A whole lot of red arrows for Turkey. So just a whole lot of nothing. Thank you very much, Austria, for playing. And Warsaw to Galicia. I mean, not a whole lot's happening over there.
If this was like a good read by Randy, if he just sniffed out that this was going to happen, well done.
Yeah.
Like that's not an obvious move on Italy, on Turkey's part. And also, if you're Italy, you really should be going to the Eastern Med here.
It's guaranteed.
Yeah. Slower attack, but so what? Okay, what about the West? Doug, tell us about it.
I mean, I like the hack stack of, French armies, like in the train, he's going, Paris to Burgundy, Burgundy to Munich, Munich to Berlin, with support from Kiel, wham. And it all works. And at the same time, he holds, this is some moxie. I love Bill. He holds his fleets and England goes north. So we've got a pretty strong EF. And Bill wins my Moxie award of the game. All his units in a chain, takes Belgium and Berlin, and holds his fleets.
So you're saying this is the boldest hold that you've seen today?
I think so.
Why? But why does Belgium go to the French here? That's the one move here I don't quite understand.
Yeah, I'd be curious if that should be a bounce, maybe, or maybe it was the one defensive play he was willing to do. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, maybe he'll walk out into Ruhr.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. In this instance, maybe they're pre-planning, the St. Petersburg swap, saying, hey, you're going to get Sweden and St. Petersburg, I get Berlin, you give me Belgium, so we stay closer or something.
Yeah, but then maybe that should happen next time.
I mean, it does put him even at the end of this turn, and that's my guess as to why.
All right, let's have a look here, and what we find is just what you said, that this puts them even, and that works for England. So that sort of does the West. What about the East, Siobhan?
The East, we get some decent movement out of Turkey this turn, who just walked out of Greece, which is
curious.
Yep. Curious. But I mean, we've got the guess. Are we going to get the bounce in Aegean again? Did Italy see that he was bounced out of Aegean and said, well, maybe he's going to do that again, and I can walk into Greece behind him, which clearly he did. So, it's those 50-50 guesses are tough. So, Randy, you got it right once, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's always tough. It's always tough when you win one of those 50-50s and you have the exact same 50-50 coming up again. It's sort of like the rock, paper, scissors psychological battle at that point.
Are they going to go rock again? Or are they going to change it up? Or,
And that's right. And some people, it's worth saying, some people are good at making those reads, actually. Like some people are good at rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. And for other people, it's just literally a coin flip. I've watched diplomacy players walk away from a table, take a quarter out of their pocket, and flip it and say, whatever it tells me is what I'm going to do.
Do you think they really do that?
I have watched them flip it. Whether or not they hold themselves accountable is between them and whatever god they may or may not believe in.
It's a good psychological trick, though. Even if you know you're not gonna, you already what you decided, you just flip the coin so that the other person second guesses whether they have a good read on you or not. All right, let's push forward here, and in the build phase, we see Fleet Brest popping down now, and Army Marseille. England is static and fairly well committed to the eastern part of this board. Italy puts down an army, and Russia is forced to pull their fleet. Doug, who do you most want to be on this board?
I think the answer is pretty obvious that, I want to be France in this board at this point.
Agreed.
Yeah, you agree as well, Siobhan?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think I get the argument for parity in the alliance, but this seems to me a case where parity means that France is ahead. There's a lot of cases when that's true in an alliance. So, all right, let's keep going here into spring of 1904, and Doug, let's go to you in the West.
And we get the stab. I like Doug moving back down here to London. That's probably a good call. But you're losing Kiel. You got pulled into St. Petersburg. That this is going to do a little bit of pain on England, I think here.
You wouldn't rather see North English Channel and then Norwegian to North Atlantic if you're pretty sure that the stab is coming?
I mean, if I'm pretty sure that the stab is coming, honestly, I might convoy Denmark to Yorkshire and say, okay, come on. And then not worry so much about St. Petersburg and just put my fleet in Skagerrak and Norway and just dare France to come on. It's when you get overextended and you don't have that support at home that's the problem. Being in London is not bad. It's not the best, but he can still convoy back home if he needs to. And Ruhr gives him some play. It looks like, Russia's leaving them alone to have this fight and that's the interesting thing.
I mean, yeah, England has a guess. If he can win the guess over here, then he gets a build, and then he's in much better shape. If not, Siobhan, tell us about the East. Is there anything worth talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was napping. It's a whole lot of nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, Turkey, I think, is experiencing toxic shock syndrome from this history. With, this just says I just don't want you in Eastern Med.
Yep.
Whereas working out some sort of deal, going to black, and getting some dots up there gives you more growth opportunity. All right, let's move on to fall of 1904. And Siobhan, there's some more black arrows I see in the east. Let's take care of those before we head over to the west.
All right, we got some black arrows. Ankh moves back to Khan. Smyrna gets out into the Eastern Med. And then we'll see. There's some guesses, but probably just locked up there with the fleets for the rest of eternity. And Russia takes Vienna, which is fun.
All right, Doug, take us through the west. This cauliflower soup.
Yeah, position here. France is in the North Sea. Traded Belgium, where he can retreat to Picardy to go to the Irish and to try and go to the North Sea. That hurts. That hurts bad. And it's not the end of the world for England, but it's not good. He got Ruhr piffed, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day here. Bill has pace. He's got a decisive advantage at this point, and has a build coming. Actually, he doesn't, because he lost Belgium. So traded.
No, he's got two to put down. He's picking up St. Pete and Belgium losing Kiel, but has a piff. So he has a build plus. I'm sorry, did you say Bill or?
I was saying Bill.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I might have wanted to move Leon back home to Spain. Just no reason for it really to be there. I guess you're covering Marseille, but you can cover that wherever you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only weakness I see here.
If England had moved Denmark to Kiel, and there really was no reason not to do that, would have bounced Bill out of from getting into Kiel. And would be putting 3 units down.
Yep.
And Bill would not be getting that build.
I mean, if you look at Bill's orders, what he was clearly expecting is Ruhr to Kiel supported by Denmark. And so he set up to, create that, neither one are moving. And, England outguessed him, but didn't follow up with the correct move, I think, from Denmark, which you identified.
Yeah. So, so this is a soupy mess, and you like France's position better here.
I only like France's position better because, England has to use Sweden, St. Petersburg, and Barents, 3 units up there to defend, 3 dots. But Norway's exposed, Edinburgh's exposed, Liverpool's exposed.
But he's putting 2 units down here, London or England.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the builds are. And actually, before we do that, Siobhan, real quick, between England and France, whose position is worse?
Is worse?
Yeah.
I think in the long run, England, there's a lot of interesting play, but Bill is a master tactician, and I don't think England wins this fight.
All right, let's see. We got an army and a fleet going down for England, and Bill did. Bill didn't get a build because he went up 1, down 1. Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, he lost
Correct.
Belgium, picked up Kiel. Wow, so he would have been pulling 1. So Denmark to this is the missed opportunity.
That would have been brutal.
Yeah. Okay. Let's believe the game ends right here.
They call the game here.
With England on top. Oh, well, so actually, if you're England at this case, no harm, no foul. You finished, you topped the board. You missed out on 1 dot. That's it.
All day, every day.
Yeah, I mean, you take that dot, and I'm not sure if Bill is playing this game and he's not the tournament director, I'm not sure that he takes this draw necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he's got to worry about Italy rolling in, and he's got some other problems. He might just be like, well, I've got a second in this, and that's good enough. So, but good job, Doug. I mean, you managed to hold it off and get the board top under really seriously pressured circumstances.
Siobhan, is this the right outcome for this game?
I don't think it's the right outcome, but I think it makes sense. The note that Bill was the tournament director. I don't often see games called in 1904, or at least not ones that I'm involved in. But I think well done, Doug. Whether it was through diplomacy or just through sheer exhaustion of everyone on the board, you got the right result for yourself.
All right. Congratulations to Douglas Rintoul. And that brings us to a close of our first pass through the games. Doug, we are going to let you go for a bit and bring back Adam Silverman. So, Doug, thanks for this pass through. You'll be coming back for games 4, 5, and 6, I believe, correct?
Yeah, and 7.
And 7. Yeah, right. 7 still needs to be finished. All right. So
I'll see you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit. All right, let's welcome back to the stream, Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back, man.
Hello.
I think it is a crime that we did not let Adam commentate on any of his brother's games.
I know.
Oh, I had plenty of things to say.
How did Eric do this game?
There was a turn earlier where it looked like a good setup for an IT, and I wanted to see him put an army down, and he put down a fleet, which I think may have upset the balance for. Let's see where that is. I think it's right here. Yep. I think Turkey's just going to be a lot more comfortable if he had built an Army Venice here. And it's also a more protective position for him. I mean, he does have to worry about the French, but the French have to worry about the English. So I think that there's some negotiating out of, France out of this. But this is really where they started bouncing each other. And I think maybe that doesn't happen if he makes a friendlier build to the Turks.
Yeah, this was the moment where we talked about, from Italy's perspective, if you're going to do an IT, this is just a great opportunity where Turkey can't even build another fleet pointed at you. But your brother had different ideas. So next time, looks like you'll have a conversation to have over Thanksgiving dinner.
That's right.
All right, let's head on back over to game number 1, which is Grimke Sisters. Let me give us some background on this. Grimke sisters were 19th century sisters known. They were the first nationally known white American female advocates of the abolition of American slavery and also advocates of women's rights. They were speakers, writers, and educators. They grew up in slave-owning family in South Carolina, but moved to the North in the 1820s, settling for a time in Philadelphia and becoming part of its substantial Quaker community. Thanks, Bill, for the background.
Loving the theme on these board names.
Yeah, so it looks like they're all civil rights figures that are connected with Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to this board. This is Tim Richardson in England and Robert Cantelmo in France. We have Andrew Goff in Russia. That's right. This was a hard slog for the first few years for Andrew Goff. Saren Kwok in Turkey and Mehmet Alpazlan in Austria formed a pretty effective AT and were able to get into Ionian. So let us move forward here and check it out. We had Siobhan in the West and Adam in the East for this, correct?
That's what we were doing, yeah.
All right, Adam, you're fresh back on here. After I call out the builds, we'll send the first set of orders over to you. These builds find Italy putting down a fleet, thanks to England supporting him into Portugal, and Germany. Germany's build came from the elimination of France in 1903. All right, let's see some orders here. Spring 1904 orders, and Adam Silverman, show us what happens in the East.
Yeah, I mean, I think the AT Alliance continues to do their thing. They are still, unable to break into Russia because of the defensible position that Andrew has set up there. And now they're starting to run into some problems with Germany coming south, and that's going to make their lives a lot more difficult. They do. No, there's not really any progress to be had down south at this stage. So they're going to start to run into some problems with Germany and Bohemia and Tyrolia there, and really nobody playing aggressive against them. I would have to imagine that the English taking Portugal was probably arranged.
And Siobhan, tell us about the West.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that the English taking Portugal was absolutely arranged. At some point, why not? Everyone marches east, and Germany is right there in the middle of the board, and you love to see it with no real enemies. England is shuffling that Liverpool fleet around, which tells me maybe he's regretting not having put it in London.
And all right, let's move forward to the fall of 1904, and we'll stay in the West with you, Siobhan.
Yeah. Let's see. The German armies continue to push east. I'm sure Adam will talk about the impacts of that in just a little bit. Bunch of holds in the West because why not? Wales to the English Channel is, I think, the only thing of interest.
All right. Adam, talk to us about the East. There are some shenanigans.
Yeah, there certainly are, and I think whether this is a case of Goffey working his magic or Saren just getting impatient by the lack of progress, but we can see this is a game-changing turn for the eastern side of the board, right? I mean, just a total disaster for the Austrians. They lose 1, 2, 3, 4 centers.
Well, but be careful. Count those retreats.
The retreat into Romania and Bulgaria.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. That's right. What is Turkey doing here? Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. I spoke too soon. I mean, it's a disastrous turn for AET entirely. I mean, this is like if this was planned, which I'm sure it was. It could not have been planned better. So you have basically a bunch of dot trading by Turkey and Austria, basically collapsing their position. I mean, absolutely devastating their position. You have Germany continuing to press south and give Andrew absolutely no trouble whatsoever. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this plays and if this actually works out for Germany in the long run. But this is a new game.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, this might be the archetypal 0 stab.
Unreal. So she took Serbia and Greece, and there were Austrian retreats into Bulgaria and
Romania.
and Romania, and Sev is lost as well. Unreal.
Yeah, it's it's unclear what. I mean, this may be a result of inexperience, right? Saren, we know, has only been playing for a couple months. There is a question here of whether this board was heading towards just a big giant stalemate, and if anybody was going to take a shot and try to stab. The question I was planning to ask you guys. I thought this game was actually simplifying, and I wanted to ask you after this turn. I should have done it right away when I first thought of it. Was can anybody stab anybody without throwing the board top to somebody on the other side of the board? And
nope.
Right?
Nope. No way.
It's too bad we didn't get you guys on the record before we saw this. But all right, let's get the builds on the board here. We've got Goff coming back from what looked like a very stuck position to at least put one on the board. It should be said here that England could have handled this set of moves better. If Tim wants to fight, wants to try to take something off of Goff here and still protect North, could have done it very easily here, right? You move Norwegian to North, Norway goes to St. Pete. Andrew Goff needed to open up St. Petersburg here in order to get a build, in order to be able to put the build down, and got away with it. So, okay. And then we've got an army in Edinburgh. Okay. Any way of explaining that one?
It's better than Liverpool.
Is this a case of Andrew Goff, inserting a microchip or one of those little worms that crawls in the ear, like in the Wrath of Khan, and then controls your mind?
It's Tim Richardson, and it's late, and maybe he's tired.
All right, we've got a quarantined army in Edinburgh.
It's the theme of the year.
Spring of 1905. Siobhan, tell us what happens in the West.
Not a whole lot. They take Sweden off of Russia. I mean, it does look like he's setting up to convoy that army over to Norway. So maybe that was the plan, which is fine, I guess. Other than that, hold, and failure to move in Italy.
Yeah, this was a failure of imagination on our parts, I think. A fleet here might have made Germany more nervous.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right. What about the East? Andrew, tell us about
it. Sorry. So
Adam, sorry. I think I just said Andrew. Okay.
That's all right. I think I've been called Alex, Andrew, all kinds of things tonight. It's all right. Yeah, so it looks like at the very least, Austria and Turkey probably realized that maybe what happened last turn wasn't in either of their best interests. So it does look like there was a little bit of correction in that regard here.
Gorgeous.
But the position is just not that good, right? And that you can see that by Germany taking Vienna in this situation. Austria does retake Trieste with Turkey's help, but I mean this position is just not good at all. Not good in any way. Russia's now down in Ukraine and Galicia, well poised to retake Romania with that fleet in Bulgaria south coast. This is just a tough position on them, and I think it's one of their own making, unfortunately, but hopefully a learning experience.
All right, and it's interesting to see who's in position to top this board. At this moment, England is at 7, Germany will be at 8, and Italy will be knocked back down to 6 here. So it looks like Germany's to lose at this point, right?
It really does.
Just has to not give up. Well, Denmark. Sorry, England could steal it right here.
He could, but I don't think he will. I think that this has been just masterful negotiation by Rob Cantelmo this game. He's convincing people to do things that are suboptimal for them. I don't think Tim Richardson is turning.
All right, let's find out. And Siobhan, you'll tell us about it.
And I was right about that. He holds on to what he gained. puts the Russian into Budapest. The Russian also takes Romania. Austria winds up on nothing.
Austria goes out. So this is where the so I'm sorry, Adam, tell us. I'm sorry, Aaron, tell us about the
AA run.
It's still Adam. That's all right. Yeah, I mean, no, Austria is not on nothing. Austria goes to Serbia. And,
Sorry, you're right.
And again, this is another little circle situation with these moves. But I mean, again, who has benefited from that stab? And it's Germany and it's Russia, and not the others. So Italy gets Trieste back, with help from the German. Russia gets Budapest with the help from the Germans. It's a great strong play by Germany and Russia, and also a good job by Italy to reclaim some position there.
Yeah, this is a real sort of a good model of how an alliance can fall apart really quickly, and how you have to choose your stab opportunities carefully. And when you're surrounded by enemies, you just have to accept that you're stuck sometimes. Andrew Goff,
as usual,
it's going to finish on 6 here, which is not what it looked like would happen.
7. No, 6, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, because he lost Sweden. Yep.
All
right. This is how the game ends. I don't know if the builds had any effect on that. So the game ends with Robert Cantelmo taking first, and Tim Richardson and John Anderson in England and Italy tying for second, and Russia and Andrew Goff comes in fourth, which honestly is sort of better than I thought he would end up. Is this the right outcome for this game, guys? Either one.
Well, I think Germany topping is probably right. I mean, there's clearly quite a bit of play left in this game, but if you're Germany, you're probably thinking, hey, this is a good result. I don't necessarily need to tempt the fates and see what happens if we keep going. I would imagine that Andrew, I believe, did not have a great result in the first round, and was probably just thinking like, I'm okay with this, and don't need to keep playing, because this is definitely a position where Russia can grow and probably do a lot better.
He does say in the comments that apparently he was completely exhausted, because remember, he is in Melbourne, and it might have been the middle of the night when he started.
I think round 1 was the middle of the night, and this game was in the morning over there. So which is perfectly understandable. But I think that if this was a extended tournament or really playing for a top placement in the tournament, I don't think Andrew's going to call a draw here.
It's hard to see that, but his position isn't particularly good. It's just that with Germany between England and also Italy around. I mean, it's just a very dynamically interesting set of possibilities here, and those are the sorts of situations that Andrew Goff thrives in. So yeah, it would have been fun. It's a little disappointing actually now that we didn't get to see more of this game, but let's thank the players and congratulate Robert Cantelmo on a board top.
Happy to see you back on a board, Rob.
All right, let's move along. Keep the train moving to Lucretia Mott, the Lucretia Mott board, and a little background on Lucretia Mott, another 19th century figure. She was a Quaker, an abolitionist, a women's rights activist, and a social reformer. She had formed the idea of reforming the position of women in society when she was amongst the women excluded from the World Anti-Slavery Convention in 1840. In 1848, she was invited by Jane Hunt to a meeting that led to the first meeting about women's rights. Mott helped write the Declaration of Sentiments during the 1848 Seneca Falls Convention. Interesting stuff. Thank you, Bill, for that background. Back to the board here. This board was the one featuring George Linkert and Mike Walsh in the West. Just to refresh ourselves with what was happening. The convoy into Liverpool, which made us happy. The Mid-Atlantic holding was a little curious, but with 2 fleets, Italian fleets nearby, it makes sense. And it looks like a whole lot of dipsy doodle between Calvin Coolbury and Peter Cook in Austria and Italy, with Russia experiencing what must be described as a very strange experience in the east. All right, let us move forward. The builds found another right.
More
Another
Italian
army
armies in
Rome.
Rome.
Yeah. I think this is one where we saw that more than once, and we're perplexed by it.
Yeah.
And this one was also where Turkey got stuck in a box and failed to move out, and we thought that she just had to pick one direction or the other here, and was stymied in both. Okay, let us then go to the spring 1905, and Siobhan, let's hear about the West from you.
Sure. A lot of movement again. The French using that army on the island to piddle around, convoying another into Wales, likely for a supported attack on London in the fall, pushing those other fleets down around into the Med, which is great as Italy is occupied elsewhere. Germany takes Holland, likely arranged at this point. And yeah, go FG, go.
And Adam, tell us about the East.
More like go France, go.
Yeah, I mean, really.
And go Russia, go, right? I mean, look at this. The Italians support the Russians down into Serbia. The Russians walk into Vienna. Absolutely great position for Russia here. Turkey is no threat. Basically neutralized your threats. And really, Italy is on side and minimally a threat, right, as well. They're sitting in a position where they really just can't do a heck of a lot because of those armies just kind of stuck there, and the fleets just not much movement by the fleets, and we're about to see France come around, perhaps.
It's hard to it's hard to understand why Italy hasn't moved to the Eastern Med at all in these series of turns. But okay, let's push ahead here into the fall of 1905, and Adam, start with you in the East.
Yep. Well, so finally, Turkey does make that move to the Black Sea and Armenia. I'm not actually sure that this is the right decision. I mean, again, I'm not privy to the negotiations, but this is a situation where I might have seen more opportunities for Turkey to try to work with Russia. But the choice was made, and it may work out. We'll see. Meanwhile, we've got just a whole lot of movement. The Italian, after supporting Russia into Serbia, then supports themselves into Serbia. And why does that go? Oh, Russia walks out to go to Budapest. So this may have been an arranged situation. It's hard to tell. And you do have the French and the Italians now starting to butt some heads. So again, this is why I thought maybe the Turks would have more options going after Italy if Italy was going to have to turn around. But again, we'll see.
All right, Siobhan, tell us about all the nuttiness in the West.
Nothing too terribly exciting here. As expected, a supported attack on London. There wasn't anything the English could do about that. Going back to Liverpool. Yeah, I guess you had to support yourself in with Eddie and but the fleet and Eddie.
Yeah, so, you didn't have to support yourself.
Either a mistake or just a decision being overly cautious for some reason. I'm not sure I agree with it. Germany keeps Holland, south bounce. Yeah, there's some shifting in Scandinavia. Thank you.
This has got to be an oops.
That's
right?
Oopsie. And that hurts because
hard to see any reason for it either, right?
There's no reason for it.
Like, why would Sweden even bother moving?
Attack on St. Pete next, but it's already yours. And now you go down 2?
Yeah, if you're going to move there, if you're going to move Sweden, go to Bothnia, right? So that way, at least if he goes to St. Petersburg, then you're in Bothnia maybe. But why you would walk to Finland there and take that risk? It's just completely unnecessary. It's just a mistake, and it happens. It happens to the best of us.
But on the flip side, actually, if you're Russia, why do you go to Sweden here instead of St. Pete?
That's another great question, right? Because St. Pete is a given, right? And so
St. Pete was a given.
is a given. But
Yeah.
again, just looking at England's point of view, if you're expecting Russia to go to St. Pete, don't you just go to Bothnia anyway? I mean, why Finland?
Yeah, very curious on both
I
parts.
would love to hear from one of those players later.
Uh.
We won't get the chance to have them on stream, but
So France is even. England is down 2. So Germany and Russia are the ones who get the builds out of that.
correct.
Russia also picks up Vienna, so Russia's dropping 2 units here,
Mhm.
but doesn't have Sevastopol open, so probably 2 armies here. Let's find out. And the answer is yes, 2 armies. Germany puts down a fleet, and it's an optimistic fleet, isn't it?
It's the only fleet they could put down.
But yeah, what's it gonna do?
That's a great question.
I think it's interesting. I mean, I think the risk there obviously is if Russia goes into Silesia and Bohemia or something like that. But I mean, on the other hand, like you probably want to be friendly with the French right now. England's going down like a sack of whatever,
Yeah.
and so it's maybe less flexible. But on the other hand, it just kind of shows where you're throwing your lot in.
Yeah, maybe we'll see it go to Kiel, and
Sure.
and try to help out toward the west. This is all about diplomacy at this point.
Yep.
Italy puts down a fleet in Rome, which is clearly there's no ambiguity about that one.
0.
All right, let's move forward then. And spring of 1906 moves. And Siobhan, tell us about the west.
As expected, the fleet in Rome, Tis and Tunis all move. France just gets out of the way. Doesn't even bother. The French, meanwhile, in the English homeland are just marching their way up, setting up to make an attack on Eddie in the fall, which will work with no problem. Germany mostly doesn't move. I love the Russian fleet in Skagerrak. That's going to be a problem for someone.
Yeah, who? I mean, this can only help England against France here, but maybe that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Except we see that St. Petersburg is now will fall.
Yes.
It's nice to have this fleet further west, right?
I mean, it's in the action now, which is he gets the chance to decide who gets North Sea and under what conditions.
Yeah, and after St. Pete, maybe it helps out with Norway, goes to Norway. This is interesting.
This game amuses me greatly, and it is the longest game of the night, which tells me that this chicanery continues for several more years.
Yeah, let's keep on going here. Adam, tell us about the East.
No, this is just wild, right? I mean, Italy is going full out against France, who's pulling back, right? And so Italy is now in a really fairly good position there. Mao didn't move to block anything. This might have been, negotiated that Italy wasn't going to do that, and then away we go. So that's kind of cool. Of course, in the background, you have Italy as part of the IT giving Turkey Bulgaria, which, it might be a move through with the idea that it's going to go to Romania or something like that. But, you are potentially in a situation where you might end up with a poll if Turkey ends up there, and you're going to sort of live with that.
Yeah, they can guarantee Romania for Bulgaria, but not without risking Serbia here.
Right.
So let's find out what happens there. And
they do it.
Russia, I guess, is wrong. Although it looks like Budapest was cut, so Trieste was never at risk. So it was no. Actually, this was a good set of moves by Italy. There was nothing. There was no way for Russia to take.
Everything got cut. Yeah, everything got cut because Trieste and Serbia both moved to Budapest. So the Budapest was cut regardless of what it supported. Vienna was cut by Tyrolia, and Romania was cut by Bulgaria. So this was a guarantee. It was a great set of orders.
Nicely done.
Yep, perfectly written. Way to go, Ethan and Peter Cook.
Yep.
All right, what about the West, Siobhan?
Nothing terribly exciting in the West. France is just holding off the Italian fleets and a bounce in Marseille. Kind of boring there. As expected, climb up the island to take Edinburgh. Germany takes a stab for Denmark, does not make it this turn, but we'll get there probably next year with Berlin going to Baltic. And I love that Russian fleet just dancing around if you're going to take St. Pete.
So Russia stays even in the north somehow, but
just swaps Norway for Sweden.
Is going to pull in the south.
Oh,
due to the
mwah, love.
All right, so we get Turkish army. Now we do have a true IT going here. At long last. France plops down a fleet in Marseille and should be able to hold on. Yeah, should be able to hold on, right? As long as until Munich falls, or if Munich gets involved in the action.
Do we like the fleet in Marseille, or would we prefer an army? I'm just wondering, because that fleet is not going anywhere, right? And I mean, not that an army is either, but I just wonder if an army ends up being a little bit more helpful in the long run. You've got so many fleets.
It gives you purchase over. It gives you purchase over Lyon. So it creates guesses down here that wouldn't exist otherwise. But France has excess units up here, so. A convoy down to Gascony will lock this up, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
except you can't do it without risking Spain.
Because
you need to use now.
Yeah, that's right. So,
you're going to probably maybe a convoy to Brest and just walk it down.
Mm-hmm.
You got the 2 turns to do it before Tyrrhenian Sea gets to North Africa. So
or you take the chance now and just end it. Let's find out. Let's see what Mike Walsh does, and Siobhan, take us through the West.
Okay, we've got a bounce in North Africa. Wow, interesting. There's a whole lot of red arrows there. Well done by France. If I like that. Maybe was actually hoping to get somewhere. Pulling Liverpool to Yorkshire is interesting. The English retreat it back into London, which is going to cause some headaches for the French player for a while. And the Germans take the North Sea, which is just kind of chaotic and beautiful.
Yeah, the French can retake London here, but it's going to tie up the English Channel here for another.
But it's their own fault that the English fleet is there, because they were the ones who supported the Germans into North Sea.
All right, what about the East? What stands out, Adam?
The Germans helped the Russians into Tyrolia, which is a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for the Russians, considering they just lost Budapest, and I'm not really sure that they're going to be able to retake it or even hold Vienna. I guess they probably can hold Vienna. The IT is continuing to push forward. I think, Italy's probably making a smart play by giving the dots to Turkey at this point. It might come back to bite them later, but it looks like there's definitely growth opportunities in the backside of the line through Russia that Turkey can make that might dissuade him from actually stabbing the Italian.
Yeah, so Turkey should. Turkey does have. There is some guesswork here.
Yep, it looks like there's some guesses with respect to
to hold on to Budapest and keep Romania.
Yep.
It would have been better to get if you're just fighting. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens here in the fall. We'll stay in the East and guesses incorrectly.
Yeah, well, I mean. It's some interesting choices, and again, why is that fleet in Greece sitting there, right? If it was in Albania or even Ionian to go down towards North Africa, maybe you'd prefer it, but it's just sitting there doing nothing, and it's been there for quite some time now. And so what do we have? We have a little bit of dot swapping that ultimately I don't think gets anybody anything, right? We get rid of that. We get Italy takes Vienna from Russia. Russia takes Romania from Turkey. Turkey takes Budapest from Russia. I mean, did anybody even go up one? I mean, I think
no. No, this is the definition of dipsy doodle.
Yeah, there is no change in dots here.
I just hear the roundabout song, right?
There is some change of dots in the north, though. Tell us about it, Siobhan.
Yes, I am happy to see that Germany finally did get into Denmark. St. Pete goes to Norway, so bye-bye Northern Russian Dominion, and France, as expected, takes London back.
And so England is able to stay. England has 3 dots, able to keep all 3 units because there is a retreat available for London to the North Sea. So,
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Winter 1907 sees only Germany put down a unit, and that is an army.
This
done.
board is delightful.
Why not? Why not?
All right. Spring 1908. Who would you want to be on this board? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I'm
going to say Austria.
Exactly.
At the bar.
If I want to be serious about the game, I think I'd take France. If I want to have some fun, Germany. Depends on my motivation here.
France still has guesses, right? And Italy's
really strong. I actually debated that for a moment. All the dipsy-doodle in the Balkans is throwing me off.
Yeah, this is like modern art on a diplomacy board right here. Adam, who would you want to be?
I actually kind of like the Italian position here. I mean, I'm not sure that, there's not much progress to be made against the French, but I actually think the position in Austria and the Balkans can get better for Italy, perhaps. Again, I really would have preferred to see that fleet in Greece doing something useful, either from Albania or Adriatic or something like that. But, Turkey's not going to be in a position to do anything. It's a question of, can you get the drop on Russia or not?
Yeah, Italy seems to me could come out on top here, but it would require committing 2 units to this theater that he's been reluctant to, and one is Piedmont. And the fleet in Greece, like you said, has been over here; it just hasn't been active. Yeah. So, all right, let's see how this works out. Spring 1908. We'll stay in the East with you, Anton.
I got to remember who you're talking to. Okay. So what happens? All right, we've got more of the so-called dipsy doodle, right? So, so we've got Budapest taking Romania. We've got Tyrolia taking Trieste, but of course the Russians retreat into Budapest. We swap a few more dots here. Interesting to point out. Okay, Greece did something useful this turn, right? It bounced Bulgaria from the Russians, so I guess there's some merit in that. And then Piedmont actually did go back to Venice and got bounced, which maybe in some ways is the best of all worlds for the Italian, right? So maybe that couldn't have ended up better. So I really like this. That Russian army in Budapest is more or less stranded at this point against 3, with a 3-on-2. So this could be quite good for Italy.
Yeah, and Italy should come down with both of those here, right?
I think so.
And that's God. This really is beautiful, isn't it?
I just want that framed and on my wall.
We've got 3 dots, and they're all with a different occupying army.
I'm going to enjoy it when Serbia takes Budapest and Romania retreats into Serbia.
All right. Back here, what's worth talking about in the West?
What jumps out to me first is what appears to be an unfortunate misorder by the French that results in none of those fleets moving because Marseille supported Spain to Lyon, but Spain didn't move. It wouldn't have gotten in anyway, so it's sort of a...
And West supported Lyon to West.
West supported Lyon... Y'all were getting tired.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's unfortunate we haven't seen France take a supported swing at the Western Mediterranean. I think this is the second turn that it would have worked.
Yeah.
So,
the other option France has there, which is a little bit conservative, but is a nice way to set up the line, is actually to go to Portugal. Yep. Right, and then the fleets advance, and then you have that fleet in Portugal, which is uncuttable support for either Spain or the Mid-Atlantic for the rest of the game. And super conservative, super stalemate liney, but maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay, actually.
It's way better than these fleets not moving. And Mike Walsh, I see you in the comments saying you're having wine right now, happily not being ripped to shreds by the commentators. However, this was a set of suboptimal moves.
And let's be clear, there are now problems developing in the north for France.
Yes.
So it does feel like the power on this board has shifted.
It has shifted a little bit, and I like France a little less now.
in the green direction. All right, let's see the orders for fall 1908, and let's start with where the action is in the east. Alexander.
So it looks like the Italians, really have profited here. Yes, the Turks do retreat into an Italian dot, but I mean, ultimately, you're probably okay with this. I mean, you're going up by 2, losing 1. You've got the dominant position in the Balkans. Oh, Turkey gets a little bit too. It's a win-win.
Why not cover Bulgaria here? What do you have to lose?
Well, I think that if you cover Bulgaria, that's fine, but then the Turks are going to retreat to Serbia.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Okay. I think you'd probably rather they be in Bulgaria than Serbia.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. Okay, great. What about the West, Siobhan?
As predicted, the French are running into some issues. England gets into Eddy despite North's attempt to support it. Pulling the Irish Sea around, deciding to just give up on that whole Western Med fight and just support things to hold.
This is just bad tactics up here. If Germany was willing to help out, then Germany goes to Norwegian, London goes to
they
York here.
Either didn't talk about it or didn't think it through.
Yeah. Okay, and
just one other comment. The Italians do in fact leave Piedmont. They go up to Tyrolia. I like that move, actually. I like it a lot. You're now getting more influence in the middle of the board. You're bolstering your position over here. There's nothing's going to happen in France. You don't need the unit there right now.
All right, let's push forward here and see what the builds are like. We see some more armies pop down on the board. One is German and the other is Italian, and a third one is Turkish. So we see the balance shift decisively from fleets to armies this turn, losing 2 fleets on the board and getting 3 armies. All right, spring 1909. Let's find out what happens in the West. Siobhan.
All right, France takes Edinburgh right back. A whole lot more holds down around the Med. Germany takes Norway. It's battle she wrote. There's not too much exciting happening at this point. The German army that was convoyed to Livonia is coming back now.
So what was
That's disappointing.
All right, what about the East? Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, Italy had some chain moves here that failed. So not too thrilled about that. But on the other hand, I'm not sure that going Venice to Trieste would have been that much better, because I think really you do want to be in Tyrolia in case you have to pull down to Piedmont. So it's hard to critique these, even though it's sort of an ineffectual chain. It does end up putting the Turks into Romania with an easy position to keep Sev in the fall. And the hold in Smyrna is kind of interesting, rather than going to Khan to support Bulgaria, potentially leaving opening the possibility of shenanigans in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting here, right? Because France is now getting back up to 9, tying Italy for 9. So if Italy wants the lone board top here, it's there's only one country whose dots these can come from, and that's the yellow one.
Mm-hmm.
You also have to wonder about what the Germans are doing. Why are they pulling out of Livonia for Prussia rather than going for something in Russia, or even dropping something into Serbia? Silesia at this stage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it looks like they've taken the Russian support, so perhaps that was a condition for that. Is that, let's see, what did Russia do here? Russia did support Sweden and Norway. Okay.
Yep.
All right, let's find out what happens in the fall of 1909. Let's start in the east. Yes, Aaron. To you.
Well, we get the Italian chain, which is the same moves we saw last time, work this time because they didn't have Romania cutting Budapest's support for Galicia. Okay, and now we do see the Germans make their move on Russia.
Mm-hmm.
The Turks slide up. I mean, the IT is still playing nice with each other. No fleet movement down here. In some ways this is wasted moves, but on the other hand, I think this is perfectly fine if you're Italy. Probably not what you want to be doing if you're France, though.
All right, let's move on to winter here, and we have. I'm sorry. Did we ignore the West here?
We did, but there's not a ton happening. I'm just curious about that convoy where they attempt to get St. Pete, but it,
St. Pete to Eddie, I believe, or Clyde.
Clyde. That would have been amazing, especially.
And Kirk ordered it to Eddie.
Eddie. Oh boy.
Yeah, it did not look like those convoy lines were lining up with the. That's unfortunate because that would have been beautiful.
Just fun. So, all right, this is where the game is going to finish. Unclear whether this was. Is that right?
One more year.
One more year. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more year. Okay, so one more year. Then we got a bunch more armies on the board. We have got France and Italy tied at 9. Germany has been sneaking back up, sitting at 8 now. Who's going to top this board? Siobhan, start with you.
I mean, oof. I think it's still got to be Italy. France isn't getting anything else, and I don't know that Germany's getting another dot out of anyone. Not this year.
Adam, what do you think?
So if there's a known game end time, so these players probably know that this game is about to end. So I guess the question is, are we going to see some shenanigans between Italy and Turkey right now? And my guess is yes. It might not be the right move in a game where you're going to play to 1915. And honestly, this game could easily go that long if it was untimed. But if you're simply playing for a board top, you want to guarantee it. And I think the way you do that is perhaps by as Italy perhaps trying to take one of those
by getting dotty.
Yeah, but we'll see.
And so Germany as an outside shot would need to probably take one off of France and
Belgium likely,
and maybe sneaks into St. Pete. That would get him up to 10, and hope that Italy doesn't get one off of Turkey in the south.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's find out. And first,
there it is.
There it is.
Tell us about it in the
there it is.
All right, Siobhan, let's start with you. Tell us about it.
So yeah, that outside chance of Germany has taken a lot of dots. I'll let Adam talk about the ones in the East in a minute. Setting himself up to make a play for Belgium, but France quite appropriately put something in the Channel and in Picardy, and maybe it will be Germany.
Yeah, Germany has a problem though, and that's Turkey.
Yeah.
So
well, I think Russia's playing a little bit of kingmaker here, right? I mean, I think Russia's looking at this and saying, "Hey, you know what? This is carnage scoring. I get the same number of points basically, whether I got two dots or 0 dots." And so, I'm happy to go help out the German here. So,
Turkey's walking out for Italy, and Russia's walking out for Germany.
And
Perhaps there's no shenanigans. Perhaps it's just like, hey, we're gonna help the guy we like the most.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there still is at least a 50-50, even if Russia is on board with Germany. Does Russia support Moscow to hold, or support Silesia into Warsaw? And what do Turkey and Italy do together? Of course, if Turkey gives Romania away to Italy and even Smyrna, then Italy will be uncatchable here. Over here in the West, doesn't look like there's much possibility of anything, correct?
Not unless someone messes up.
All right, let's
see. I'm just noticing in the comments that it sounds like a lot of the players wanted to end the game at 1909, and Russia wanted to throw a board top to the Germans, and so I think that may be what led to this. And it's really interesting to see Turkey just willing to give up some dots so that their ally can get the board top. That's actually, how much nicer is that Italy didn't have to force them to get them.
I mean, but this is, like you said, it's carnage scoring that gives Turkey no incentive not to do this.
Yeah.
I guess the only question is does Turkey sacrifice third place for fourth place or something like that by doing this? And the answer looks like it's probably not anyway, because Turkey's still likely to be behind Germany and France, right?
Yeah,
so,
Turkey was locked into fourth place.
And Russia gets eliminated for all the trouble.
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter.
Which is just a just result, because it's sort of mean at the end for the person who wanted to extend the game, but.
Doesn't that make you a little sad, though? It doesn't matter if you get eliminated? I don't know.
I mean, we can get into the scoring system debate, but then I think we have to bring Maletsky on, and do you want to be here for 4 hours?
Don't say his name 2 more times. Once is enough. All right, so this game ends with Italy claiming substantial board top here. Well done, Peter Cook. We see Mike Walsh and Gary Sturley finish in a tie for second place. So congratulations to Peter Cook.
Yep.
And any final thoughts on this game, Siobhan?
It was a super fun board. I really enjoyed watching it. From everything I'm seeing in the comments and in some other messages from people, this seemed to be the crowd favorite of the day. Highly entertaining, lots of dynamic shifting. Loved it.
And Adam?
Yeah, what a well played game all around. A lot of interesting twists and turns. Just great job to the players.
Yeah, well done. Thanks for providing us with some entertainment. Congratulations again to Peter Cook. And that takes us over to Sarah Douglas, which this will be the final game for me tonight. Siobhan, I think you're coming back for board number 7 after taking a break, correct?
Yes, I will.
All right. Let us learn a little bit about Sarah Douglas then, courtesy of Bill Hackenbracht. Sarah Mapps Douglas, born in 1806, died 1882, so another 19th century figure, was an American educator, abolitionist, writer, and public lecturer. Her painted images on her written letters may be the first or earliest surviving examples of signed paintings by an African-American woman. Douglas's role as an activist began as early as 1831, when at age 25, she organized the collection of money to send to William Lloyd Garrison to support The Liberator, which is a publication. Douglas also helped to found the Female Literary Association, a group of African-American women dedicated to improving their skills and deepening their identification with their slave sisters. Thank you very much, Bill, again for that. And thank you, Sarah Douglas, for your work in the 19th century. I see that we have swapped out Siobhan Nolan for Doug Moore. I believe, Siobhan, you were on game board 3 before, yeah?
I guess I'm pinch hitting. That's okay.
Okay. Swap back. Siobhan, you were definitely on board number 3. Sorry, Doug. We'll see you in a little bit. Come on back, Siobhan.
Somebody really doesn't want me in here.
All right, let's switch on over. Here we are. And this board found the one who shall not be named anymore, Doc Binder. Right, this is the Doc Binder board where he was really doing some jiu-jitsu on us and on the rest of the board. He is sitting tied with the board top with the DM. And this is where we left this with Christian Klein dropping an army in Naples, along with an army in Venice. Sitting also in Cannes and Smyrna. This is very friendly to Craig Mayer, who is having some northern adventures as France. All right, let's keep on going here. And Siobhan, we will go to you for the West and take it away.
Okay, lots of movement here. Craig moving to take London. Eddie supports Clyde down to Liverpool. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Germany does some reshuffling of his armies. Nothing too exciting. Love getting into the North Sea. Thank you very much, Doc Binder, for that help. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, this was the RG that we were just generally impressed with.
Yeah.
All right, Adam, talk to us about the East.
Yeah, RGI. I mean, look at the coordination between Russia and Italy over there. They destroy. Wow, that's a death to several Austrian units. Trieste and Bulgaria, convoy to Albania. This is the complete collapse of the Austrian position right here.
Yeah, Serbia and Vienna are not far behind.
This is why Doug Moore came on the broadcast, because he wanted to talk some more about the German army in Galicia.
That's
Sorry.
right, and a lot of this is the fault of that. Well, it's not the fault of that, but playing a big part in it is the cut on Vienna, right, which otherwise would have dislodged actually destroyed the Russian unit in Budapest.
Yeah, this feels a lot like a draw-based game, doesn't it? With a three-way, possibly four-way alliance, including France. Just kind of ruling this. All right, let's push forward into fall 1904. We will stay in the East with Ashton. Break it down for us.
Well, Germany does get his piece of the pie in Vienna, so everybody shares the love a little bit, and we do bid a fond farewell to the Austrian, who lost 4 centers this turn, including 3 to the Italians. So good job, Christian Klein. Good job, Dave Miletsky. Kartik, hopefully it was a learning experience and enjoyable while it lasted. Otherwise, go ahead.
Christian Klein may not know that he only has 3 home centers to build in.
Thank you for pointing out the dotting of Russia in Kara, lest we forget that. And this is actually a savvy move, right? Because he's going to have to go somewhere next, and so he takes that dot from Russia. I don't think Russia had a build coming, so Russia actually goes down 1. He's in the Aegean to cover Constantinople or support himself there, be able to force the black next year. Very savvy move, actually. And go ahead.
This is a Golden Blade candidate stab here. He jumps from 7 to 11. So
there was one other huge stab earlier tonight, again with like 4 units.
Yeah.
Or 4 builds, but
this is a 4-dot stab. Now his he has, if there was any worry about the RG suffering any internal discord due to too much success, that should be out the window now. Well, let's Siobhan, let's hear about the West before we look at the overall board position here.
The West, there's a lot of red arrows as various powers attempt to do various things. Because English Channel was cut. Craig finally gets the last of the English home dots, and Doc Binder shifts his fleet over even further.
So here's the situation before the builds. We have down to 4 players now. I mean, first of all, let's just remark at that we have 3 eliminations by the end of 1904. I mean, talk about ruthless efficiency. We have Italy. Going to have 1 in the bank after this, but sitting at 11. No, no change of rules since then. Is there? And he has a very nice line of armies, but so does RG.
Yeah.
So without delving in too much, I'm just going to assume that there are places here that are weak. I believe. Well, there's lots of, Christian is an extremely adept tactician, so it wouldn't surprise me to see these guys having trouble breaking through here. Is there any reason to think? Well, Tyrolia should fall. Actually, that should be guaranteed.
Tyrolia should fall, and Dave Miletsky and Doc Binder, if they're on the same page.
Wait, are we going to get an army Venice?
You're right. Thank you.
I wouldn't make assumptions about that yet. Let's see.
Well, but then Trieste should be cut here.
Russia's got a pull. I mean, presumably it's going to be Warsaw or something, but there's or it could be Norwegian. But I think that's going to affect things a little bit.
The question is there any reason to think that if this game were to be played out for a lengthy period of time, that Christian wouldn't top this board?
Something major would have to change, but
yeah, the tide is definitely in his direction. I mean, clearly he's got a formidable pair to be dealing with. So, can he advance from this position? I don't know.
All right. Well, let's see what the builds are. We've got an army and 2 fleets. Probably no surprise. 2 army builds from France is kind of delightful, actually.
It kind of is.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you have to think that if this game were to continue, that F&G would get over it, and Dave would, find a way to convince Craig to send some units down to try to pop the balloon from the rear, but. with an army in Clyde. I mean, this is this has potential. Probably not solo options unless things got really ugly between France and Germany. In any case, this game goes one more turn, and then it's going to end after this. So let's see what happens. Tactically, it looks like let's just focus on the East here. So Christian, surprisingly inert, actually, for Christian. Oof. This is a surprisingly inert set of moves that sees Vienna open up to a possible weakness here. But Doc Binder is able to take Bulgaria for the moment. This would be quickly reversed, I believe. And then Black is going to fall. No, this is they had Germany and Russia had a chance, I think, to push Christian back. It would have required getting Craig on side. That clearly didn't work. So
I'm just disappointed that Craig didn't convoy another army into England.
just put all the armies into England, every single one.
Yeah, I mean, we could spend a little time talking about the tactics here. He could have blown up the army here. Probably what you wanted to do here. Mm-hmm. You could have guaranteed taking Edinburgh back, and then you'd have a Russian army on the island instead. Yep. In any case, this this game ends right here. No more moves. Is this the right result here, given after the stab?
I mean, on this hell board, there is no right result. Well done, Christian. Anyway,
how many demons does it take to make a watchable diplomacy game?
I mean, speaking of hellboard, the chat actually said Dave Maletsky's name 3 times, and he did appear. So to be fair, apparently it works.
Oh God. Okay. So congratulations to Christian Klein. Excuse me.
That you choked on that a little, didn't you?
I can't speak.
Well done, Christian Klein. It was a pleasure to watch the game as always.
Oh, God. My skin is burning. All right. Yes, what you just said, and condolences to Craig Meyer for being on this board in the first place. And congratulations for surviving it.
Decent result, despite, yeah.
All right, that does it for board number 3. That also does it for my evening. I'll probably pop back on at the very end to say goodnight. Siobhan, we're going to trade you out here for Doug Moore, but we'll see you again for board number 7. So goodbye for now, Siobhan. We will bring on, let's see. First, I'll bring on Brian Pravel. Brian, welcome back to the stream.
Howdy.
And, Brian, I didn't, when I brought you on before, I meant to ask you to say a little bit. We've talked a bunch of times when we've talked about you on the stream about your family and how you got started. So can you give us a little background on that?
Sure. So I've been playing diplomacy since I was 8 years old. I learned from my dad, and he played with some friends on an early, my mom and dad were dating. They played on during a hurricane in Houston. They had a 2-day game. And what else are you going to do in the middle of a hurricane? Let's pull up the diplomacy set. They got hooked. And one day, 8 years old, I'm opening up the box, asking Dad, hey, what's this cool little game with maps and cubes? And he showed me, and the rest is history. He went on. My family I'm oldest of 7 kids, so we've got a board full of kids to play the game. And I've had a lifelong love of the game ever since.
You are the creation of diplomacy. Diplomacy birthed you.
It is in my blood,
and we're all thankful for that. It's we're the ones who win in that game. All right, bring it on back to the stream. We've got Doug Moore. Welcome back, Doug.
Thank you, Brandon.
And let's see, Adam. I'm going to boot you out and then bring you back in so that Brian is ahead of you, and then I am going to remove myself and see you guys. I'll come back on at the very end of the stream. But my night of calling games is over, and it's on to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Brandon. Thank you, Siobhan. Let's get to it. Bringing up round 2, board 4. Let's look at where we left off.
Yeah, this was a pretty balanced game. A lot of opportunity here.
So we've got position at the end of 1904. Let's see. We'll go ahead and just get right into it. Doug, I'll have you take the west and Adam, you can take the East. All right, so I'll cover the builds. We've got a English army in Eddy, French fleet in Brest, and a army in Warsaw. It looks like a disband of the East. Anything jump out to either of you?
I think the fleet in Brest is a good build. You don't need another army there. And pulling that army from Ruhr is a real nice signal to France as Germany. That really jumps out to me.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't you kick us off in the West?
I think the most immediate thing that's of note is the Mid-Atlantic gets into the English Channel, and you've got a follow-up from that. You've got a chain of French units parking themselves in Belgium, giving France a really strong position. I'm not sure that England can do much about it, but, Liverpool and Yorkshire that's really quite defensible. This is going to be a slog to get any dots. And so I like the strong defense that I'm seeing from England. Can England convert that into Germany doing anything? And he does sort of stymie Germany. Germany loses Berlin. Lot of fun play over here in the West.
Definitely. Adam, with the East.
Yeah, I'm having a little trouble telling what's supporting what up here. It looks like Greece supported Khan to Bull, and Bull just supported AG into Greece. Okay, so that support got cut, which is why the Turks didn't move forward. The Italians and Austrians fighting each other is there's a clear winner in that battle, and it's Russia, right? So there's a little bit of this kind of circle around kind of deal. So it's not clear that Russia's going to get another Turkish dot this year, but it looks like it's going to be a difficult position for them to make any gains if they're continuing to sit with units just supporting each other. And not getting any momentum anywhere. Elsewhere, we see balance in Silesia, and the Russians walk into Berlin.
I think this is really interesting because Russia's got a huge battle in the south, but if you look holistically at the position, they're able to grow because of Berlin. That's really important for Russia right here.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the non-aggression with England, the kind of, Russia's out of the north for the most part, but it's a stable position with England in the north with that fleet in St. Petersburg, and that's working really well for them.
All right. In the fall, Adam, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess now we're seeing a little bit of progress, and it looks like maybe AI are actually coordinating a little bit, right? So we actually are pushing the Russians. The Russians go back to Ankara, and the Austrians actually are going to get a dot this year, and so that might be a positive. I'm not quite sure. They do not make any effort to walk into Romania, which would have been an interesting thing to try there, but instead don't really trust the Italians fully and cover Serbia instead.
So, Adam, do you feel like they coordinated that with Russia, or was it just coordination between AI?
Well, it's hard to say, right? I mean, what was Russia going to do in this position? Was either going to support Khan to hold or support out to Ankara were really the only two options. And this certainly seems like the safer option in case Austria does that, right? So, it's hard to say not being privy to this stuff. I mean, Russia probably would agree to this because there's no other choice.
All right. And Doug in the West.
Well, I really love this. France and England make a deal, and France gets into Holland, England helps in, and then look at the rest of it. At the same time, France helps Austria into Munich. it's chaos in the West. This is amazing. Germany is now completely shattered, losing Holland and Munich in the same turn. And at the same time, you have and Berlin, so 3 dots, and almost lost Kiel at the same time. So basically, everybody just decided, all right, we have had enough of Max. He needs to leave this game. Sorry, Max, you're brilliant and we love you, but we hate you in this game. I mean, that's clearly what just happened here.
All right. So moving on, yes, poor Max has disbands everywhere, keeps Kiel. We've got a French fleet in Marseille, a couple of army builds in Austria, army build in Warsaw. All right. And Doug, why don't you continue in the West?
Yeah. So we saw this last turn. France is bouncing in the English Channel. I think that's a little extraneous at this point. You could set up a bounce with England, and then you would have two fleets for the South. And, Italy is just very vulnerable. I really wish I'd seen that. Love the support into Ruhr. That's fantastic. Nicely done. And at the same time, they don't really let Russia have Kiel. So it was a one-turn play. So it looks like the EF has revived itself.
Adam in the East.
Well, just when things we're looking up for Austria, the hammer falls, right? And so we get the Italians, go full out here. I mean, it's kind of odd to see the Austrians, if they were thinking that Italy was working with them, these moves don't make a lot of sense. So it does look like they were expecting something along these lines, right, to go up to Tyrolia and out to Albania. This is going to be hard to recover from, but you walk into Romania, okay. On the other hand, this is a spring turn, and there may be some play for somebody to knock them out of Constantinople at this stage. So not the greatest position, maybe a good play by Italy, depending on what's been negotiated with the Russians.
Strong play by Russia over here.
Yeah.
Right. Adam in the East.
Yeah, and there you see it. Easy come, easy go, right? And so the Russians support Austria back into Bulgaria, destroying the fleet. They make a play. No, nobody makes a play on Greece. I think Greece is trying to pull back up the other way. And Austria retakes Trieste and ends up in Romania again. And so, this is good. He nets a dot off of Russia while working with Russia. So actually, this is a pretty good outcome. Not a great turn for Italy, who is going to end up with a fleet in Venice and probably a rebuild or two.
I think that the East in this game earns the honor of like the messiest adjudication I've seen tonight. Oh my goodness!
What is going on there? I know, right?
Yeah, there's a lot happening over there. Good job, East.
Yeah. Well, and I think I'm impressed with the job Liam and Michael did. I know at the end of our last round, we were asking which positions we liked, and I remember I really liked the Italian position more than the Austrian position. And I feel like Austria in particular has done a good job of taking advantage of the chaos. All right, let's talk about the West. We've got a lot going on over here.
Well, it really distills down to, the EF. France and England put themselves into Kiel, but they put England into Kiel, which is a good call. And then they support, after bringing Austria up, France now puts Germany back down into Munich. Presumably, Germany's working with them and is like, hey, you guys didn't love me before. Please leave me alone. And, credit to Max for making himself useful in this scenario. So I think that's a pretty good play. I think we're going to see some fun head south here. Like the weakness of Italy in the south just is a magnet for France at this point in the game.
I'm particularly interested in Russia's position up here. What are you expecting to see this turn? They're not building, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, the key here is North Sea to Norway, Sweden to Finland, Denmark to Sweden, Helgoland to Denmark, Holland, Sportskiel, like it's just a chain. All you need to do is get another English fleet in the interior, and Russia's position falls because Russia simply can't hold Berlin against the onslaught of English forces coming. So at this point, you kind of know what's going to happen here is England's going to get Berlin. The question is, can England wrap around and start getting toward Moscow, or is that just not going to happen? If I'm Russia in this instance, I might move Baltic to Bothnia, and mess with England up north rather than trying to hold Berlin.
Yeah,
from Baltic.
Well, England builds the army, hoping to get that convoyed over. Italy's got a army in Rome, fleet in Naples, looking to play some defense. And Adam, why don't you talk to us?
Yeah, so the moves for the moves here look like well, they're not completely clear. Right? The move to Albania, it looks sort of anti-Italian, but on the other hand, you've got Romania going to Serbia, you've got Bulgaria going to Constantinople. So Bulgaria is left open, which doesn't really leave a lot of options for piffing the unit in Greece. And now you've got the Italians continuing to come back east. So they're continuing to fight. You're going over to Piedmont. That's presumably to get another unit against Venice, right? And so
yeah, it looks that way to me.
Yeah, I mean they're just going to keep fighting here, and we'll see if that plays out well for the Austrian. I mean, I think the Austrian has the upper hand as long as they've got Russia on side. So we'll see.
Who does that end up helping? The chaos.
I mean, I think this chaos really benefits France. I mean, France is the one who can profit by Italy's overextension in the east. England just really can't do anything to France at this point of the game, without swinging all their units over there. And, if I'm England, I want to focus on getting my armies into the continent somewhere, not fighting with France in a fleet battle that I might lose. So, if I'm France at this point, I think that, maybe a bounce in the Channel is not the best move here. Maybe you should be going to Lyon and West Med, and then following up to Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, this feels really conservative to me.
Yeah, I just think you're not really in any danger from England. So yeah, I want to try and push a little faster.
All right. Well, go ahead, Doug. Let's talk about pushing faster or not.
One lone fleet here to Tyrrhenian Sea is not crucial. Russia then all of a sudden helped hold Munich, and France moved to Marseille. If you're going to Marseille, you need to sort of reorient your forces, get those fleets to the south. There's no point in sending one unit to Tyrrhenian Sea into Marseille. So I think that France is sort of like squandering the potential that they have in the south, out of paranoia in the north, and that's not going to be helpful for the long term. Meanwhile, England is very slowly, very steadily making their position stronger in the north to deploy into the continent. So I like what England's doing here.
Adam, we've got a whole lot of red over in the east. What do you see?
Yeah, there sure is, and this looks like an effort by Russia and Austria to pop that Constantinople fleet. Odd to do that in a fall turn. This has to be arranged, because why wouldn't you see a retreat to Ankara into the Russian dot if it wasn't, right? But it's not going to be a rebuild because of the being a fall turn, and Russia has no ability to get out of the center. He does protect Bulgaria though and take Venice. So again, this is another fight that is continuing to seem like it benefits Russia.
Adam, let me ask you a question, because I see this and I find the Baltic move to be a little, superfluous. Why isn't he going to the Gulf of Bothnia knowing that he's about to get a build from Constantinople so that he can build in Moscow and then start fighting England in the north? It seems like a missed opportunity here.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. I mean, once England has an army in Finland and can support himself up to Sweden, there's no point in doing that. I totally agree, Doug.
All right, let's get to our builds. Sure enough, we've got the army in Moscow as predicted. Italy has to disband the fleet in Aegean. Austria builds an army in Vienna, and that looks like all of our adjustments. Adam, why don't you go ahead and start in the east?
Sure.
Oh, is this where it ends?
Oh, are we done?
Yep. This
must be it. It looks like the game is done, and so England will top this board.
Nicely done, England. I mean,
yeah, right on.
This wasn't, this didn't seem likely that long ago. I mean, this is a pretty strong recovery and strong play from England. So I want to give Natty here, some congratulations for, a job well done.
Yeah, congratulations, Natty. Adam, do you feel like this is the right result?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. I mean, the question is, where does it go from here, right? And I think it just continues to play to England's advantage if the game continues, right? So they can play, they can get more dots, but if England is satisfied with this board top result, why not?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would accept this if I was France here. I mean, I don't. England can't do anything to me right now. And I can go grow in the south because Italy is so weak. I'm already in the Tyrrhenian Sea with an advanced position. I'm forcing Italy to make all kinds of guesses, and Austria might need to come cover stuff. I'm not sure that I would want to take this draw if I was France right now. I would think I want to play a little bit longer.
Yeah, fair.
Congratulations, Natty. Let's move on to the next game. This is round 2, board 5. Yes, this is the one with Tommy, Corey, Jason, Sergey, Timothy, and Nate. Let's see, just pick up. We had some activity in the east, and all right. So we'll pick up here. For this one, Adam, why don't you go ahead and take the west, and you can go ahead and begin. Show us. Yeah, let's start.
Yeah, sure. So this game, I believe there was an EF that was just rolling this board, and I think that's just continuing here. France makes the play into Tunis. It's uncontested because the Austrians and Turks are convoying into Apulia. So I'll leave that aspect to Doug. But Tunis falls in the north. Well, we've got England had 2 armies at home and nothing in the North Sea, right? So he's getting into position to convoy those. Not much doing there, just a lot of supports right now in the middle. That should probably change in the fall.
All right, and Doug, in the east, we've got a little bit of movement. What do you see?
Yeah, I like the convoy to Apulia here. I mean, you're not really sacrificing one of your core dots at this point as AT. And instead, you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to pressure France, and I think that's really important going forward. You need that army deployed somewhere where it can do some good, and that's the place that can do the most good. I'm a little surprised that Naples didn't cut Tyrrhenian Sea here. That's a little odd to me. That attack doesn't succeed unless Tyrrhenian Sea happens. And that kind of makes me think in my head, is there, did France and Turkey make an agreement where, hey, help me get Tunis, I'll help you, get Rome in the fall. And we could see that. So that makes me think that, I like what Austria is doing here, moving to Bohemia, strong, lots of armies in the center of the board. You've got Russia moving north to Livonia, which then, could potentially take St. Petersburg because of Sweden. So, I think this is a pretty strong play by the East, by the AT.
Do you feel like the AT needs Italy?
I don't think they need Italy. I think that if Italy is willing to work with them, then that's great. But maybe Italy wasn't willing to work with them, and they're just sacrificing Italy at this point. Very possible.
All right, and Adam in the West.
Yeah, I mean, I think just a lot of supports up in the northern part of the board and England positioning to get the convoys off.
Yep. All right. So, Doug, I think most of the action's in the east, so go ahead and let you start here.
Yeah. First thing, Livonia, Moscow took St. Pete. That's a nice boon for Russia, even though Austria takes Silesia. That's not disastrous. I really love the Bohemia, Tyrolia taking Munich. Like, that's pretty painful for France. And even though the East didn't get in here to any of the dots in Italy, they totally stymied France, and France is pulling at this point. So this is an effective turn for AT, and they have Russia and Italy helping them to the degree that they're able.
The only thing I don't like is Sev to Rome.
Yeah, I like Sev to Ukraine in this situation.
Or even just go to, well, I mean, do you want to go to Moscow to cut the support that way, or you want them to retake St. Pete?
Yeah,
right?
I want. If I'm Austria, I want Russia taking St. Pete and slowing that down and increasing friction and chaos in the West. Yeah. I'm taking Warsaw, so I'm still building, and I can build in Vienna. Maybe there was some lack of trust there with Romania, but Ukraine is a superior place.
Yep. Looking at the West, can we pop back? So the main thing we see is that the English do convoy into Denmark successfully. Really got to give it to Germany for playing kingmaker here and, cutting the Norway support on St. Petersburg and supporting the Austrians into Munich. They're down, but they're not out, and they're still making a difference in this game and in terms of who's going to be the winning alliance in this game.
Yeah, I love to see a player who's down still find ways to stay a meaningful player in the game.
And this, we've talked a little bit about the scoring system and how it impacts the play for smaller powers, but this is actually a situation where there's a number of smaller powers on this board, and surviving longer would actually make a difference in the score for these powers in this game. So they actually do have quite a bit to play for if they care about that sort of thing.
That's a good point. All right, so 1905, we've got Germany disbanding in Sweden. We've got Austria building another army in Vienna, picking up Warsaw, and Italy disbanding the army in North Africa. That's about it. Keep going. Adam, why don't you go ahead and take it in the West?
Okay, so we do have a retake on Munich, so and that was just achieved by cutting all the supports for it, and I think that was a good play on the part of France and England. So they're back into Munich. It's a position where I think they're likely to be able to hold it. I don't quite understand why Austria did not retreat to Silesia. That is puzzling there, but. Nonetheless, there's some movement. I see that the England supported themselves up into Sweden and bounced in Denmark. Perfectly reasonable. Get that army up there so that they can eventually feed it into St. Petersburg. Convoy down into Holland. I guess that's okay if you're trying to keep your options open. I mean, maybe you want to get it over the top and not be putting it into this particular position, but it gives you some options against France if there's anything strange happening in the fall.
Yeah, maybe discouraging some shenanigans. All right, I'm sorry. In the East, Doug.
Yeah, it looks like everybody kind of banded together a little bit here to cut Austria down to size, which is okay. And as Austria, you sort of have to expect that you're going to lose Munich. No big deal. I agree. You should be retreating to Silesia. There's no real reason not to. I don't know what Warsaw is doing exactly, because holding there doesn't make any sense. You should be going to Prussia at this point. Likewise, I don't understand. You can give Turkey a build here, but Turkey takes takes Greece and Romania, and you pull Romania instead of going back to Ukraine. You're losing 3 dots here. This is a pretty devastating turn for Austria's chances in this game. Meanwhile, Turkey is potentially building 3. So this is a mammoth swing. I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening here. We'll have to see what happens in the fall. But pulling units as Austria when you still have a lot of game to play, this does not make any sense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel like Nate's maybe making a move here, which I don't hate, but it's going to be interesting to see with Austria having all the units on the line, whether the West is able to take advantage of that faster than Nate's able to.
I wonder if this was a move by Turkey that might have been better made in the fall, where there's not so many things, so many guesses. It probably would have been there just as well.
Yeah, well, let's find out. Let's continue in the East.
It looks like we must have seen something different, because the way it looked, those units were popped, but they're in Silesia and Ukraine.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I take back what I say. So that let me pull back all that criticism of Austria. He did not do that. What we saw did definitely show those pops, but different.
Continuing in the East, it looks like we've got Ionian taking Greece.
Not only Ionian taking Greece, but Turkey walked Rum to Gal, and Galicia went to Budapest. So that's interesting. It looks like that all may have been arranged. Turkey does get Rome down there, and does hold that. So, they give up a little bit of a lot of position to France and losing the Ionian Sea.
Yeah, France and the Ionian. All right, Adam, the West.
And France and Tyrolia also.
Yeah, that's trouble.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest changes here are just that France broke through to Tyrolia, right? And that's going to make, I don't know how much longer this game goes on, but that's a significant play on the line there. France can hold Munich and potentially push forward through into Nomad's Land and Bohemia and so forth from this position. What else? In the north, we see the English do take St. Petersburg because Russia chooses not to defend it and instead tries to make a play on Warsaw, which is unsuccessful. And the English hold on to Denmark, as you would expect in this position.
All right. So for our builds, got a little bit of activity. Looks like we've got a fleet, English fleet in London, a English army in Eddie. Looks like we've got a disband of Germany and Skag, army in France and Marseille, disband from Italy, and Turkish army in Caen. Russia's down to 1, Germany's down to 1, Italy's down to 1. Anything surprising here?
No, I mean, I think at this point, my favorite to top the board is France again. Although that fleet build in London is pretty ominous. That can drop down pretty quick to go snaffle Brest away or drop to the mid-Atlantic. So I would, I'm sure they've got some talking to do. England's got some splaining to do to France here.
We'll keep an eye on that.
If you're France here, do you pop up to Gascony in Spain?
I think that you really don't have a choice on that. You really need to cover, Belgium, Spain, and go to Mid-Atlantic, just all based on that build, which just takes a ton of pace away from you. But, Italy might be willing to help you into Rome, and that might be all you need.
All right, well, let's find out. Doug, why don't we talk about the West? Oh, did we just?
They called the draw. Yeah, they were.
They must have drawn right there. Yep.
How do you feel about that, Doug? Is that the right call?
I mean, it certainly is for England. Congratulations to Tommy on a strong result. I think that Austria and France have a deal to strike here to carve up some Turkish dots and Italian dots. That's 3 dots that France, I think, is leaving on the table. But good build by England to really put that pressure on and almost kind of force Corey to take that draw. So that's pretty nicely done. So I do think there's a lot of play here. I think that Corey could still defend the position and grow, but it's a fight to do so.
What about you, Adam? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything Doug said. I think it's a good ending for a lot of people. I mean, I think the other one who has some play in this game is probably Turkey, right? And I'm not saying Turkey was wrong in taking the draw, but I think there's potentially some play there.
All right. Well, congratulations, Tommy. This was a good game. All right. Moving on to board 6. Let's see. Adam, do you recall anything about this board? It's one with Alex, John Jameson, Hal, Zach Moore.
Yeah, we do. This is the Mammoth AI.
The AI that was just dominating the board. I think Russia is working with them as well, and I think the East is just kind of dominating and pushing through. Looks like Italy just made it into the Mid-Atlantic, and they may be taking Munich very shortly as well.
Yeah. All right. Let's find out.
Yeah, when we left, Russia had just switched position to help AI and put them in a real dominant spot.
All right. So for our builds, English disband, French build in Brest, Fleet Brest, Army Moscow, Army Venice. Anything jump out to you here?
Yeah, now in this instance is probably the right disband. There's part of me that's like pull Norwegian and keep now but it's okay as long as you move London to Yorkshire. That's okay because if Mid-Atlantic gets dislodged, he'll go north.
Yeah. The second fleet in Brest is going to be fun also.
Well, I think it's sending a message to the other powers in the West that, hey, I'm on board with the program, and I'm not throwing Italy anymore. This is real, and I'm going to try to help.
Yeah.
Unless he goes to the Irish Sea, which there's a 50-50 probability.
Yeah, fair.
Well, we'll find out. Adam, I'll have you do the West for this board. So
sure.
Talk us through what happens.
Okay, and see, I spoke way too soon, and I'm already eating crow, right? France is continuing to do nothing but support the Italians forward. I am honestly surprised. I think maybe an army might have been more helpful in that case, to get them into Marseille and get them up into Burgundy. But hey, this isn't too bad either. Cuts the North Sea, which really has no effect because it was England convoying. Is that into Holland?
Yeah.
That's just really hard to understand why that would happen right now. Maybe it's to go down to Ruhr or something, but it's these moves are just look like England and Germany are totally off page with one another. I mean, Germany's going to Picardy. Okay, if there's an expectation that France is going to do something like that, but this is really rough, and we see that by the loss of Berlin and Munich in this turn. These guys are rolling. They're just rolling.
The fall turn of this, so in the East, first of all, Silesia and Munich fall to Austria and Italy. Italy's in Piedmont and can force Marseille. They're in position at this point with Russia's help to force Kiel. They're going to take 3 German dots at this point. AI are just they're growing just so fast. I think Italy might be able to take Portugal and Marseille this turn. This is just a devastating turn, and going to the Irish Sea. I mean, wow. All right. I mean,
and I know last week
it's an AI.
Yeah, before the break, we were talking about Russia kind of joining in to see what kind of impact that'll have. Not a lot of movement there, so I think Russia's still kind of in a kingmaker mode a little bit. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason for Russia to really move. The fleet is the most important piece at this point. All of the damage was done when he retook St. Petersburg in the past. Now, that piece going to Kiel absolutely cut a critical support and helped Austria get into Berlin. I would expect to see, knowing Zachary and Matthew that they will reward that by putting Russia into a dot.
Yeah. All right. Why don't we go ahead and start in the West, Adam?
Yep. All right. So it'd be helpful to see what these supports are. Is that the North Sea supporting the channel into Belgium? It is. Okay. I mean, the fact that there is really no effort on the other side of the board to stop this is, I mean, it is what it is for these guys. But look at this. I mean, you've got Germany trying to take Holland back. You've got protecting the Low Countries. Nobody's even making any effort to stop it. Italy is going to build a couple this turn. They're taking Marseille and Portugal. They don't take Liverpool, because they can force the North Atlantic, of course.
Right, and they take Munich. I mean, Italy took Portugal, Marseille, and Munich.
Yep. There's a little bit of mistrust, I guess, going back to cover Venice, but, this is not a major thing. It will be interesting to see where it goes from this, given Austria made a point of leaving Trieste open for a build. So we'll see. And also note, I guess, yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Austria is building too. They took Kiel and Berlin. Germany is shattered, and the Russian also got Sweden. I mean, this is just again a mammoth failure on the coordination of the West. They can't help each other. They're not working together. Jameson is actively moving Italy as fast as possible. I think Zachary's being wise here in the East and basically saying like, well, you're growing really fast. I'm going to make sure you can't stab me and go for a solo here. So I think this is reasonably good, smart, cautious play. He's going to put a couple more armies on the board, and like Italy really isn't going to be able to do anything about that. And that secures Zachary's strong position.
I would love to hear the after action report on why we've got these dots being thrown from John Jameson.
Well, I think we saw earlier on why John decided to do that, right? I mean, I think he got attacked by England, and I think he was just more angry at England for doing what England did than what Italy had done, and so he just decided he was going to throw it to Italy, which I think was sensible given the situation. If he couldn't defend against both of them, then just defend against one.
Yeah. And this is a place where you have to know, if you know how John Jameson plays, you've got to know if you're going to pull those shenanigans, you got to beat him, because otherwise he will make you pay the price, and he doesn't care about the impact on the full board. He's going to make you suffer.
I don't know if Dave's played, but I know Alex should be aware. They've played enough to where he should be aware of that. So. All right, moving on. We've got the disbands from the French, keeping the fleet in English.
Of course.
Alex builds army. Go ahead, Adam.
No, I was just saying, of course, John keeps the fleet in the English. It's the one that's the most annoying to England. Of course he does.
We've got an army in Rome, fleet in Naples, 2 armies for, everything else looks pretty expected. Fleet North Coast makes sense. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. All right.
So do Austria and Italy, are they just negotiating a shared board top at this point, you think, Doug?
Yeah, I think so. And I wouldn't be too surprised if, look, Russia's going to get Denmark here. Didn't build in the south, which, he could have done. So, Russia's going to be sitting on 7, and that's a fantastic result here, given, he was at, 3 at one point?
Oh, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, think about this comeback by Russia. Throwing in with the strong AI has been very beneficial with that chaotic West. So, yeah, I think that this game is getting close to ending, knowing Zachary and Matthew, who are playing Austria and Italy respectively, and how they play this game. They are not stabbing each other. They're gonna play this together to the end.
And I think it's a testament to their strategic decision to keep Russia in the game. I think that has really helped them, and rewarding him by letting him grow instead of taking those dots has worked out well for them. All right, so Doug, let's start in the East.
Yeah, they traded dots over there. That's probably for fun. It's like, why not? It actually is a little more defensible for them. Really, there's not that much to talk about in the East. It's an AI moving as fast as possible. The one thing that, and Adam will talk about this more extensively is what's happening in Munich.
Yeah.
Is that a Zachary stab? Could be.
Yeah. All right.
He went to Bulgaria. He's in Bulgaria as well. I mean, potential to force him out of Con now.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. He's in Tyrolia and Trieste, which is good. Forced Munich. They could have arranged that. Matthew might be saying, well, I'm liable to get Liverpool. Why don't you take Munich now?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go to Ruhr, and then we can take Holland. So this all might be arranged. I can't imagine it's an actual stab.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect it's arranged, knowing these players, but we'll find out.
Yep.
All right, Adam, talk us through the West.
Yeah, I mean, clearly we can see that we have. So the Austrian did kick the Italians out of Con, but I'm not sure that this ends up any different. So the Austrians are taking 2 green dots, and the Italians are taking 1 dot. So no, this is going to put the Austrians.
Holland. And they did not get into Liverpool. Okay.
No, they didn't. So this is actually going to put Austria up by 1, and if this is where they're going to end it, and Italy is happy with that, then good job to Zach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like a little friction there. Italy went back to the Ionian Sea, so there might be some grumbling here.
But what are they going to do? All right, so we've got
so the fleet and Seb. I love it.
Yep, why not? Because why not?
Because why not? Get yourself in the Black Sea.
Yeah, and I think this is the draw here.
Yep. This is it. So congratulations, Zach Moore.
I like that stab at the end of the game. That was nicely done. That was well executed, and it was strong. And there wasn't much that could be done about it. Look at that. It's like a 2-track of armies through the center of the board. I've never seen that before. It's like, what is happening there? That's so many armies.
Is that our best Austria that we've seen this game?
Might be.
12 center top is a pretty strong Austria.
Yeah. All right. And is that our last game? Nope, we've got one more to go.
I think that Siobhan's going to come back on for that last game, and I think I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. It's been a lot of fun working with you guys, and congrats to all the players. It's been awesome to watch and have the privilege of discussing.
Adam, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, Adam.
Hey, Siobhan, welcome back.
Hi.
All right, this is giant David Miller land.
Oh, David Miller.
Ready to wrap this up? All right. Why don't you take the West, Siobhan? This is the one David made a pretty massive stab, and we're going to find out what the result of that was.
Do they let him get away with it?
Got it. All right. So he builds in Army London, and we've got 2 armies in Turkey. Anything jump out to either of you here?
Not in this.
Yep. All right. Siobhan, take the West.
Okay, David Miller just chugs along. They swap Kiel and Berlin. He and France, I mean. France takes Brest off him. There wasn't anything David could have done about that. So disband it. You'll build it into a more useful unit later if you can take it back. And everyone else is just walking up to the line to try and stop whatever this is.
I mean, the East is, nothing there to really write home about. I've given Nicola some praise for, the work that he's been doing. He's put in the time and the effort here. He pops up to Galicia, which is, of course, what he needs to do. And then Italy and Austria combine to go to Bohemia, but not steal the dot because he doesn't need it right now. I'm curious what's going to happen down there in Tunis. Lyon to West. We'll have to see how that plays out.
Mhm.
Siobhan, what do you think about that pull by England not going to Picardy? Do you want to do that? I don't know.
I don't know if you do. I think you still need more than one army on the mainland there, and it's a spring turn, so playing one down for an entire year seems unwise, but
Mm-hmm. Something I didn't call out here was, England helped Austria into Moscow, blowing up the Russian unit,
yes.
which eliminates Russia in this. And this is a good move because Austria can't do really very much with that. So it actually weakens that position probably rather substantially.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Doug, why don't you continue in the east?
Turkey takes Moscow. That's okay. That's not bad for England. England wants more chaos in the east, which puts pressure on France and Italy. That's probably a good move. Although, Nicola is, of course, like I said, a very savvy player. So he's popping up to Silesia. He convoys to Romania. He's shuffling units into the center of the board. And very effectively here, Italy takes Vienna. But it doesn't hurt Austria's position because Austria is still Austria is going to pull one. I don't know about that. I don't know that I like that. I think I want Austria to have two on there still. They've got an advanced army, and that's helpful up there.
Siobhan, anything you like in the west?
There's not a ton happening in the west. France and Italy are setting up to take Mao from David, and there is nothing he can do about it. They have 5 fleets on MAO. Now that, they did last term too, so maybe they're just not very coordinated about it.
Yeah.
It looks like Brest supported the wrong unit or to the wrong place. Supported West MAO instead of NAF.
Yeah.
I like what England did in Germany over there, or in France, or New
England,
Fringland.
Very intermixed, but the move to Ruhr is nice because that could be covered. Belgium can be covered from the North Sea. This is where I think the disband from Picardy hurts. Because if you're sitting in Picardy right now, you could have gone to Burgundy, you can go to Belgium, and I think that just is a stronger position.
I completely agree. Even if he has to disband at the end of this year, keep it for the season.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Do you see any opportunity for further English growth?
Yeah, I mean, Munich and Berlin are interesting, and we'll see how that plays out. I think that, again, when you think about, we talked at the beginning of the game about the really strong ability that David has and that Nicola has. Let's not forget, Wes is a really strong player. We've seen him tonight play some good games, and we saw him last week play a good game as well. But I think Nicola here is being really patient and working really hard to keep Ed in Italy calm and comfortable and doing what needs to be done to hold the line. So, England's not done. England just needs to sort of like lock down their line and then be like, yeah, whatever, you guys go fight, and I'll have some fun when time is necessary. But there's no northern fleets that he really needs to be worried about. So what if he loses a dot? He's got a mammoth position still.
Yeah,
I'm curious to see Nicola's decisions down in the Balkans also. Keep an eye on that. All right, with our builds, Austria disbands Warsaw, keeps the fun unit, and we've got a army in Marseille, army in Venice, and that's it. All right, moving on. Siobhan, why don't you start in the west?
Yeah, I mean, everything's supporting everything. The only thing that moves is Gascony to North Coast, which... why? But sure. Italy repositions a little. Tunis makes a stab Well, that's, I suppose, not my theater. Doug.
Well, as we saw, nothing moved in the West. Italy and Turkey are fighting now. I think this is good for the West. Turkey certainly can't hold Tunis. Walked into Serbia. There was a bounce in Budapest. Maybe this is arranged, but I don't know. Turkey's also taken Warsaw. This is a good move for Turkey. Maybe the time has come to stop being patient while David doesn't really have a solo shot anymore. So I don't mind if France gets a bunch of dots in Italy if I'm getting 4 out of Austria and Greece. Or what were Austria and Greece,
All right. Let's keep going in the East, Doug.
And, then they kind of stop moving. They blow up the fleet in Tunis and basically trade Serbia for Tunis. If I'm Italy, I think that's a good trade for me. I don't need that fleet over there. I'm not offended by this as Turkey either, because I'm picking up Warsaw, so I'm building 2 builds right now, so I can put another fleet down if I need to, and I could put an army in con. I don't hate this move for the East.
Do we have? No, we just have 1. I thought for a minute we had 2 units on Moscow. 2, that would have been fun, but that's a bounce. So, all right, Siobhan, talk to us about the West.
The moves in the West here tell me that David and Wes Ketchum have just decided they are kind of done with this game, but they recognize that the East has a couple of things they want to resolve before it's all said and done. So they're letting them do that, and I guess that's all about eliminating Austria, and then what?
Yeah. Feel like they're setting up for the draw.
Absolutely.
All right. Good game, Richard. Get the disband of the final Austrian center. So now everybody can fucking draw.
He held on for quite a while, and now that that's done, I guess we can draw.
Yeah.
It's always so cruel to eliminate a player and then immediately draw the game.
Yep, and that is where we end.
Yeah, and let's everybody on the board did a really fantastic job of when David blew up in, what was it, 03, and he was like at 11 or whatever. They did a really good job of containing him, and that's hard to do across so many players. And we don't know how those negotiations went, but it doesn't really matter. The proof is in the pudding, and the ability to stop somebody who is at like 11 and 03. That was nicely done by the rest of the powers. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from David's fantastic stab, but coordinating 5 people to stop one person is really hard.
Yeah. Especially virtually, I would imagine.
Yeah, especially in virtual. Yeah. Is there anybody you feel like would you not want to accept this draw?
I think if this is an untimed round and a result that I care about, if I'm doing well in the tournament before this, if I'm Nicola, I think I've still got a lot of play here. Italy possibly too, but it really depends on what that relationship is like. And if I feel like this is just going to irritate the West or the people I'm asking to continue, maybe not.
Yeah, I feel like they've got a pretty nice balance.
Yeah, I think like David and Wes's position, if you go back, like they very clearly had committed to each other, like we're not going to stab each other. So, it's hard to judge. I do think, and they did this for like 2 turns prior to this happening. I think if they really want to, they can take France out of this game. The danger for Italy and Turkey is if you start really pressuring France, he very well may throw the solo to England, and you want to be pretty cautious about that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, congratulations, David Miller. And,
very well done.
That is our last game.
We did it.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Liberty Cup.
Yeah. Let's bring Brandon back in.
Hey guys, well done. 3 of you have survived a full day of coverage as commentators on the broadcast. Take us back to personal view. Brian, thank you so much for your work as a host tonight. Did a great job. How did it feel being on the stream as a host? It's your first tournament action, I believe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've only done a league game before this, so it's always a pleasure with the quality of analysts that we had. Uh, I I learned listening, so I definitely appreciate the time that all of the analysts have put into this. And Brandon, you did a great job hosting. All the other hosts, I had a blast.
All right, man. Well, we're going to let you go for now. I'm going to bring the tournament director on, Bill Hackenbracht. Brian, thanks. And we'll talk to you soon. Sorry. Looks like double switch there. And do you guys want to stay on to talk to Bill, or shall we say goodnight to you as well?
I can hang out.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. Let's go. Here is Bill Hackenbracht, tournament director. Welcome, Bill.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Oh, man.
Bill, where are you? You in North Carolina right now?
I am. Fayetteville, North Carolina.
And how you feeling? You got to be pretty exhausted after organizing such a big and successful tournament.
I am straight up exhausted, but, it's a very rewarding feeling. My intent was to bring in as many of our online brothers and sisters and introduce them to the face-to-face hobby. Well, the virtual face-to-face hobby. And man, I'm gonna have to do the numbers and take a survey, but I think we had somewhere between 30 to 40 new players to the tournament scene in this tournament. I know you guys were doing verbal gymnastics, trying to pronounce some of these names. Some of these, and I'm just so proud of the way the community came together to welcome them into the hobby and into the they're already in the hobby, into the face-to-face hobby. And hopefully once this COVID clears, we can get them to come to some of our big tournaments around the country.
And you really pounded the pavement to drum up support participation for this, right? We went to lots of online forums. Where were you most active?
So first of all, let me thank the designers and programmers and hosts of Web Diplomacy. They ran a banner ad at the top of their site for the duration of the last month or so, really promoting this event. And I know a lot of our players just saw that banner ad and clicked the link and signed up. I also messaged about 400 online players across Reddit and WebDip and PlayDip, and that takes a toll. And for future virtual Liberty Cups, I'll try to reach out to some of the other backstabber communities and some of the other online communities that are out there that are doing great work and building community, and try to bring them all together.
Well, we as members of the face-to-face community, thank you for this really hard work for trying to bring the two communities together. And like you, we hope that this keeps that the excitement that you've brought and the people that you've brought into the hobby stay part of the hobby, and that we can not only are we getting some face-to-face people moving into the online world, but maybe we can get that the reverse going when things pick up again. Now, before we get to the results, Bill, is there any you want to give a shout out to the GMs?
I'd love to. So Corey Nesland of the Weasel community, Mitch McConaughey, unaligned but out of New York City, Rick Desper out of the Potomac Tea and Knife Society, and Dave Moletsky, the tournament director of Carnage and Virtual Carnage this year, were my GM team. And I really want to thank them for their tireless work and monitoring of the boards to make sure that timelines were getting adjusted correctly. It wasn't 30-minute blocks because of the way Backstabber rounds things out to the hour, the half hour, and things like that. They're really tireless work. And Corey and Dave even stepped up and played a round for the second round to make sure that we had enough players to round out that ninth board.
Well, and you played too, Bill. I mean, being a tournament director and playing a game, that's no joke. So your commitment is legendary. So thank you for all the work that you did.
Well, I caught some of the streams, Doug, and I think you are just trying to put a giant target on my back.
You already have one.
All right, let's turn to the results, shall we?
Yeah, there's a couple numbers I want to share. The first is the diplomacy community came together and raised over $600 for the Amistad Law Project, and it's an initiative that means a lot to me and means a lot to the community of Philadelphia, and I couldn't be more proud to be part of a community like the diplomacy community in the way that we're coming together for these kinds of things, and it really touches my heart. The other numbers I want to share with you are the results of the Virtual Liberty Cup 2020. I'm going to start with best countries. Our own DBN, Zach Moore, won Best Austria. John Anderson won Best England. An individual I know whose name you love, Morganti Pell, won Best France.
And best
name.
Yep.
And best name. In no surprise, Maxim Popov won Best Germany.
We have seen his name as a best country more than once now. I believe Russia at Dixie was the other time.
Hey, is he a young player? He's a fantastic young player. It doesn't matter. He's a young player. Best Italy was a tie between old hand Christian Klein and newcomer Peter Cook. Both had a score of 7,011. Another newcomer, Russia, Eber Kondrel, with a score of 7,000 and one of the top scores in the tournament, 7,012.
Way to go, Eber.
And then John's brother Tommy, no, they're not related. Tommy Anderson won Best Turkey. So I'm gonna read off the top 10 since we had such a huge tournament. 81 total players, 78 scored. Let's see here. It was a three-way tie for ninth between David Miller, Adam's own brother, Eric Silverman, and Philadelphia native but newcomer to the virtual face-to-face tournament scene, Douglas Rintoul, all with a score of 11,014. Just edging them out was Christian Klein, coming in at eighth with 11,015.
1 point.
That one dot can make a difference.
Oh, that one dot.
It really can.
That 4-dot stab he had. Not only got him into just a tie for Best Italy, but just narrowly above these players at ninth place, but also just short of the top board. Let's not.
And Brandon has to take some joy out of that.
Yeah.
So let's read off the top board. Coming at seventh was newcomer Peter.
1 point.
1
1
point.
point.
Congratulations, Peter.
Should have stabbed for 5, Christian. Only 4.
Hey, sometimes even when you go big, you still go home. In sixth, Matthew Krill, who I believe he and Peter are both online players who came into this, and this is their first tournament.
No, Matt Krill has been around for a while. He's a Washington State native. He goes to Cascadia and comes down to Whipping usually.
All right, Pavel, let's go ahead and edit that out. There's no editing on the diplomacy bracket.
No. Oh, all these 1 point.
I know, it's 1 point.
This is amazing.
Stephen Hogue, man, what what a story that young man has been.
Making a splash.
I know. I mean,
Strong
yeah.
play.
I think I played 2 boards with him at DixieCon, and I think he had a rough time. But man, he has really come into his own.
His Germany tonight was really well done. I mean, it was a good job. I was impressed.
Yeah, he salvaged that position and really turned it into something.
I was actually just chatting with him earlier while these last set of games were going on, and he's a little miffed. So he managed he was part of that 3 power tie for with 10 centers for board top.
Yep.
And he was France and in Austria, England, France alliance. And apparently all of us complained about Austria and England passing up chances to go for it. And Steve just wanted a little bit of credit for managing to weasel his way into the shared board top. So,
he got 5th place, so nicely done.
Hey, Kentucky's not that far from Chicago. He could be a weasel.
Oh yeah, he's an honorary weasel. All right, who edged Steven out? Who got 11,019 points? That's
exactly.
What I want to know.
Unfortunately, nobody. Craig Meyer came in at 11,518 points, also sharing in that 3-way 10 center board top.
Okay,
we're gonna skip right past that next score.
Pretend we don't see that.
No, nothing to see here. Move along.
John Anderson coming in your top 3 with a board top and a tie for
second.
Yes, with a total score of 12,519.
Nicely done, John.
Newcomer in second place. Not only runner-up for this tournament, but also runner-up in the best name competition.
Indeed.
True.
Natty Schaefer with a board top and a second place.
This is a great result. Like, well done, Natty. I mean, your play was really, really good. We were talking about you a lot on the stream, so hopefully you'll watch it and we don't embarrass ourselves.
Oh, we definitely did that, Bill.
And without further ado, your virtual Liberty Cup champion, Tommy Anderson, with 2 board tops.
Oh, nicely done.
Can't do any better than that.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Congratulations, Tommy. Nicely done. Well played.
You earned it.
Definitely.
This is a really gratifying result. Tommy. I don't think I've met him in person yet. I haven't played with him, but I've seen him play online, and I've seen him play in the gunboat tournaments that we've played. And he has what I've seen is a fairly passive play style. He's one of these players that we've been frustrated about on previous broadcasts about not going for it, sort of not being able to say, "Why not me?" Why not me this time? And it looks like he's gotten past that, at least this weekend.
Well, he answered your question.
Indeed. Now is Tommy's time. Congratulations, Tommy.
Hey, way to go.
So we'll
all right, hey, I'm gonna leave you guys. Let you close it on out. Thank you for having me on, and look forward to seeing the next few broadcasts, and especially virtual Weasel Moot, a 3-day event.
It's gonna be brutal.
Bill, thank you for all the tireless work you put into this. This was really fantastic, building off of the success of virtual DixieCon. Like, you did heroic work here, and I can't speak for everyone, but from my perspective, like, thank you for all the work that you put into it. I think everyone really deeply appreciates it.
Agreed.
Thank you. Hey, you guys are not just my friends, but you're also people I respect a lot, and that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. And hey, got to thank the GM crew and all the other people who spread word about this through word of mouth and through conversation. I know it wasn't just messages that got people in. It was this community at large speaking highly of each other and of the experience, and just how rewarding of an experience this can be. And hey, to those who had not negative, but those who had 1,000 or 2,000 point results, that you got to start somewhere, and there were some sharks in the water at Liberty Cup.
Yeah, we talked about some of those sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have all been there. Even two-time world champion Doug Moore has gotten like 0 scores at tournaments many a time.
Oh, yeah.
It happens. Hey, have a great night, guys. Thank you so much.
Congratulations on a wildly successful tournament.
Yes.
I mean, get some sleep, man.
Yeah.
Hey, award ceremony at 12 noon tomorrow.
All right.
I'll do what I can.
All right. Have a great night, man. All right, and that brings to a close our coverage of our live coverage of the Liberty Cup. Hopefully, we'll have a wrap-up show next week sometime where we'll interview Tommy and try to get one of these new players on a stream and post an interview. You guys have any final thoughts on what you've seen today? You've been here, both of you have been here for the entire day for the most part. Doug, start with you.
Sure. Well, Brandon, thank you and Brian and the rest of the team for all the work that you guys did behind the scenes. You made it pretty seamless for us as we were doing analysis. And that's a hard job to be behind the scenes. So thank you for the work that you did. I just want to say, like, the quality of play here was really strong. People were really doing like the best that they could do in very difficult circumstances. And the quality of play that I saw on the boards was really fantastic and exciting. And there were a lot of fun boards. So I had a great time watching, 20 boards of diplomacy virtually. That's pretty awesome. So thanks to everybody who participated. I had a great time.
Siobhan?
I had so much fun being here. Just a huge thanks to Bill and all of the Liberty Cup team, all the GMs, everyone who put this together. These virtual tournaments, we're learning every time we do one of these. And, I see the players getting better and better at using the interface and negotiating every time. And it's so exciting to see because it feels more like what we're trying to emulate. And we can't get together right now, but the quality of play, as Doug mentioned, was just superb today. And I watch these and I spend an entire day doing this because I love watching this. And it's really fun for me. So thank you for letting me be a part of it.
Thank you guys both. It's been fantastic having you. You guys have both been really sharp and fun to work with, fun to watch. And it's been fun. Have I mentioned that?
Was it fun, Brandon?
I hope it was.
It's this, peculiar sort of fun that we all really like, right?
That 2020 really brings out in all of us.
I mean, we like this game because we like forming social relationships that we then manipulate for strategic purposes. And apparently we also like to spend an entire day watching other people do that and critiquing their performance at it. So, there's the diplomacy has this reputation of ending friendships. There is a category of person for whom it forms and strengthens friendships. And it's fun for me to be part of that. And I think you guys enjoy that as well.
Yeah, likewise.
Absolutely.
All right, let's end this broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And look for Weasel Moot, which comes up in about a month. And it's a 3-day event, as has been said before. Diplomacy Broadcast Network will also be dropping an episode of Deadline News, our news program that will come about in 2 weeks from now. And we also have a couple of Game Day live broadcasts coming up. The Virtual Diplomacy League is going to have a broadcast. And the Weasels will also have a Red Wednesday coming up. So go to diplobn.com for information on that. And that'll do it for tonight. Have a great night, everybody. Be safe and stab well, as we say.